Paul Newton here with my Warwickshire colleague Richard Wilford, and delighted to say we'll be joined at 11:30 by Roland Butcher, man of great distinction, playing for Middlesex and England not so many years ago. The news here is there's been a few spits and spots of rain. At the moment they're still waiting to wheel the covers off. The only rain we've had so far might prevent them starting, but they play through it because they've just been spots. I think we'll start on time. The bell's just gone. The news is that Warwickshire have won the toss, and not surprisingly in many ways it can be a good move to put the opposition in on a first morning at Chelmsford. It's a very greenish looking pitch, very green indeed, in fact strikingly so, worn at the ends, but it's fairly central. It's not particularly one side or the other. And the news you're waiting for on the teams, well, the Essex news is positively dramatic. They were going to make one change, Noah Thane coming in for Charlie Allison, but Charlie Allison is in fact playing because very late in the day Simon Harmer has been ruled unable to play. We don't know what the reason is, but no Simon Harmer for Essex, and I might be wrong about this, but at the very least it's one of the only times he's ever not been in an Essex side since he joined in 2017. Could even be the first occasion. He's been so tremendous. So Essex are Elgar, Wesley, Cox, Critchley, Pepper, Thane, Snater, Cook, Porter. Now Allison, although I've given you his name last, he'll be batting in the middle order. And Warwickshire have brought in Vanch Jarney, who's a batsman, and he replaces Ali, and their lineup is Alex Davis, Dan Mosley, Bo Webster, Ed Barnard, Kai Smith, Zen Malik, who got a terrific 100 by all accounts at Edgbaston last week, Vanch Jarney, Corey Rothesay, Rocky Choli, I should have said, Ethan Bamber, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby. So Warwickshire have chosen to field, and Dean Elgar and Tom Wesley. Well, yes, just hearing that we're going live on the web right now. So Paul Newton here with Richard Wilford, my Warwickshire colleague, and Roland Butcher will be joining us at 11:30. We're going to start on time. We've just had a few bits and bobs of very, very light rain, just spots really. I think they'd have played through it if they'd ever started in it. But they're coming out now, and the umpires, Ian Blackwell and Tom Lungley. Ian Blackwell, the more rotund of the two, I think it's fair to say, formerly of Somerset principally. I think he played for Lancashire eventually. Tom Lungley, formerly of Derbyshire, and he went somewhere else as well. But they're the two umpires for the day. Blackwell making his way yet to the Graham Gooch end. Lungley is at the Sir Alistair Cook end. The Warwickshire players are taking the field, and Bo Webster, of course, is formerly of Essex. A couple of years ago he had to spell with Essex in the 50 over competition, and doing very well for Warwickshire. Got I think it was 140 the other day as Warwickshire got that draw against Worcestershire. And players coming out into the middle. I shall be updating the BBC Essex news at around about 4 minutes past 11. Richard Wilford will join us, and Ollie Hannon-Dolby has been handed the ball predictably for the first over of the match from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and he will begin by bowling to the smaller figure of the two opening batsmen. Virtually whoever was partnering Paul Walter would be the smaller figure, and on this occasion it will be Dean Elgar. Distinguished service for South Africa for many years, but now concentrating on playing for Essex. Going to be an ultra attacking field for starters with 4 slips, and Alex Davis is keeping wicket as expected for Warwickshire. Hannon-Dolby with 4 slips, a man exactly square at point, all left-hand opening partnership. Looking into the distance, there's a long leg coming a bit closer, a mid-wicket, mid-on and a mid-off. As is customary, no third man in these early stages. So Warwickshire winning the toss. Essex, extraordinarily, in the most literal sense of the word, without Simon Harmer for this game. It was a very late change. We don't know what the reason is. Hannon Dalby's in. Bowls, and that's a good ball. And that's the thing about Hannon Dalby. He's usually right on the spot from the word go. And that ball on a very greenish pitch left Elgar and narrowly avoided taking the edge. So Elgar knows he's in for a fairly testing time in the first hour at least. This is the last of the 4 games, thank goodness the last, where the Kookaburra ball is in operation. Hannon Dalby to Elgar. Elgar looks to tuck it off the pads, and he's completely turned round by this one, which again leaves him off the pitch and ends up going to 4 slip, albeit he's moved round into a more regulation gully now on the basis of that. Could easily have spun into the air. In the end, it may well have just come off the pad. So Hannon Dalby preparing to come in again. Third ball of the innings, bowls, and Elgar, it's gone clean through it, ball past his bat, take them on the pad as an appeal, but not going to be given out by Tom Lungley. So forgive me if I repeat the details fairly often, but people are just logging on in different times, and Essex, who were going to leave out Noah Thame, brought him in for Charlie Allison, and then very belatedly we heard that Simon Harmer couldn't play, and no reason given, so Noah Thame is playing after all, as well as Allison for Essex, who line up as follows after this ball from Hannon Dalby, and it's fended off and goes no more than a yard and fielded by Elgar himself, and there is no run. And the Essex full line-up: Elgar, Walter, Wheatley, Cox with a fine 100 in the match down at Hove, which Essex won. Critchley, who also got 100 in that game. Allison, Thane, Pepper, Snater, who didn't play at Hove but is playing here. Cook and Porter, Sam Cook. And Warwickshire, I'll give you their line-up again after Hannon Dalby has bowled the 5th ball of the innings, 3 slips a gully. And forward comes Elgar for the first time. He finds the ball coming out of the middle of his bat. Defensively, mind, goes down to mid-off. So Warwickshire are Rob Yates, Alex Davis, Don Mosley, Zayn Malik, who got a fine 100 as Warwickshire drew with Worcestershire the other day, Bo Webster, formerly of Essex, Ed Barnard, Kai Smith, Corey Rockin-Chioli, Ethan Bamber, Vant Jani and Oliver Hannon Dalby. Yes, we've away to a prompt start here. Essex have been put into bat on a very green-looking strip, and from the opening over, which has just finished from Oliver Hannon Dalby from the Sir Alistair Cook end, batting ain't going to be one bit easy for the next hour or so. It's moving all over the place, and it was 5th ball before Elgar finally got the ball coming out of the middle of his bat. He left the final delivery. The dramatic news is, very late in the day, Simon Harmer is not in the Essex 11. We weren't given a reason. So the Essex lineup is Elgar, Walter, Wesley, Cox, Critchley, Thane, Allison, Pepper, Snater, who comes in, he didn't play at Hove, Cook and Porter. Khalil Ahmed is not playing in this game, the Indian player. It's the last of the 4 games with the Kookaburra ball, and put into bat, and that looks a fairly shrewd decision from the evidence of the first over. Essex, after 1 over, are 0 for 0. So, Ethan Bamber to bowl the 2nd over. Comes racing in. He's got 4 slips from the Graham Gooch end. Around the wicket to the left-hander, right arm round. And Walter steers it down to mid-off. And there is no run. 7 balls in, 0 for 0. And Essex will be quite relieved that it is for 0, because Elgar was very close to being out one way or another. LBW, or on a different occasion, caught behind as Bamber races in. formerly of Middlesex. This ball is played past the fourth slip, who dives but can't stop the ball. It's disappeared from my view. They're going to... Yes, it's gone for 4. They'd already taken 2, but although it didn't go down particularly quickly, the ball's gone to the boundary. 4 for no wicket after 8 deliveries, and a very great pleasure to welcome Richard Wilford.
Yeah, very good morning to you. Looking forward to a very interesting game over the next 4 days.
Well, it certainly looks as if there's quite a bit happening out there.
Yeah. Quite overcast, isn't it? And this green top, which you never quite can judge, can you, until you see it used. But probably a decent toss to win, you would think, this morning.
Yes, I'm sure Essex would have put Warwickshire in had they won the toss. Bamber's in bowls, leg by as the ball just flicks off the batsman's hip pocket, and that takes the score up to 5 for no wicket in just the second over, Warwickshire having won the toss.
You're talking about the drama of the morning with the late withdrawal of Simon Harbour. Does mean there's an extra seamer in the Essex team, but given that they'll be fielding last, that's a bit of a concern.
Apologies for noise. I'm hoping BBC Essex will remember to switch their programme off. Maybe I have to ring them up as Bamber's in. 3 slips a gully. Bowls, and Elgar very uncertainly is relieved to get something on it and just play it straight into the ground back to the bowler.
That's a little and large opening combination that's been reasonably effective for Essex. I mean, Elgar hasn't made the runs they would have hoped for so far this season. Paul Walter has probably done better than might have been anticipated as an opening bat. You can't be disappointed with an average in the mid-40s. Nothing shabby about that at all.
I'm delighted that they've killed the programme now as Bamber comes in and bowls to Elgar, and there's no run. And just to explain, at this stage I'm unable to receive your emails, but Richard has kindly agreed to for Essex and Warwickshire supporters to get in touch on wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. That's wm.sport@bbc.co.uk. Thank you very much indeed. So for the moment, any emails from Essex supporters will go through that address. Just a dot ball to end the over. Elgar for once was able to play that quite comfortably. 2 overs gone, put into that. Essex 5 for no wicket. Walter with the 4 runs that have come off the bat.
So Warwickshire with the 4 main seamers available to them. Hannon Dolby and Bamber with the new ball. Bo Webster, who's bowled a lot of overs since arriving, he's been pretty effective in the games that he's played. He's taken 14 wickets at 26. That's not a huge number, but when needed he's got through quite a few overs. And then Ed Barnard, who's having a very good season with bat and ball, averaging 50 with the bat in the Championship and 34 with the ball, which, you know, isn't extraordinary, but a lot of that is bowling overs when he wants to restrict the run rate, when Alex Davis needs somebody to hold up an end for him. He's done that very well. Here's Hannon Dolby to bowl to Walter for the first time this morning. Comes in right arm over the wicket, and that one just jags back, and it's left on height as much as anything by Walter, who's in as good a position as anybody to judge the height of that ball, but that has swung back in towards the left-hander and almost cut him in 2 as it goes through. So there is movement in the early part of the day, and that will give Warwickshire encouragement, but they'll also know that they need to take advantage of it. Brings its own pressure, doesn't it, when you win the toss in this situation. As Hannon Dolby is in again, pushing forward, and this goes through the hands of Gully, and there will be runs. The chase is on for Rockacholi, the tall off spinner, 6'4" from Australia, and they'll come back for 2. 7 without loss, Essex in the 3rd over of the morning, and as always a very pleasant scattering of spectators around all parts of the ground despite a bit of early morning weather.
Yes, it's the forecast is very much that there could be intermittent showers, but nothing like as bad as the forecast for Thursday when it degenerates into heavy thunderstorms.
And Dolby back of a length, great carry through to shoulder height there for Kai Smith. An early indication there might be a bit of pace about this surface.
Yeah, lovely to see, actually. I remember doing a game with Anthony Gibson, Essex Somerset here, and the third ball took the edge of Nick Brown's bat and didn't carry to slip. And I said, Anthony, we're in for 4 very dull days indeed. And we were. It was a sort of one innings aside stalemate over 4 days. I don't think we're going to get that here unless the weather severely intervenes.
Yeah, so in fact the surface is a bit lively. It might not be a bad thing with the weather affecting the game potentially, as Webster comes half forward and defends the ball out into the offside. Rockacholi again does the fielding. Throws it to Alex Davis. The disparity in height between the two of them looks quite extravagant when they're fielding quite close to each other. It's funny how a difference of 8 or 9 inches looks like about 2 feet.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, we've got 2 examples of that, really, with Walter towering over everybody else for Essex and Hannon Dalby and Bo Webster for Warwickshire.
And it's Hannon Dalby who continues into Walter. That's a good leave based on height. It wasn't too far away from off stump, but he's judged it pretty well, and it is one of those circumstances where the leave could be as significant a shot as any other. Yeah,
very well put, actually. It's that famous quotation. I forget who actually said it, but someone said, what is so-and-so's best shot? And the answer, of course, was the leave. Obviously, one of the sort of boycott-esque, Sibley-esque openers was the person referred to, but it can pay rich dividends.
Walter, bat raised high, looking to drive, and that's beautiful. It's straight, an attempt at a diving stop from Hannon Dalby. Now, is he wringing his hand a little bit? No, I think he's just frustrated that he didn't stop it. But Walter, with a nice looking boundary there, takes the Essex score to 11 without loss. He's got 10 of them. The other one is an extra.
Yeah, that was a terrific shot from Walter. They say the on drive is the hardest shot to play in cricket, but he played that masterfully. I suppose really it was just favouring the onside, but intrinsically a straight drive. And he's a strong man, so when he lays that bat on the ball, it tends to travel at quite a velocity. But 11 for no wicket after 3 overs. Essex put into bat. No Simon Harmer for Essex. We don't know why, but it was suddenly announced about 10 to 11 that his place would be taken by Charlie Allison. Good first delivery of the 4th over from the Graham Gooch end. Bowled by Ethan Bamber. Just leaves Elgar off the pitch and goes through to the wicket-keeper, narrowly misses the edge. And you'd have to say of the 2 batsmen on very flimsy evidence so far, but Walter looks a little bit more comfortable than Elgar.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Elgar at the moment, a bit scratchy. He's got turned straight on a couple of times as well.
Standard 3 slips in the gully field as is the next ball. Elgar relatively comfortable with this one, stretches right forward and angles the ball to mid-wicket for no run.
On the Harmer, Alan Yates has been in touch on the email saying, I think you'll find he's about to become a father for the first time.
Ah.
Now, it's interesting because Sam Hain isn't playing. He hasn't played the last couple of weeks because he's just become a dad for the first time, so he's on paternity leave. So it could be that Harmer is going through the same thing.
I think you're absolutely right. Well, thank you for that email. That's very helpful indeed. As here is Bamber in and bowls. Oh, and Elgar would have us believe he was taking the bat away, but in fact, he definitely played at it at the last minute, having initially intended to leave it. And in the end, it'd have been better if he had left it and might easily have just nicked it. But this paternity leave, Tom Wesley for Essex last year, and this year, Jamie Porter missed a couple of games about a month ago. So it's happening right, left and centre. As here is the next delivery, and that goes through safely to the wicket-keeper without Elgar needing to play a shot. Needless to say, we send Simon Harmer and his wife all the very best for the apparently imminent arrival.
I suspect it divides opinion. The notion of professional sports people having paternity leave, but as a dad, I wouldn't want to not be around for the first couple of weeks.
Absolutely. Here's the next ball from Bamber. Elgar didn't really know a lot about that, and he plays it a little bit like a startled rabbit, and the ball just grinds its way about 5 yards out into the leg side along the ground, but he really is struggling out there so far. And he's a man of infinite experience, so if he's finding it very difficult, I think probably most batsmen would. Though, as I say, Walter has looked relatively at ease out in the middle. Bamber races in again from the Graham Gooch end. Formerly Hayes close, and now Elgar is off the mark. Its ball's going out toward the boundary. It may just be hauled in, and indeed has been. And they can quite easily come back for a third run. So that was just angled out backward of point, found a nice gap, didn't quite have the legs to register what would have been the second boundary of the morning, but in fact third, I should say, boundary of the morning. But Essex, after 4 overs, are I'm not sure if they've got that right. Yes, I think they have. 14 for no wicket, with 10 to Walter, 3 to Elgar, and there was 1 leg by.
It's interesting to see Bo Webster spending some time with Ollie Hannon-Dolby before the next over, before he runs fairly swiftly to regain his place at first slip between Kai Smith and Rob Yates, with Dan Mosley at third. Hannon-Dolby's had a really tough year. He hasn't had much luck. He's played in some games played in all the Kookaburra games, which doesn't help, as he comes into bowl to Elgar, who again is turned a little bit square as he dabs it out towards point to Rockacholi. And there's no run. But, he's only taken 10 championship wickets at like 57, which is so unlike Hannon-Dolby. Absolutely.
On both counts, the average, inevitably, of course, is determined by the number of wickets as much as anything. And, he's been a fantastic servant over the years.
50 wickets in each of the last 4 seasons. Not happening this year. He comes into bowl to Elgar down the leg side. There was a little flicker of a hand up in the air from Hannon-Dolby, but there was nothing on it. And it goes through once more to Kai Smith. So 3 slips and a gully in. Point, I think, is relatively attacking fielder the way that Elgar has been playing. And it's interesting, the 2 bowlers with different approaches to these left-handers. And that Bamber happy to start his day round the wicket to them. Hannon-Dolby preferring to stay over. Short sleeves always look preposterously short on Hannon-Dolby. As he comes in once more to Elgar, forward more resolutely there. That's a good firm defensive shot out into the offside. Across from mid-off comes Davis, and there's no run.
So, plenty gone on out there. It's a greenish pitch. In fact, green really. We can leave the ish off, and sometimes you have the odd green tinge, but this is until you get to the 2 creases, this is very green indeed. Don't think I've seen a much greener one, certainly not this season with all the lack of rain. And the ball's certainly been hopping around in various directions. There's also been variety of lift.
Hannon-Dolby in full of length, and it's guided down towards gully. I think that's Jarney who's stationed there. And there's no run. Yeah, they've done well to get it this green. It looks to me like it's been used at least for a 1-day game. You can see some bowlers' footmarks. So I think it's a surface that has been in play this season. But, not so many footmarks that it's roughed up. It's not a wicket that's been prepared to turn vigorously or anything like that by the look of it. As Elgar awaits Hannon-Dolby, he's looking to drive this through the offside, and that's beautifully through the covers for 4. His first boundary, 18 without loss, and Elgar, a bit of a release for him, he's up to 7.
Beautifully described, it was a majestic shot from Elgar. That's one he read absolutely perfectly. It was a nice half volley outside off stump. He wasn't going to miss out on that. And he really has struggled thus far, but he saw a ball that was kind of like a get-out-of-jail-free card and helped himself. So he moves up to 70 off 20 deliveries, and Walter has 10 off 9, and Essex are 18 for no wicket.
And Dolby approaches once again, just back of a length, and it got up towards the gloves of Elgar, who treats it like it's a bit of a sharp one. Dabs it down in the end in front of him, quite relieved, and then takes his gloves off. Might just see whether he has a look at his hand there, whether it might just have clipped a finger. But at the end of the 5th over, and I would say that Essex would be delighted to have got through 5 overs intact, because the longer that they go without losing a wicket. With Kookaburra ball, we don't expect to keep moving for too long, so 18 without loss.
Yeah, I agree with you. They'll be very relieved that the opening pair are still together. And Bamber will continue from the Graham Gooch end. And comes bounding in now. Bowls to Walter. Shoulders arms extravagantly. Ball through to the wicket keeper. But Elgar in particular has done very well still to be out in the middle. And Walter, as I say, he has, of the pair, has looked the more assured. But so often when you say something like that, it's the one who made the better start who is the first to depart. They'll update you with scores elsewhere. Durham against Surrey. Chester Le Street 17 for no wicket. Walter. And this one keeps it a bit low, a mixture of bat and pad, I suspect. We're masked by the batsman's body there, but there was quite an appeal, but I don't think all that convincing a one. And score remaining here at 18 for no wicket. At Trent Bridge, Somerset, and of course it's a top of the table clash between second and third this game. Somerset are 4 for 2. Start delayed at Worcester, match between Worcestershire and Hampshire. Bamber's in, bowls, and that ball's cracked away, and that may well go to the boundary from Paul Walter. And just looking to my left, the ball hits the boundary rope, and the score to 22 for no wicket. Just a little bit short, that one. A little bit of width outside off stump from Bamber, and Walter races up to 14.
I would have thought if you're going to err, you're going to err full today.
Yes.
And there have been already probably too many runs through third man. You don't want a third man in because you want the catchers in position. But for me, just bowling a little bit too short at the moment, the Bears with this new ball.
Sussex, meanwhile, who were drubbed by Essex and Hove last week. Essex with a very rare 24-point victory, which has, thankfully, from an Essex point of view, yanked them out of the relegation zone up to 7th. Sussex are 19 for no wicket at Scarborough. Wonderful venue to watch cricket from. And there's a delay at Bristol, Gloucester, Middlesex. I say Bristol, it may be Cheltenham. I haven't got...
It is Cheltenham, yeah.
Leicester are 16 for no wicket at Canterbury. Leicester top of the table, of course. Bamber is in, bowls, and Walter plays that with any amount of time to spare and down to mid-on, and he just is batting as though he's got far more time to play his shots, Walter, than has been the case with Elgar. Glamorgan, meanwhile, 8 for no wicket against Lancashire, and Derbyshire 17 for no wicket at Northampton. Bamber. No gully now, just the 3 slips. Comes in, bowls, and Walter turned round by this, and ball hits him in the thigh, rolls out into the offside, and there's no run.
Again, that was a little bit short. I'm not going to bring the slips into play by bowling at that sort of length. I'm trying to say how long it is before Alex Davis just mixes things around a little bit. It'll be frustrated that they haven't got the breakthrough yet, although sometimes the ball does a little bit more once it's had 5 or 6 overs to get the lacquer off. That's true of the Dukes. How much it's true of the Kookaburra, I don't know.
Walter cracks this one away, and it's half stopped at mid-off. There should be 3 runs here. I don't think they'll quite have the legs to meet the boundary, and in fact they don't run the first 2 particularly quickly, and the ball is retrieved at deep extra cover, and just 2 runs go to Essex there, and to Paul Walter, who has 16. Elgar has 7. So, well, now 6 overs in, and put into bat, Essex are 24 for no wicket. Certainly it doesn't look to have been a bad decision at all from Warwickshire to put Essex in, and yet they will be irritated that they've yet to make a breakthrough.
Yeah, keep the ball in better areas if they can. I think it's worked in their favour a little bit having 2 left-handers. I think that's made it hard for Hannon Dolby. They're not thrilled with the ball either. That's always a sign that they're not happy. 6 overs in, they haven't made a breakthrough. It's thrown back to Ollie Hannon Dolby by his skipper. He had a good second look at that. And Hannon Dolby charges in, right arm over the wicket to Elgar down the leg side. That may be off the pad, and it's gone for 4. It has. It evaded Kai Smith to his left, and they're getting a bit of a wriggle on here. Essex.
Yeah, a few boundaries coming. Interesting you should mention getting a wriggle on, because down at Hove, what I couldn't get over, Essex have been a very slow batting side for a very long time, hardly ever taking even the fourth batting bonus point, and yet they absolutely raced to all five. Whether it was a track where the ball just came onto the bat, but it does look to me as if they are a little bit more on the lookout to score runs more quickly than they have been doing.
28 without loss in the 7th. Hannon Dolby in again, better length, better line, but he can leave it, Elgar, because he's had a bit of a look at things now. And it goes through to Kai Smith once more. If it was coming onto the bat at Hove, I would say that's a rarity, in that they've had a lot of slow wickets there in recent years.
Exactly, yeah. Of course, one of the factors you mentioned, bowling to two left-handers may affect the lines and lengths bowled, but of course the disparity in the height of the two batsmen also means that what's a perfect length to one batsman probably isn't at all to the other.
And Dolby across him again, driven beautifully, and that'll be 4. Once you get it through the infield, it's not going to be caught. And the outfield isn't as quick as it might be. It's a little bit more lush than you might imagine. That little bit of rain in the last few days, but that was well struck by Elgar. They're up to 32, 11 without loss. But again, if you are going to err one way or the other, at least Hannon Dolby is looking to see if he can get a bit of nip and a bit of movement there. But the sense that Essex are off to a flyer continues.
It certainly does. I mean, that's, I would think, 6 boundaries in this 32 for no wicket. And just checking, we'll come back to that point.
Yeah, one of them will be a 4-leg bye.
Yes.
This one is full and angled across, and then some good carry again. It's slightly inconsistent, the carry. One or two that have really flied up towards the shoulders of Kai Smith, who's not a tall man, as many wicket keepers aren't.
I've had time to research who won the toss in the various Division 1 games. Durham chose to bat against Surrey, and a 27 for no wicket. Knox put Somerset in, and Somerset 6 for 2 in the 6th over. No play yet at Worcester, and Yorkshire put Sussex in at Scarborough.
Oh, that's a good leave from Elgar. Full ball outside off stump. Did offer a little bit off the seam.
Sussex 19 for no wicket in that game at Scarborough, but here, as Richard's been saying, Essex, paradoxically really, you looked at the first over and it was a maiden that might easily have produced the wicket of Elgar, and it looked like a terrific decision to put Essex in, and yet since then they've raced away to 32 for no wicket.
Hannon Dolby approaches once more to complete his over, and he's jabbing down on that a little bit hastily, Elgar, but he's able to defend it back to the bowler. End of Hannon Dolby's over. The BBC scorecard has rather oddly got Rockacholi bowling that over. Trust us, he didn't. As the shaven-headed Hannon Dolby is walking down to his position at long leg to do the fielding. Remind you can get in touch, wm.sport@bbc.co.uk, if you want to send an email about the events of the day.
And that applies to Warwickshire and Essex supporters. I'm unable to take an email as yet. May very well be able. It's a new service that's just started and we're having to change all the inputs and so on. I hope to be able to give you an address for Essex later in the day. But here's Bamber in from the Graham Gooch end, bowls to Walter, taken probably a mixture of bat and pad, and the ball just goes slowly out into the onside. No run. 32 for no wicket, 7.1 overs. Essex having been put into bat, but certainly having looked so forlorn in the match I saw part of up at York in game 9 with the Kookaburra ball. Essex were given a sound thrashing by Yorkshire, but they absolutely turned it round at Hove last week with a maximum point return. Bamber's in bowls to Walter, plays it back to the bowler, and there's been an air of Walter in particular here looking to play with more confidence than we've seen from the Essex batsmen until that game at Hove, which I didn't actually see. But Essex bowled Sussex out for 204 and then made 504. What was remarkable about that was how quickly they got to 504, centuries from Cox and Critchley, and then bowled Sussex out a second time for 261. Here's Bamber in. Bowls to Walter, plays it to mid-on, or just cut that off. Wouldn't have gone to the boundary, but they might have been able to get a single had it evaded the fielder. 32 for none.
Can you take messages by carrier pigeon?
Well,
If they come to the BBC radio box,
yes. Yeah,
next to the press box at Chelmsford Cricket Ground, that's where you send your pigeon with a little note strapped to its leg. Then Paul will unfurl it and read out what's written thereon.
We will welcome Roland Butcher to the microphone for the first time today and be joining us in the end of this over. The next delivery is played back to the bowler, who is Ethan Bamber, by Paul Walter. And Walter has 16 and Elgar 11. And in the 8th over, Essex so far not losing a wicket, 32 for none.
Shall I make way so it sounds seamless on the radio and nobody knows that we've done it?
Well, you could, but the only thing is it works in with the timings because I have to be on just before lunch. As the next ball goes through outside off stump and there is no run. Is that all right with you?
I don't mind what you do.
Yep.
I've got to do a report at 3 minutes past every hour, but other than that.
But Bamber, I think the last ball of the over coming up. Races in and bowls to Walter. And Walter plays it to mid-on. There's no run. I'll tell you what, you're probably a good idea, so we'll do it your way.
Okay.
And welcome Roland. He'll come on with me for half an hour if you'd like to return at midday.
Perfect.
Thank you very much to Richard Wilford. And I'm Paul Newton, about to be joined by Roland Butcher, former distinguished Middlesex and England batsman. And very nice to have Roland along with us today. We're never quite sure whether we're going to have a third commentator on these occasions, and always a delight for us when there is one. Roland, very good morning.
Yeah, very good morning to you, Guy, and that first delivery from Alan Dolby just goes outside the off stump, allowed to go through by Edgar, and there's no run.
What have you made of the pitch so far, Roland?
Well, the pitch here at Chelmsford, this green looking pitch always gives you the impression as if something's going to happen, but what I've noted the last few games that I've been here, that the pitch has been, it's pretty good and it's got better. Alan Dolby running away from us now and bowls wide outside the off stump. Good pace, good carry, and Elgar just picking up the line and allowing that one to go through safely through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. Even though it's a green enough pitch and looks as though it's going to be very much in favour of the bowlers, one thing we have noticed so far, on the occasions when a bit of width has been given to the batsman and too short a length, the batsmen have been able to really hit the ball firmly to the boundary.
Alan Dolby bowls, and this one brings Elgar onto the front foot, and he's solidly pushing that ball out to extra cover. He can't score. He remains Elgar on 11. It's 32 without loss. Alan Dolby's bowling to 3 slips. He's got a backward point, an extra cover mid-off. And then on the on side, he's got a mid-wicket, mid-on, and a man on the long leg boundary. So he starts his run in now. Approaches the umpire in, bowls, and Elgar's onto the front foot and plays a good delivery, slanting across the left-hander, out to backward point. Just takes a few paces down the wicket. Just a tap where that delivery pitch, but it's a good line that by Alan Dolby.
Yeah, Warwickshire have just bowled that little bit better in the last couple of overs, and it's a couple of overs since we had a run. Boundaries were coming with alarming frequency from a Warwickshire point of view, so they'll be hoping that they can keep up the good work.
Yeah, I think he's just adjusted his length somewhat. In, bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it hurries Elgar as it nips back into the left-hander. And at the last minute, he just gets the bat down, pulls the bottom hand off the bat. Ball ends up at mid-wicket. He can't score, so good over this by Hannon Dolby. It's 32 without loss. Elgar's on 11. And putting some real pressure on the batters, not giving him anything free to drive or cut. The line has been good, the length has been good in this over. And make sure he doesn't spoil it towards the end as he's in now once more and bowls, and that's a good delivery. Goes across Elgar, offers no shot, goes through to the keeper. A maiden over there from Hannon Dolby, and at the end of it, Essex are 32 without loss.
And there's a good scrap going on to see who'll be county champions this year. Surrey have to be favourites to make it 4 in a row, but it's very tight at the top. Second and third play each other today at Trent Bridge, and Notts won the toss, put Somerset in. Somerset in third place at 14 for 2. If Notts were to win that game, even if Surrey won, it would still be very tight at the top. Durham are having a dreadful run at the moment. They've just lost their first wicket. They chose to bat. They're 29 for 1. But I think they're in danger of relegation on a bad recent run. Bamber's in from the gooch end, bowls, and ball played back to the bowler, no run.
Yes, yeah, it's very tight. I was with Lord Botham a couple of days ago. He probably will not be too pleased with the way things are going at the moment.
No, I'm sure he won't be. But that sounds like he was well.
Yeah, he's very well. He's in good nick.
Yeah, great stuff. Here's the next delivery. Keeps a bit low. It's well countered by Paul Walter there, who spotted the fact that it had grubbed a bit on him and got down from his great 6'7" height and dug it out back to the bowler, and score remains 32 for no wicket. Once again, all of a sudden, it's been quite a while since Essex scored a run.
Yeah, good delivery by Bamber. He's bowling wrong the wicket, just nipping that one back at the left-hander. It's a big tall lad, as you said.
Bamber again. Lengthy approach, great energy in his run-up. Bowls, and that one also keeps a little bit low. It's going to produce the first run for 3 overs as it goes down to Hannon Dolby on the long leg boundary. Walter just deflecting that one down there, and he moves up to 17. Essex 33 for no wicket, and it's not particularly new now, but a couple of home games ago Essex greatly improved the scoreboard that we see as we're commentating in the box here over on our right hand side, and now instead of having to wait a minute while they update it, it's updated immediately, and that does make our job an awful lot easier. Here is Bamber again. Bowls to Elgar. Elgar hasn't had so much of the strike recently, plays this a square leg, and once again there's no run, 33 for no wicket.
Yeah, Elgar's had to fight. They're bowling quite well at him, not giving him any room or width to work with. Everything's sort of wicket to wicket, and he's having to defend and defend stoutly.
Bamber, 3 slips, comes into bowl to Elgar, and he wasn't too happy with that one. It got up on him a little bit. He jabs it a little jerkily a few yards into the onside, and Vanch Jani fields that one near square leg, and score remaining at 33 for no wicket.
Yeah, that delivery is just coming back from around the wicket to the left-hander, not giving him any room at all. And Elgar not looking comfortable, but he's battling away.
Faces Bamber again, and that's a lovely straight drive, and that I think is 4 runs all the way, and indeed is. A lovely shot there from Elgar, and that's good batting for you. There were a couple of very good deliveries in that over. The one that kept very low and could have trapped Walter LBW, and the previous delivery to Elgar, but he just pitched that one up nicely enough for Elgar to lean on it and play it back past the bowler with perfect timing. First boundary for 3 overs, 37 for no wicket, and Walter 17, Elgar moves up to 15.
Yeah, and lovely shot by Dean Elgar, but poor bowling there by Bamber, really. He's got the last ball of the over and still trying to get a wicket off his final delivery, really, and paid the price a lot of bowlers don't really understand when you get to the fourth and fifth delivery of an over and you haven't got the batter out. It should be about thinking about the next over. Saving runs should be the all important thing. He went searching, half volley, put away for 4.
Yeah, more of that in just a moment, but Hannon Dolby's already on his way.
He's in now to Walter and bowls, and Walter drives fluently. Bit away from his body, but on the up. But times it quite nicely, goes to wideish mid-off.
A man you'll know well enough, Roland, Graham Gooch, was the master in many ways of batting, as you know, and one thing he always liked to do was get a boundary off the final ball of an over, dent the bowler's confidence, you know.
Well, it doesn't just dent his confidence, but it puts the bowler who starts the next over under pressure.
Good point, yes, exactly.
So that is why it's so important, fourth and fifth ball, to be very, very tight. As Hannon Dolby is in bowls, and that's a good delivery, moves away from the left-handed Walter, who judges the line perfectly and the length, and allows that one to go through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, so bowlers who don't really understand that concept puts their partner under pressure. I mean, bowlers should bowl in partnership.
Yeah.
Right. What I do will affect what you do. So the first 4 balls, I'm trying to get the batter out. If I don't get him out in that time,
yeah, a bit like a relay handing over the baton.
Yeah, exactly. Hannon Dolby, 20 on his bat, bowls, and he brings Walter forward to a good delivery once more. And all he can do is defend it. It's intercepted before it gets to mid-off, but there's no run. So you work in partnerships. So, okay, 4 balls gone. It's not out. My thinking is now, I've got about 2 tight deliveries so that you start your over with the team on the back foot, so to speak. But when you're driven down the ground off that last ball, it puts you under pressure the next day.
Yeah.
It's over. So not really happy with what Bamber did in that final over, as Hannon Dolby's in as the sun breaks out, and that's driven on the up again away from his body. Doesn't quite time it. You reach in for that one, Walter, but gets it on the inner half of the bat. It ends up at straightish mid-off, and there's no run. The sun now trying to break through for the first time here at Chelmsford, and good crowd in once more to support Essex. And what they're seeing at the moment is some stout resistance by these 2 batters who've been under a little bit of pressure from some good bowling, particularly from Hannon Dolby. It's 37 without loss. And Walter, 17, he's facing strike, big tall left-hander, as Hannon Dolby bowls. And he's driving through the air, and he's going to get 4 runs there, but he was a bit fortunate because that, again, reaching for a delivery that wasn't there to drive. Unfortunately for him, he got it off the meat of the bat. Could easily have gone to extra cover. It went to his left and to the right of mid-off, and the result is a boundary. So the score goes into the 40s. It's 41. And with that, Walter goes to 21.
Yeah, Essex have certainly ridden their luck on occasion this morning. I think you'd have to if you're going to survive for very long on a green pitch. But as you were saying a few minutes ago, just because a pitch looks as if it ought to help the bowlers doesn't always work out that way.
Absolutely, and these pitches here at Chelmsford can fool you in that way. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Walter offers no shot to one that goes across him, and it's taken by the wicketkeeper. Into the over, and it's 41 without loss.
Yes, 1 or 2 pullovers being brought on for the batsman here, and 41 for no wicket. One thing I would say is I've seen many occasions here where Essex, who often will choose to bowl first in these situations, have not made the decision to put the opposition pay in the first 50 minutes or so, but quite often that second hour of the morning's play on day 1 can see the decision pay off, and by lunch 4 or 5 have gone down. So wouldn't, if I were an Essex supporter, be rushing away with the thought, oh well, there's clearly no problem then if they're 41 for no wicket. This could look very different by lunchtime. But they have certainly, as I say, riding their luck on occasion, made a very decent start here with Walter on 21, Elgart 15, and just while we've got a gap while the players have a drink, the rest of the Essex lineup Wesley, Cox, Critchley, Thane coming in because Harmer was, we think, possibly given paternity leave. A very late decision just before the game started. It's just about the first time I can remember Harmer ever missing a game for Essex. But Thane has come in to take his place. Very decent young player, Thane. He's having a good season. Charlie Allison plays, and Michael Pepper, Shane Snape, who didn't play at Hove, he comes in here replacing Khalil Ahmed, and then Sam Cook and Jamie Porter, while Warwickshire are Rob Yates, Alex Davis, Dan Mosley, Zen Malik, Bo Webster, Ed Barnard, Kai Smith, Corey Rocchiccioli, Ethan Bamber, Vanch Jani and Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Yeah, and it looks as if there was a slight problem with Dean Elgar. Perhaps a headache of some form. Just took some tablets. Took a bit of time out. Now he's ready to do battle once more.
Yeah. Yes, I think he'd take a lot of persuading to leave for any reason. He's a really gutsy character. Quite likes a fight. It doesn't bother him if it's not easy. Bamber will continue. 12th over of the match. Bowls. Elgar works the ball into the onside, I should say. Sets off for a run that isn't there. And Walter quickly sends him back. 41 for none.
Yeah, goodish delivery again. Unknown broke middle stump. Not giving Elgar any room whatsoever. He's got 3 slips. So the sun still not fully out.
Here's Bamber in, bowls, and Elgar again works it into the onside, this time to wideish mid-on, but not so wide that there is any chance of a run there. Just having a look at the latest Division 1 scores, Durham choosing to bat 35 for 1 at Chester Street against Surrey. Somerset 20 for 2, trying to stage a recovery after losing 2 wickets almost immediately, put into bat by Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Still a delay at Worcester, and Sussex 25 for 1, put into bat at Scarborough. That's a good delivery from Bamber. It tucks Elgar up, and he's relieved just to virtually stop the ball in the crease. And he right leg was one side, the stumps, left leg the other, and somehow he kept it out. 41 for none.
Yeah, that delivery squared him up somewhat, but he still managed to keep the bat straight. Kept it out of his stumps.
Still no play at Cheltenham, Gloucester, Middlesex in Division 2. Leicester 37 for 1 at Canterbury against Kent. Here's Elgar playing the ball defensively into the offside. Elsewhere, Glamorgan 32 for no wicket away to Lancashire, and Derbyshire 32 for no wicket at Northampton. So here at Chelmsford, put into bat Essex for once without Harmer. We think he has been granted paternity leave, having probably just received the news that his wife was about to deliver just this morning. Here is the next delivery. It takes Elgar on the pad, a leg by. There was a thought of an appeal there, but only a thought, because it was clearly going to have gone down leg side. And 42 for no wicket.
Yeah, better over at the moment by Bamber, just looking to bowl straight, just slightly short of a length. Hasn't gone searching with a half volley as yet. Change of batter now in Walter. The sun makes a welcome appearance.
Yeah, the clouds are considerably higher now than they were earlier. We are warned that there might be an area around 4 o'clock in the afternoon where there might well be a shower, as Bamber bowls to Walter and drives without timing down to mid-on. I think he was looking to hit that a little bit straighter. He's already got a couple of lovely straight fours, but that one wasn't a particularly elegant shot in the end. Didn't make a nice sound off the bat. And the score remains at 42 for no wicket after 12, with Walter on 21, Elgar on 18.
Yes, and these two building a good partnership. Looks as if Hannon-Dolby is thinking about going around the wicket.
Yep,
he's made a decision that he's going to change the angle, line of delivery from over the wicket to around the wicket to Dean Elgar, trying to tuck him up.
And worth a try, I would say, because having started in the first over looking as if he might take a wicket with any delivery, Essex have played him fairly comfortably in his last 2 or 3 overs.
But once he doesn't bowl too straight or too wide, let's see his first delivery in now and bowls to Elgar, and it's on the money, and all Dean Elgar can do is to defend it back to Anand Dolby, who moves to his left and does the tidying up. So he's just got to ensure he bowls, hits those good areas, don't give him width, because Elgar right now is looking for that wideish delivery, either to cut or drive, and also the full length delivery on the leg stump. So he's got to keep it just on or about middle and off, and just slightly back of a length. Anand Dolby bowls, and that's good delivery and well played by Elgar as he jumps into line and clips it to mid wicket, but he can't score. So another tight delivery. Really straight once more.
Yeah, you feel that the first bowling change can't be too far away now, as this is Anand Dolby's 7th over on the bounce, and Bamber, if he bowls the next over from the gooch end, will be 7 for him. 13th over being bowled.
And Dolby bowls. Elgar has to defend a good delivery. On or about off stump, brings him onto the front foot. And he just plays that one gently out to cover point. And there is no run. The score stays on 42. It's been on 42 for a little while.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Roland, that after 6 overs it was 32, and Essex was singing along, you know, at 5 and over. So Warwickshire have pulled it back well in the subsequent 6 and a bit overs, and only conceding 10 runs.
Yeah, and that's mainly true to Anand Dolby. Apart from that aerial drive for 4 through extra cover, he's been on the money. He's in now to Elgar and bowls, and Elgar's beaten outside the off stump by a ball that moves away from him, gathers good pace and height off the pitch, and initially seeing it slightly short, looking to force it off the back foot, and then ended up just fending at it, and fortunately for him he didn't get an outside edge.
Yeah, that's the first time the ball has palpably beaten the bat in the last few overs. So Warwickshire have certainly put a clamp on the scoring rate without looking quite so much like getting a breakthrough as in the early overs. But that was a fine delivery.
Yeah, Anand Dolby's been good. I think he's summed the pitch up well. In bowls outside the off stump, looking to tempt Elgar, who has no interest in that delivery, not full enough, allows it to go through, just mindful of the fact that could be a little bit of uneven bounce from that length, so not looking to play the expansive drive, just watchfully allowed it to go through to the keeper. And Anand Dolby's done a good job. He's been very accurate. He's posed problems for both of these batters. He's kept it tight, and as you said, he's coming to the end of his 7th. How much more has he got, or how much more should he be given? He's in now to Dean Elgar and bowls, and Elgar drives, handsing him down the ground. There's runs here, the ball's running up towards the boundary. I think the ball could win the races, could it? No, the fielder does really well there. Team effort, that one being chased out towards the long on boundary, and the result of that is that Elgar gets 2. He goes to 18, and the score moves from 42, and that's gone to 44 without loss. Elgar 18 at the end of that over, Walter on 21.
Yeah, Elgar, another nice shot, but not timed as exquisitely as the one from which he did get a straight boundary some 4 or 5 overs ago, and going to see, it is going to be the Australian Corey Rothesay, who replaces Ethan Bamber from the once Hayes close end, nowadays Graham Gooch end. Rothesay, who I haven't seen before, but he will come in around the wicket to Walter.
Yes, a very early introduction for the off spinner.
Just arranging his field, and at the moment it looks like he won't have, oh, he probably will have a slip, because the various discussions going on. Yes, a slip coming in, a back pad, and going to be interesting to see if the off spinner can have any joy here. Comes on early for a spinner, bowls, and the ball's played back to the bowler. I say early, Simon Harmer thinks nothing of coming on when, about 3 or 4 overs have gone on occasion, literally. It's going to be interesting to see how Essex manage without him, because he hasn't been prolific in his wicket taking, but what he does do, he'll get you through 30 odd overs, and the quicker bowlers therefore have a relatively easy time as this ball is played to mid-wicket for no runs, score remaining 44 without loss.
Yeah, he does a dual road for Essex, really. One of wicket taker, but if things are not happening in that department, bowls it very tight.
Yeah, 2 and over usually as Rothesay comes in again. Bowls played back to the bowler by Paul Walter, who has 21, Elgar 18. But Harmer's been such a key element in Essex's success in the last few years from both points of view, both taking wickets and bowling so economically, and thus giving the quicker bowlers much more of rest between spells. This one takes Walter on the pad, drops down to Gianni at forward short leg. There's no run. Here he comes again, Rothesay. Bowls to Walter. Ooh, plays at that, and this is it. It's going to beat everyone and run down for 4 byes, I think these are going to be. Yes, indeed. And score 48 for no wicket in the 15th over.
Yeah, just misdirected that delivery outside the leg stump. Keep on having no chance whatsoever.
Correct myself, 14th over this is. And 48 for no wicket. Essex will be just as pleased at the no wicket as the fact that they've put some good runs on the board, approaching a 50 in the first hour as Rothesay around the wicket, off-break bowler bowls, and that one keeps low, and Walter looks to work it into the offside, and indeed does so, but he certainly had to be a little bit watchful there. Evidence, although we're masked a little bit by the batsman, that there probably was a little bit of turn there. So it was a maiden over for all the fact there were 4 byes in it, and after 14 overs, Essex put into bat a 48 for no wicket.
Yeah, and they'd be quite pleased with the start. 48 without loss. So changing bowling, so Bo Webster will replace Hannon Dolby, who really had a very good spell. I thought he was excellent in testing both of these batters, and now he has a deserved rest after 7 overs. And Bo Webster, who of recent time have been holding that all-rounders position in the Australian team.
Yeah, he's done well. I mean, as you know, he had a spell with Essex in the 50-over competition a couple of years ago, and he's clearly come on leaps and bounds since then.
Yes, decent cricketer. He's sprung the wicket now and bowls, and he beats him with a lovely delivery that just moves off the seam. Elgar looking to force off the back foot. Not in a position to do that as the ball went across him and bounced as well. So good start for Webster.
Yeah, good lift, wasn't there? And immediately, in just one ball, he's... It's not that Hannon Dolby didn't bowl well, but there's just that feeling he's created in that one delivery that he's well capable of taking some wickets here. He's a very useful all-rounder, as you were saying. Got 100 in his last innings for Warwickshire.
Webster is in once more now and bowls to Elgar, and Elgar has to defend again. A good delivery that on target goes across him, and he defends to extra cover. There's no run. Said a week or 2 ago, Webster was trundling in the Caribbean, and now he's at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
So
best of both worlds.
From West Indies to Chelmsford.
Yeah, they get about, these globe-trotting cricketers nowadays. End of this over, we'll welcome Richard Wilmore back to the microphone.
Starts his run in with 12 on his back. Runs away from us now and bowls to Elgar. Elgar cuts and gets 4 over the slips. Just a bit too wide, that delivery from Webster. Elgar, eyes lit up, went after it, got a thick outside edge. It went high over the slip fielders. There's no third man, and the 50 comes up for Essex. And halfway through the 15th over, that ball was short and wide, and Elgar really went after it. So it's 52 without loss.
And I should have said Richard Wilford coming in at midday. My apologies to Richard. He'll join Roland at the end of this over.
Webster, see how he responds to that boundary in now, and balls to Elgar, and Elgar allows that one to go outside the off stump, shaping back at the left hander, just picking up the line and just allowing it to go through again, and good height. So the pitch having some carry in it at the moment, which is good to see, that the medium pace is still getting the ball to go through.
Somerset have now lost the third wicket at Trent Bridge, put into bat 26 for 3 against Notts.
Webster in, bowls to Elgar, and that's a good delivery. Tucks him up once more, and Elgar jumps, and the ball just ends up at mid-wicket, but he had to pull that bottom hand off the bat as the ball jagged back at the left-hander. We've seen that shot a few times today where it's just got no room. He's looking for room, Elgar. He wants that wide half volley, or he wants to cut shot, but Webster on this occasion providing neither. He was just bang on target, back of a length. Square leg goes out to deep square leg. Webster bowls, and that's a good delivery, good pace as well. Well judged by Elgar. Ball goes through to the wicketkeeper, having offered no shot, and at the end of the over, Elgar is on 22. 21 to Walter. The score is 52 without loss. So things going along nicely for Essex at the moment. They'll be quite pleased as Rothesay will continue.
Yes, I was lying. Having got Richard's surname wrong, he's got to do an update for West Midlands Radio before he can join us. He'll join us probably at the end of, or maybe even in the middle of the next over from the Sir Alistair Cook end, because Rothesay is going to get through his over pretty quickly, I would imagine, here. But 52 for no wicket, and Elgar with a streaky 4, but he did the right thing and threw everything, the ball that flew up into the air over the slips to the boundary, as Walter stylishly steers this ball into a gap in the offside infield and picks up the single that takes him along to 22 now, joins Elgar on that number. 53 for no wicket in the 16th.
I will never quite understand the modern game where it comes to an off spinner comes into bowl.
Rothesay, this time to Elgar, plays it to cover, and there's no run. Got a slip and a leg slip now.
But an off spinner comes into attack, and he puts the deep point on the boundary, just offers up the single quite easily.
Comes in again, bowls, and Elgar has played this to backward point, fielded on the dive there. There's no run. Still,
The captains these days, they don't wait until
yeah,
you're hit for a boundary.
Rothesay bowls to Elgar. And ball played towards mid-wicket. There's no run. And of course, if you put the opposition in, you'd like to think you've got to gamble a bit to get wickets.
This is Richard Wilford at Chelmsford, where the Bears have been quite frustrated in this opening hour, having won the toss.
Rothesay bowls again to Elgar. Turns this down to the vacant fine leg boundary. It was very nicely played, actually. All he's done is sort of caress the ball more than hit it. And one of the intriguing things I always think about spin bowling, if you're playing a shot behind the wicket, it's amazing how quickly it rolls all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, and the pace that he bowls at Rothesay, and badly line delivery, that was outside the leg stump. Even though he's got a leg slip, really doesn't really offer the fielder any chance whatsoever. That ball's gone very quickly and into the boundary.
57 for no wicket, 26 to Elgar, and this is a very nice drive indeed. It won't bring him a boundary, but just a single out to that man on the cover boundary. It's 58 for no wicket in 16 overs, I think that is now. Yes, indeed. And now we really will bring Richard Wilford back, and he will join Roland Butcher.
Yeah, an excellent start by Essex. They've had their problems with some odd deliveries beating the bat, but I think in general they've been in pretty much control of what's been happening so far today. It's now 27 to Elgar, and Walter, he is on 22. He's been in the 20s for quite a while. As Elgar now will face Bo Webster. Tall, medium pace bowler as Webster's round the wicket now bowls to Elgar, and Elgar's onto the front foot. Good delivery brings him right out on the front foot. He defends to extra cover, can't score. So he stays on 27. Good afternoon to you, Richard.
Good to see you, Roland. It's great. We bump into each other all sorts of different places over the years, don't we? We had Trent Bridge a couple of years ago, the Oval last season, and now at Chelmsford.
Chelmsford. Now we have made it to Chelmsford.
Exactly. Yeah, always a great atmosphere at Chelmsford. People love the cricket.
Webster really would like to pick a wicket up now as he bowls, and Elgar has to defend a goodish delivery. Game bang on target. It's coming into the left hand. He jumps a little and ends up defending it out to mid-wicket. Can't score. So Webster started his spell after a good opening spell by Hannon Dolby. 7 overs. He really ran in with purpose as Webster will bowl. He's got 2 slips and he's got a gully in to Elgar and bowls. And Elgar waiting for that one, which is length, pulls it. The ball is going up towards the boundary. It shouldn't get there, but in the meantime, really, they should cross for 3 as Hannon Dolby, after his 7 overs, had a long chase out to long on, pulls it up inside the boundary, returned to the keeper, and in the process, the batters, of course, for 3s. It goes to 61, and Elgar goes to 30. That was short. He was onto it pretty quickly. So Walter now comes on strike, so he'll face Webster for the first time.
I don't think there's a lot of merit at Webster's pace dropping the ball short. Unless it's going to stand up like it did there, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just 6 inches too short. Doesn't want to be on the half volley, but he wants to be in that half of the pitch. He bows to Walters, and Walters could leave. That was more the area, but Walter picking up the length, picking up the line quite easily, and judging the bounce of the pitch allows that one to go through to the keeper.
Decent commute this morning, was it for you? Decent commute?
Yeah, it was. M25 wasn't that bad. Probably an hour and a half, maybe.
Okay, that's long enough.
Webster bowls, and this is a good delivery, and it's onto the front foot comes Walter and strokes that off the middle of the bat to a wideish mid-off, but he can't score. He's been kept in check for some time. Walter, I'm sure you'll tell me, but some time ago he had reached 21, and that was a long time ago.
Yeah, they've bowled with good control against him. He naturally wants to get the scoreboard ticking over if he can. He's become a very useful opener, hasn't he, this season?
Webster bowls, and again leaving that one on length. And that's good to see that batters can leave the ball on length in the full knowledge that it's not going to hit the stumps. But that was the final delivery of Webster's over. That's the second over. He's got none for 6, and it's 61 without loss, Essex.
And we're going to see Ed Barnard come in now as the 4th seamer. So those couple of overs of rocket shoulder might have been exploratory. It might even be that he wants a change of end. But we're going to see Barnard, who, if anybody's going to find a little bit of nibble, it will be Ed Barnard, who is a skiddier bowler. Will tend to err on the full length. If he's going to go either way, it would be a bit too full. But he could be the right man for these sort of conditions. This morning, a good sprinkling of crowd around. I know a basketball ring on a house over on the far end of the ground. I feel like that would be a good way to spend the lunch interval. Shooting a few hoops. Be all right, wouldn't it?
If you have the time.
be fun. Although that's a source of pain sometimes to West Indies cricket, the way that basketball has impacted and lured many talented sports people in that direction in the Caribbean, hasn't it, over the last 20 or 30 years? A way of earning a living. As Barnard comes in to bowl round the wicket to Elgar, who immediately flicks him through mid-wicket. Again, it might just hold up, but Rockacholi is giving good chase and should just slide in and get there. And they'll come back for 3 as he gets some help from Zen Malik. 3 more to Elgar. He's 33, 64 without loss. He's getting busier, Elgar.
Yeah, nice piece of timing there by Elgar, just clipping that one to the right of mid-wicket, all along the ground. He seemed to have had some challenges in the middle, whether he's got a slight injury or not, but he's doesn't look as fluent and moving as well as he normally does.
Yeah, it did feel like that little drinks break was to maybe bring on some painkillers of some sort. Barnard now to Walter down the leg side, flicks it, gets nothing on it. And then looks up at the sky, because the last thing you want to do is get strangled down there when you're seeing off the new ball into its 18th over and no wickets down.
Yeah, from a Warwickshire point of view, they wouldn't mind.
Oh, no.
Just to get a wicket.
Oh, you don't care how you take a wicket, as long as you take a wicket. Barnard approaches once more. And Walter is flicking this. Is he just over the head of mid-wicket? There was a bit of risk about that. He'll get 4 on this occasion, just wide of the pavilion. So an expensive over already, with a 3 and a 4, but 68 without loss. That was not too far over the head of mid-wicket, though.
Yeah, it was risky. It was a length delivery, and Walter had no hesitation in picking it up. And once he beat the mid-wicket fielder, and this fast outfield, that was always going to be a boundary, but I think the bowler would have feel that perhaps there was a chance there that he could have clipped that one straight to mid-wicket.
Well, what I would say is that his line has not necessarily been the one he's intended to the 2 left-handers. I don't think he's looking to go pads and leg side. That's where the first 3 balls have gone from Barnard. That's a little bit better on the middle and off line. And it's defended up towards mid-on. And there's no run.
Yeah, Barnard, that is bowling around the wicket, as that's the case in the modern game. As soon as a left-hander comes to the crease, everybody goes around the wicket.
Yeah, but Hannon Dolby waited till his 7th and final over to do it, though, didn't he? He stayed over, but Bamber, Barnard and Webster have all done exactly as you said. Oh, that one then just looks to jag into the pads of Walter. Hits him above the pad on the back leg, so he's rather rueful as he rubs his thigh. He hasn't got a thigh pad on there. Certainly that hit soft tissue.
Yeah, just turned him around, bounced a little. Mid-wicket goes back to deep square leg. I cannot believe that Barnard will try and bowl a bouncer, but here we go.
We'll see whether he does or not. No, it's full, it's driven, and he deflects it and is followed through. No run, end of the over, 68 without loss. Were you over in the Caribbean at all for the West Indies Australia series, Roland?
No, I was here. This was the right place to be. No, I watched it. Not a good time for West Indies at the moment. Just a 3-test loss and now a 5-0 T20 loss.
Yeah.
The alarm bells are ringing.
The thing about the Test series, in that the first couple of tests, you've got to say the bowlers have done pretty well. The bowling attack is really encouraging. The batting, oh dear.
Yeah, the bowlers did really well, but you must also understand that the pitches were, they were good for bowling. That, Australia were bowled out, I think, every time, and West Indies were bowled out every time. So that tells a lot about the conditions. It wasn't just West Indies getting bowled out, and the matches were not. There were not big scores in any of the games.
No.
Webster into Elgar, bowls, and Elgar stroking this one pleasantly onto the front foot. It goes out to extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, they were. The pitches were good for the bowlers. So all the bowlers had a very happy time. Batters didn't have it their way at all. I don't think there was a century scored in the series, was there?
No, I can't imagine there was, no.
A few 50s, but bowlers were generally on top. And obviously we wait for Webster to Elgar bowls, and that's a good delivery, and he has to defend. He's very watchful, Elgar, as he jumps into line, expecting that to bounce a bit more. It didn't, but he kept his eye on it and still defended into the offside. But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, Australia have got a class attack.
Yeah.
And you know, if you've got those type of conditions, much better players are going to struggle against the likes of Webster bowls, and that's pulled and brilliantly caught at mid-wicket. That is a good catch, because that was hit with some power there by Elgar. He picked the length up quickly, smashed it through mid-wicket. It went low and hard, and Webster has done the trick. He's in his third over. He's picked up the wicket of Dean Elgar for 33. An excellent catch there.
Yeah, Zen Malik.
At mid-wicket, that one was hit with tremendous power. Even Elgar was disappointed. He's slowly walking back, and he's thinking to himself, well, the way he hit that should have been 4, but Malik had other thoughts. Came up with an excellent catch, so Webster gets the breakthrough.
He's gone very powerfully at him and very, very low. And he's done incredibly well just to almost get his body out of the way so he could scoop it up below him. Malik, that is really an exceptional catch from the rookie pro, one of the 2 products of the SACA, the South Asian Cricket Programme, playing in this match for the Bears, with Vanchjani making his debut. But Malik, who was one of 2 match-winning centurions against Worcestershire on Friday, played a brilliant innings of 142 as they chased down over 390 for victory. I mean, that is... It's kind of a cheap wicket, but you were saying only 5 minutes ago, if you're Warwickshire, you take any wicket anyway at this point in the day, and that's good timing.
It's very, very good catch, because he didn't have much time to think about it. It came straight off the middle of the bat, and low as well, but he got both hands and held on to it. So I think Warwick should be pleased that they've got the breakthrough. It's been some while in coming, as the new batter is Wesley. So he'll face his first delivery from Webster, and Webster's going to go over the wicket to the right-hander. Surprised he hasn't put in a gully as well. He's just got the 2 slips. I'm sure he'll reinforce the offside with another.
Yeah, it looks like they've got a leg side trap they want for Wesley, though. They've got effectively 2 mid-wickets, one slightly squarer and a mid-on. So
a straightish mid-wicket, and then
so they've got a plan.
Almost like a square leg. He's got a plan, but I would have liked to see the plan to be nick off the outside edge and. But we will wait and see. Webster is not happy at the moment. He's making sure that his deep square leg goes a little bit finer, but he starts his run into Wesley, in now, and bowls outside the off stump. Good pace, good bounce, and Wesley's picking up the line and allowing that one to go gently through to the wicket keeper, as that ball just was short of a length, and Wesley picked the line up nicely. Has a chat with Walter after the dismissal of Dean Elgar, as it's now got 2 deliveries left in this over. Webster 1 for 7 in to Wesley, and bowls, and he's forward to a lengthy delivery. Defends back to the bowler, who immediately fields and tossed the ball to the mid-off, who appears to be the ball polisher. So he's doing the work.
Yeah, skipper Alex Davis doing a lot of that duty.
Yeah.
Ed Barnard does quite a bit when he's fielding at mid-on or mid-off, but he's at short mid-wicket at the moment.
Webster's reached his mark. He's tall man in and bowls, And that's back of a length and nicely played by Wesley. He jumps into line, defends that final delivery of a successful over from Bo Webster. And Webster has figures now 3 overs, 1 made. He's got 1 for 7. And Essex, after an excellent start between Walter and Elgar, loses the wicket of Elgar. They are now 68 for 1.
Roland Butcher, Richard Wilford, Paul Newton, your commentary team this week, courtesy of BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR. Great to have Roland on board. It's just nice to catch up with you, Roland. It's just, it's
when.
No, it's just good. It's just good. It's good news. It puts a smile on my face when you're around. As Ed Barnard begins a new over, bowling to Walter, who dabs it into the leg side. They don't think about a single. As the fielder moves quickly across. So you're a good omen, because I think it was a couple of years ago at Trent Bridge when I had a sort of job interview early in the game, and that worked out okay for me. So you're a good omen. You're a good omen.
Well, I'm only a good omen if it's still working.
I've still got the job. I'll say that. Barnard in to Walter, driving, looks to get it wide of mid-off, but actually that's a well-timed dive by Davis. He just hesitated a moment to make sure that he got it right, and prevented them from getting a run, because that was pretty well timed by Walter.
Yeah, excellent piece of fielding. It was powerfully struck. He had to come from fairly straight, Davis, and because there's a short extra cover, and that was to the extra cover's left, so he had to go around to his right. And good diving stop.
Yeah, already having to get creative with their fielding positions in this morning session, as forward in defence is Webster. Davis was a rather more straightforward piece of fielding, and inevitably at some point we'll talk about the fact this is the final of the 4 rounds of games with the Kookaburra ball, and it is a different game.
I think the bowlers will be glad to see the back of it.
Yeah,
they will be only too happy to see the return of the Duke.
in some areas it's been good. We have seen more spinners used and more effectively around the country, as Webster this time dabs it up towards mid-on. I look at the revitalised performance of Rehan Ahmed in Division 2 last week, when he had 13 wickets. He hadn't bowled a lot this year, but had that opportunity last week and seized it, and as he develops very much as a batter as well. Batting at 3 for Leicestershire regularly as they push towards being back in Division 1 next year, which would be huge for them. So part of the theory is to give spinners an opportunity when the wicket should be hard and dry. Barnard in, just back of a length, and worked very neatly through a straight mid-wicket by Webster, and he's timed that immaculately, and it will go all the way for 4. That's a lovely shot from Walter. He goes to 30, 72 for 1.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. Difficult shot to play as well for a big tall man. He's just really whipped that one off about middle stump. Picked the length right, but the timing was exquisite, because there's a deep square leg out there, and just raced across this outfield. Gets himself another boundary.
Something sweet about a ball that's just struck like that and just keeps going. This is a short ball. He tries to pull and he gets hit, I think, on the shoulder. I think he's got through the shot early there, and it's come off his shoulder and gone out towards point. He turned as if he was apologising to the bowler for what happened there, and maybe Ed Barnard wanted to make sure he was okay, but he's gone through that a bit early. Yeah,
bouncer there by Barnard. Didn't get into the best position, got a little bit too close to it. We couldn't see what part of the body it hit, but it appeared to be around the shoulder. He's a big tall lad. Now rehearsing that post shot. It's always best second time round, as Webster gets the opportunity now to bowl at the new batter Wesley, who's yet to get off the mark, and it's 72 without loss, as Webster, with 2 slips in place, in now, bowls, and that's bringing him onto the front foot, not with any certainty. As it comes off the inner half of the bat, ends up to one of those fielders there just in front of the umpire at square leg. There are 2 fielders in catching positions. There's a short mid-wicket and there's a square leg. They're supported by 2 slips, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and then 2 men out on the leg side, a deep square leg and a fine leg. As Webster approaches the umpire now and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Good length, good line, and well judged by Wesley as he picked that one up quite quickly and allowed the ball to go through to the wicketkeeper.
As much as Essex will be delighted with the session they've had so far, losing just the one wicket having been put into bat, still 35 minutes or so until the interval, and having won the toss, the Bears would accept 3 wickets by lunch. It wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they can pick up another wicket or so, then they would have had a good session, but the pitch has played very well as this delivery is stroked off the back foot quite nicely by Wesley. Short of a length, and he just punched it. Half stopped there by Webster. Big tall man just reached down. And look at Webster against Davies. You get some idea of the stature of those two men. He's a big lad.
3 players in this Warwickshire team, 6'4" or taller.
Yep. He's now running in, and he's parallel now with one of those, Hannon Dolby. In and bowls, and this one is striking him on the legs. Gonna get a leg by here, but going down the leg side clearly. Ball just comes into the right-handed Wesley, who tries to place it off his pad. Ball ends up at backward square, so a leg by to the total.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of merit in that appeal. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
It was angling in, would have missed leg stump. I think as much as anything, appealing as an acknowledgement that it had beaten the bat on the inside.
Yep. 73 for the loss of 1. Yes, that was anywhere near a good shout. It was just a shout for LBW. But Webster gets the chance now to bowl to Walter, and he's going to bowl over the wicket, and I think this is the right thing to do. Try and run it across him in now and bowls, and he's just onto the front foot with a little bit of uncertainty, but the ball comes off the face of the bat, goes to backward point. So there's 2 slip and a gully and a backward point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. That's the field for Webster, who has chosen to attack the left-handed batter from over the wicket. And I think quite often that's, if you can run the ball across the batter. This one is driven powerfully, but a nice tumbling stop there at extra cover. So that was the final delivery of Webster's over. He now has 1 of 7. I think there was a maiden actually.
Yep.
Most amazing over that. Didn't seem to be doing a lot, but just the leg by coming off that over. So the over completed. Another maiden for Webster Essex. They're 73 for 1, 30 to Water, and Wesley, who's going to take straight yet to get off the mark.
Fewest wickets down of any Division 1 game that's underway. Worcestershire against Hampshire hasn't started at New Road because of the weather, but Durham 54 for 2 against Surrey. Second wicket down, Emilio Gay for 14. Sam Curran getting that wicket, caught behind by Ben Folkes. Somerset 50 for 3 against Nottinghamshire, a 3-wicket opening spell from Mohammed Abbas. But James Rue and Tom Abel are starting to rebuild things for Somerset. As Barnard gets the ball to a right-hander now, Wesley, but he's put it into the pads, and Wesley will tuck that away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Just struggled a bit to find his line, Ed Barnard, early on, 77 for 1.
Yeah, a lovely shot to get off the mark, just coming into the pads, and Wesley, it was aerial for a while, but the timing was perfect. So he gets his first runs and his first boundary.
The other D1 game at Scarborough, Sussex 62 for 2. Coles is 28 not out. He's in the first flush of form. Couple of wickets for Jack White restored to the Yorkshire team there. In Division 2, delayed start at Cheltenham, but they are underway now. Middlesex 10 for 1. Robson out for 4. Taylor taking the wicket. As Barnard approaches, 2 slips and a gully in place, and this is clipped towards mid-wicket again, but this time straight to the stooping Rockacholi. And there's no run. Leicestershire scoring runs quickly, as they tend to do. This time at Kent, they're 81 for 1. Budinger was out for 27. Patel and Ahmed have both got 26. But they do look to fly. Glamorgan 64 without loss against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Asa Tribe, the man from the Channel Islands, is 34 not out. Leaves one more championship match, which I'll get to, as Barnard, short of a length, back foot, drive, but not timed from Wesley up towards mid-off. Derbyshire 78 for 1 in the 22nd against Northamptonshire down at up at Wantage Road from here, I suppose. Lewis Rees is 37 not out. And the Professional County Club Select 11 are playing the Pakistan Shaheens in a 3-day game, which is taking place at Hove. And the Pakistan are 52 without loss. Of interest to Bears fans, because Nathan Gilchrist bowled 7 overs for 15 there. He joins the Bears next season. As Barnard, back of a length, is defended up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, much better deliveries apart from that first one. Suddenly Wesley looking quite solid actually. He's getting nicely in behind. He's only got 4, but in this over he's looked quite composed. Still in playing those 2 catching with wickets, 1 straight, 1 slightly squarer.
Well, I suppose his first boundary was through there as well. It was rather fed though, as he defends the ball up towards mid-on. There's 1 more ball left in this over. Paul Newton will be standing by to return very shortly. He's just got to decide who he's going to withdraw from the attack at this point. He's looked up from his laptop now.
From his coffee.
He's got a coffee. I think he was ordering another one of his Hawaiian shirts on the internet.
Well, I would like one of those shirts.
As this is clipped again towards mid-wicket, who's gone out to the boundary for the final ball of the over. They've kind of allowed that single to happen. 78 for 1. Wesley has 5. Walter has 30. And so far it's been Essex's morning, having lost the toss here.
Yes, it has, and I think I will take my leave and go and see if I can find one of those shirts for the afternoon.
It is vivid, the shirt that Paul is wearing today. It's rather splendid. It's like a Caribbean sunset with purple and golden hues, with a little bit of burnished orange and some magnificent yellow flowers either side. It really is a thing of beauty, and it takes a man of a certain elan to carry it off, to be honest with you. And I'm not sure I could. I think the problem is Paul's only half my size. If I wore the same shirt, it would be too broad a canvas. That's my feeling.
Well, they do make them in different sizes, you'd be glad to know.
They do. It'd be a lot of cloth, though, wouldn't it?
It would. Webster comes in, bowls, and not driven where the batsman was intending by Wesley here. Looking at mid-off, it goes down to mid-on, 78 for 1. Yeah, they are excellent shirts, actually. You know, you don't need to iron them.
Oh.
The colours don't run, and they maintain their colours. And, you know, I wear them through the winter, actually, as well, even though you wouldn't know, because it's, you know...
Under a jumper?
Under various layers in the winter, yeah. Webster's in again. Sir Alistair Cook end, and that ball goes through outside off stump. I think he was having a nibble at that, Wesley, and fortunate perhaps not to get the edge. He looks suspiciously at the pitch, comes down, does a bit of gardening.
So I go by the thesis that I don't really need to iron my clothes, which is why I remain resolutely creased.
Well, I'll tell you, if there's one of the domestic chores I can't stand, it's ironing.
Yeah.
Just hate it. I actually enjoy washing up. I don't mind that, but ironing's not for me. Here's Webster in bowls. That's beautifully clipped off the pads by Wesley. Only be a single out to deep square leg. That takes him up to 6, and the score to 79 for 1.
You see, ironing's all right if you've got the cricket on the stream, wasn't it? Or if there's a test match going on.
Yes.
Because you just look up for each delivery.
Yeah. And
you keep going, and you keep your legs fresh, keep moving. And that's okay. So it can be okay. But then if you're watching a more fluid sport like football or basketball, ironing, not so good.
Indeed not. No good for me either way. But Webster coming round the wicket to Paul Walter, the left-hander. 2 slips. Bowls, and that was very nearly caught and bowled. A great attempt by Webster, as it was handsomely driven by Walter, but he didn't totally get over it. Walter got a hand to the ball, which was virtually hitting the ground at the moment he got his hand there. Would have been a tremendous catch if he pulled it off. But Walter escaped 79 for 1.
If anybody is capable in this Bears team of taking that caught and bowled, it would be Bo Webster. I mean, these two will know each other quite well from the Big Bash, when it would be Tall Paul against Big Bo. Because, I mean, Walter has certainly become an absolute cult hero in the Big Bash, hasn't he, over recent seasons?
Yeah, he's a very, very nice chap. As comes in bowls, and the ball's played out into the covers. But when you think that he'd be 6'4" or 5, and the way he got down there, it was a tremendous effort. And of course, the one wicket we have seen was an absolutely brilliant catch by Zen Malik. Elgar absolutely hitting the ball like a tracer bullet, and about an inch off the ground. How he held on to that was first class. As Webster's in, bowls, leg by, as Walter looked to fish that one away down to fine leg, but misses, and 80 for 1. That's the end of the Bo Webster over.
It was like Zen Malik had caught a swallow in flight.
Beautifully put.
He got his he got his body off the ground so he could scoop the ball from underneath him, so nothing could get in the way. It was a terrific job. His main job was to save 4, so to actually claim the catch was exceptional from Malik, who's made a really good impression in his first year as a pro, coming through Saka, getting another opportunity at cricket, and he's really taken that chance. That brilliant 142 last Friday in the victory over Worcestershire, and they chased down almost 400 on that occasion. As Barnard is in to bowl to Walter, dabbed behind square on the leg side for a single. Hannon Dolby will get to the ball first. 81 for 1. I mean, Zen Malik hasn't played all the championship matches, but considering it's his first year as a pro, 442 runs at 49.
Very good.
Two centuries, one of which was on a real flat track, but to score 142 in the 4th innings, chasing 390, you'd take that. His other significant score was an unbeaten 49, but they had to chase one of those awkward totals just below 200 to win at Headingley. So he's played 2 significant match-winning innings in his debut season.
As Barnard comes in from the Graham Gooch end, that goes through outside off stump. There is nothing a county likes more, and nothing supporters like more, than a young player coming through the system, and you just know that they're pretty good straight off.
Yeah, well, the subtle difference with him is that rather than coming through the Warwickshire system, he's come through the South Asian programme.
Yeah.
And to get that opportunity and seize it. I mean, Taz Ali, who played last week, he's 12th man this week. He's been brought through at Warwickshire. Hamza Sheikh, who's playing for the Counties 11 against Pakistan, similarly.
Barnard, Wesley, and Wesley hits it into the ground once it bounces up, and was caught at backward point, and score remaining at 81 for 1.
There was a time that I think it would be fair that you could point a finger at Warwickshire and say they didn't do enough to develop players from their own geographical area. I mean, Essex are one of a number of counties who do a rather better job of it.
Sorry, I think I pinched you over.
You carry on.
Well, you have the next one at this end. Barnard is in. Apologies for that. This goes through outside off stump, and score remaining at 81 for 1.
You can tell when Ed Barnard's bowled a good ball. He has a much more excitable follow through.
Yes.
Because he doesn't slow down quite so quickly, and he veers off.
And he hasn't had quite as good a season as a couple he's had in recent years so far, but he's a terrific cricketer.
Oh, I'd say he's had a great season.
Oh, has he? Sorry,
Yeah,
I've been watching. He's not sort of got hundreds, but
averaging over 50 with a bat.
Oh, wrong again. So this ball is played to mid-wicket, but he is a favourite of mine, and I like the way he's got tremendous competitive spirit and a terrific all-rounder to have in your side.
Yeah, he has more championship runs than any member of the Essex team this year. He's got 707 championship runs, 2 centuries, 3 50s, plus 24 wickets.
Yeah.
And this year he became a mainstay of the T20 side. Got 3 half centuries in the T20. So he's had a very, very good summer so far.
Comes in again and bowls, and Wesley, bit of an inside edge into pad there, rolls out into the offside. One of those aborted appeals But yeah, no, I was just going on the fact, I can't remember if it was last season or the one before, where every time I looked in the paper, he got 100 or taken loads of wickets. And he's a fantastic county cricketer, there's absolutely no doubt about that. And worse people have got a regular place in the England team.
We certainly, from a Warwickshire point of view, regard him as one of the very best players on the county circuit not to have played any international cricket.
Yeah.
I think, given how well he's played, both in the 50-over format in the last couple of years and this year in the T20, he was very unlucky not to be picked up when they added players to the 100 a couple of weeks ago. I think very unfortunate not to be involved in that. I would not be surprised if he does get a call-up once the tournament's underway. But he's also a smart man. He's a good cricket thinker, good brain on him.
Yeah.
And also, and this is true of so many cricketers, Paul, but he's also a cracking lad. He really is a lovely lad.
Yeah. No, it's often the way. Just noticing my esteemed colleague Nick Gledhill has arrived, which pleases me because I'm hoping he can work out for me how to make the new email system work.
It's a lot to live up to, isn't it, esteemed? It's a lot to live up to.
Well, we all esteem each other. And right, finally, over to you.
Webster's going to go round the wicket to Paul Walter now. That'll frustrate Roland. As he bowls a slower ball, and it's a slightly edgy shot that's gone wide of Rocket Shoulder. Is one of the two covers there, but it does go out towards the boundary right at Barnard for a single. But you could see that's the plan they were bowling to, and he nearly obliged Walter. He goes to 32. An unusually calm innings in this second hour. 82 for 1.
Yeah, no, that's well put, because he raced away to start with, got to nearly 20 in no time. Since then, much more sedate progress, but importantly, albeit he's had a couple of slices of luck, he's still there.
Such an enjoyable cricketer, and this niche that he's carved out this season as a successful opener.
Yeah.
Now beyond 600 runs for the season in the Championship. As forward is Wesley in defence, pushes it back to Webster, who's produced a good spell here.
Yeah, during COVID, you may remember we had that rather strangely realigned county championship that only started around about August time. And Essex had a game against Hampshire, but played at Arundel, technically in Sussex. And he announced the Cook Open, they put on 100. And if you'd just been a total newcomer, didn't know which was which, you'd have thought that Paul Walter was the one who was an England player.
This is whipped wristily behind square by Wesley. There's an early call for 2. And the fielder, the slip there, Barnard. I don't think he's done himself a mischief. They come back comfortably for 2 in the end. Takes the score to 86 for 1, potentially, I think. Or was it 84? 84 for 1.
Yeah, I think the point I was making earlier, the tempo Essex scored at Hove was most uncharacteristically extremely brisk, and although they've not been able to run away with it here, there's a definite air I get that they're all out to look to take any chance of scoring runs.
I think it's what we call Kookaburra bonus points, Paul.
Yes.
As Wesley prepares to face, we leaves that, and that was good judgment because it didn't hit the stumps, but it wasn't a million miles away. Webster lifted his right arm in semi-celebration, but it wasn't to be.
I think an even bigger factor, though, Richard, Essex plodded along, getting only just over 200 in a day at York, and ended up losing dismally. And I think they were in the relegation too, going down to Hove. And I think Chris Silverwood will probably have said to them, let's be a bit more positive.
Yeah, well, I think that's wise. Webster, fuller, slower ball, driven through square leg, out to Ed Barnard for a single by Wesley. 85 for 1, he's 9. Did you go up to York?
I did, yes. I very much enjoyed it.
It's a really interesting place to go, isn't it?
Yeah.
People go there in big numbers.
Yeah.
Nice big car park on the rugby ground. And were you on the balcony at Square Leg?
Yes.
Yeah. You get looked after very well there. We probably 3 years ago now had a 50-over game up there, and we were treated very, very well. Particularly after they had a bit of an issue with the catering. Come back to that. It ends well. Webster. Swing and a miss there from Walter through to Kai Smith. That was a rare false shot from Walter. End of the over, 85 for 1. Yeah, they got the timing of the food entirely wrong in the 50-over game. And it wasn't ready during the interval, and we were into the second half of the match. And the Yorkshire press officer, Treve, he came round and brought our food to us as individuals. So that we could eat in between bits of commentary. And then he came round again with our puddings. Now, that is service beyond the call.
It is.
But very welcome.
And I have to say that it was immeasurably more enjoyable an experience than a match played at Headingley, where I once spent an hour just trying to be allowed into the ground and then got locked in on each night because they'd shut the whole place up before I could get back with the interview. Here's a new over from Ed Barnard, Graham Gooch End, a lead from Tom Wesley, no run. Whereas at York, quite apart from the fact, as much as I lived 14 years of my life in Leeds and loved the place, but York obviously is a really stylish place. I went to the Minster and to the National Rail Museum while I was up there, and a really enjoyable stay, but just as you found, very hospitable and a very impressive sporting complex. It is, where Yorkshire play in York, and there's lots of other sports, most notably rugby, playing there, as well as this ball is played by Wesley defensively to mid-off.
Yeah, it's very good, and for anybody who has a propensity for liking a gentle ale, York is a rather good
yes,
city.
Absolutely.
One of my very, very favourite breweries is based there.
And
may well have the word York in the name, but yeah, there are other beers available.
Yeah, and of course you've got a nice bar downstairs in the York Pavilion. Here is Barnard in bowls, and the ball is pushed out into covers for no run again by Wesley, 85 for 1. I really enjoyed it up there. Sadly, Essex didn't. They didn't play very well at all, but credit where it's due. It was a most remarkable turnaround when they took all 24 points from the game at Hove.
It's been a bit like that in Division 1 this season.
It has, yeah.
It's been quite an up and down year. Surrey will probably still emerge, as you said in the first hour, top of it all.
Barnard's in bowls, and that's nicely back cut to the third man boundary, 89 for 1, and Wesley will move up to 13.
If anything dropped a bit short at the sort of pace that Ed Barnard bowls at, he's going to sit up, and it did.
Yeah.
He had time to pick the angle of the shot there and guide it down to third. If Essex get through to lunch just one down, I'll be delighted with their performance this morning.
They will. No, I felt that there'd be at least 3 or 4 down looking at the pitch, but it hasn't actually done all that much in the final analysis so far, as Barnard's in, bowls, and ball just played back past him, but there won't be a run. It's hit very gently by Wesley, and Barnard deliberately left the chore of bending down to pick the ball up to others. He's a proper pro, is Ed Barnard. He knows all the really good players. They don't. It's not that they're lazy, but they don't put in unnecessary effort if others are around who should be doing the job. As Barnard's in, bowls, and this ball's pulled down to long leg for a single. Take the score up to 90 for 1.
It's the simple things in life that make me happy, Paul, honestly.
Me too.
No, it's just seeing that there are at least 2 people sitting on the balconies of the flats up at sort of long on, as we look at it, at the far end of the ground, if you like, or third man, if you want to reverse the field. Albeit on the lower balconies, it'd be nice to see people on the upper ones, where there's an awful lot of plant pots over to the left. I mean, they're growing stuff with some vigour. But I just wonder whether they talk to each other about the cricket, the 2 people who are sat there. There's a wall that splits them, and the one is sort of right over in the corner, and the other one's right in the corner. They're as far apart as they can be on their 2 balconies.
Yes.
I mean, do they get on? I don't know. Or is it the same one? Is it the same balcony that's just got a strut in front of it? All these are questions that I can't answer from here.
No, I don't think we can either. I've never been invited up there, but
I think it must be one balcony, because actually, otherwise you've got to climb in and out the window on the left-hand side as we look.
But if you like your cricket, a nice place to live.
It's always interesting. It's like when you go at Hove and you watch people put their washing out, and sometimes leave it out for more than 2 days. And it's going to be stiff. It's going to be stiff.
I think I'm right in saying not actually those particular balconies, but the ones more square with the wicket away to our left. I think I remember an occasion when Ronnie O'Rani, who was at the time, I think, banned from the ground. I think he hired out one of those flats and watched the game from there. I hope I haven't taken his name in vain, but I think that's right.
Well, it's harmless. Rocky Choli is back. It's a change of end for him. He's now at the Sir Alistair Cook end, and forward looking to push a single is Wesley, but it's cut off at short mid-wicket by a diving Rob Yates, who's got similar hair to Rockacholi. It looked a little bit for a moment like Rockacholi was doing two things at the same time, as he now grazes out the end of his run-up, just makes a stronger mark and comes in with his Alice band on to hold his hair back and floats this up, and this time it's driven past the left hand of Yates, and they'll get a single up towards long on. 91 for one, Wesley to 15.
Yeah, he's made a decent start, Wesley. Again, very much looking to me as if he's bought into what I don't know for sure, but what I take to be, I wasn't down at Hove, but take to be a sort of collective decision by manager and team to be a little bit more positive than they had been. And as you were saying, you've got to think that's the right policy, because if you just go on the defensive, you're asking for trouble.
Rockacholi to Walter off the inner half of the bat. It rolls out towards mid-wicket. Rockacholi in the final game of a 4-match contract, brought in for the Kookaburra phase of the summer. And he's taken 15 wickets in the first 3 matches, including a 6-for and a 5-for. It comes in almost dressage style, bowls it into the pads of Walter, who gets a comfortable single. Alex Davis gives chase through backward square leg. 92 for one.
Yes, I think I remember Michael Vaughan once, when he was commentating, having retired from playing. And England needed about 140 odd to win a game against Pakistan in Dubai, if I remember rightly, or Abu Dhabi. It was one or the other. I'll come back to that after the next delivery.
Rockacholi blows on his fingers, changes the ball from hand to hand, and comes in and floats this up to Wesley, who'll drive again up towards long on for a single. I just wonder whether they need long on back at the moment, whether they should be just giving a single. 93 for one.
And England had made about 40 odd in about 37 overs. And he was asked, what do you make of England's approach?
Wesley to Walter. He pushes that in lower and faster, and it beats cover, forcing shot off the back foot. Hannon Dolby has to sprint down towards the long off boundary, and they'll come through comfortably for 2. So 35 to Wesley, Essex 95 for one, with just under 10 minutes till lunch.
So there in England, having got it down to a further 100 needed, 40 up for no wicket. And what does Vaughan make of the approach? And he said, for me, they're just batting to get out. He said they're completely strokeless, and if they don't sort of be a bit more positive, they could even lose the game, which they duly did. They were bowled out for 70 odd. So I think even when conditions are really difficult and you've got good spinners on, which are never the easiest to get away, but you've still got to look to get what you can.
Well, push singles. That's the key.
Exactly.
Sometimes.
No, absolutely right. Must be gaps somewhere. Barnard begins a new over. Graham Gooch end, and that ball goes through to the keeper without the batsman paying any great amount of attention to it, and the score remains put into bat. Essex 95 for one, as we have about 7 or 8 minutes to go to lunch.
So Alex Davis will be frustrated they haven't managed to take more wickets, but the ball hasn't done a lot. It certainly didn't hoop this morning, did it?
No. Barnard's in bowls. Played back to the bowler, who actually once again leaves it to the mid-on fieldsman to pick up. Wesley, the man on strike. No, I mean, from the first over, which who moved around a lot and utterly bamboozled Dean Elgar, but after that, the ball's done less and less.
You get through the first 8 or 10 overs, you set yourselves up well.
Yeah.
Then Porter and Cook with the first 10 will be interesting.
Quite right, as Barnard bowls and this ball is clipped to mid-wicket. There's no run, and yes, indeed, with these Kookaburra balls, I mean, we know that it's said you better do something with the first 15 or 20 overs or you've had it, and it looks to be all too true. And I think to have to play 4 of the 14 matches with the Kookaburras is at least twice too many. Here is Barnard again. Quite a long run up actually as he bowls, and Wesley all defence here, doubtless with a little bit of an eye on lunch approaching. Plays it safely along the ground to mid-on.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure of the genuine positives of doing it. There have been instances where we've seen more spinners used. We've seen spinners having to bowl a lot of spin on surfaces that aren't going to turn either. We've seen hybrid pitches used with the Kookaburra balls, which is a double negative.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely, good point. Here's Barnard again, bowls to Wesley. Oh, he's beaten by that one, pushing forward nebulously outside off stump. Didn't really wholly commit to the shot anyway, and that could easily have just kissed the edge.
It's that little bit of shape that Ed Barnard does tend to get. It's not too sharp of pace, Barnard, but brisk enough to ask one or two questions, and will bowl very much to a plan. Thinking bowler.
Barnard again, bowls to Wesley, plays it back to the bowler. End of the over, 95 for 1, and just running you very quickly through scores elsewhere in Division 1. Durham choosing to bat 67 for 3 against Surrey at Chester-le-Street. Somerset's put into bat 79 for 3 at Trent Bridge. Still no play at Worcester, and Sussex put into bat 84 for 2 at Scarborough.
Rothesay is going to continue with his 4th over. Been a little bit inconsistent in his first 3. Walter is such a big presence. There's a slip and a leg slip. Short mid-wicket and relatively short cover as well, but this is into the pads of Walter. It's easy runs, and Rothesay looks down at his feet as if to say, no, that's poor. Easy outlet for Walter. He goes to 36, 96 for 1.
Yeah, as you say, that's just a gift. And working the singles, as you implied just a couple of minutes ago, even if runs aren't coming that freely, but it's a get-out clause.
Both of them were pushing singles quite nicely against Rothesay in his last over. This is steered towards mid-wicket. There's a short, straight mid-wicket. He's almost sort of an old-school silly bin on, Rob Yates, where he is at the moment. There's a short leg as well. So they're trying to cut off the single. So Rothesay is in. That's well outside off stump. Offers to turn a little bit from an area of the surface that means it's largely irrelevant. I think it was too full for Wesley to consider a cut shot. He's willing to give it more air to Wesley than he is to Walter, I'll put it that way. Although this one he sends through a little bit more quickly, and it's guided just wide of short leg for a single. I know Rob Yates just warming up. I wonder whether he's going to get a single over before lunch as well, because there should be one more over after this.
Yeah, there will be. Yeah, bowler felt a bit hard done by there, because that was LBW if Wesley missed it, but he is rather adept at playing that particular shot.
Yeah. Rothesay round the wicket to Walter. He's looking to launch him here, and he's got plenty of that. Towards long on and over long on for 6. And Walter has been a bit frustrated in the second hour of the morning. Brings up the Essex 100. He moves into the 40s. And this has been a very good morning after being put into bat for Essex.
Yeah, he doesn't have to put a great deal of effort into hitting that, you know. He's a very strong man, and that was beautifully timed.
Rothesay approaches once more. This time just clips it round the corner, looking for a single. There isn't one there. And the end of the over, so they're not making it easy for Rothesay to settle, that's for sure. And it looks like it might well be that Rob Yates is going to have an over. Has taken 11 championship wickets this season, the opening batter.
Yeah, well worth the experiment, and you know, typically just last over before lunch, but it can pay off. Interestingly, there they brought the man up from deep backward square leg to a conventional square leg, who thus cut off the single. And not to have the man, you know, about 20 yards from the bat was just absolutely gifting a single. Left-handers are always strong off their pads, and so a good move to bring the fieldsman in.
One thing Bears haven't got available at the moment is some proper pace, and that Shay Simmons, who played here last year, has an injury, might well have been in contention this year. Michael Booth, the South African, who started the season in really good form, then picked up an injury that's kept him out. He all qualifies English for next year, which would be interesting, but they would love to have one of those two available with that bit more pace.
So Rob Yates will bowl the last over before lunch from the Graham Gooch end, and this is far too short and pulled away. It's not going to go to the boundary because there's a man at deep backward square leg, but Wesley helps himself to the easiest of singles, 104 for 1, and Wesley goes up to 18.
I think we'll file that one under loosener.
Yeah. He got away with it really, didn't he? It could easily have been a 6 even. So Walter comes into strike on 42, having just hit a 6 off Rothesay. Slip and the leg slip in. Man just being posted at backward point. Umpire not bothering to change sides. He's now standing at point for the left-handed Walter. Yates coming round the wicket. Bowls, and again that's too short. And the easiest of singles out to deep extra. We'll see the left-hander on to 43 and the score to 105 for 1.
Yes, this feels already exploratory, this over from Yates. So they're looking for a bonus here after it's been a tough session for them after winning the toss. Hasn't worked out the way they would have hoped.
Yates bowls, forward comes Wesley. Plays the ball to a shortish mid-wicket, about 15 yards from the bat. No run. Couple of deliveries left, going up to lunch. As Richard leads us to do his 1 o'clock piece for listeners in the Midlands, the West Midlands. Next ball again is a dot ball. So coming up to lunch now, and there will be 30 overs bowled in the session. Reasonable over rate. Essex going along at almost exactly 3.5 and over. Forward comes Wesley, plays it to mid-on, thinks about the single, doesn't take it. In fact, there's still 1 ball left, and we have now forward short leg under the helmet to add to slip, leg slip and short mid-wicket. Yates bowls, and Wesley has worked this ball away down towards the fine leg boundary. A bit of a chase round, will be successful and keep it down to a couple. So 107 for 1, and that I think is going to be it for the morning session here. 107 for 1 in 30 overs. Walter on 43, Wesley on 20, and the only man to go was Dean Elgar, quite brilliantly caught for 33. He left in a state of high dudgeon because he basically murdered a short delivery but failed to get over the ball, and Zen Malik took an unbelievable catch, and that was when the score was 68 for 1. So these two now have added a further 39 fairly comfortably. 107 for 1 put into bat at lunch are Essex. And we shall be back at 1:40, and Roland Butcher will join myself, Paul Newton, then. Thanks very much to Richard Wilford. Always a pleasure to welcome Richard to the ground here. I will just be hanging on to do an update into the BBC Essex 1 o'clock news.
And resuming the Essex Cities after lunch. Paul Walter and Tom Wesley.
Well, welcome back to listeners to Essex v Warwickshire. I'm Paul Newton, with me Roland Butcher, and joining us at 10 minutes past 2, Richard Wilford, and it looks as if Hannah Dalby is going to be entrusted with the first over after lunch, with Essex put into bat, having very much the better of the morning on 107 for 1. Paul Walter batting throughout the session for 43, Wesley 20. They put on 39, the one man to go, Dean Elgar, brilliantly caught at mid-wicket by Zen Malik from a full-blooded pull. Ball about an inch off the ground, magnificent catch, and that was off Bo Webster, the only wicket to fall. So Essex's morning, I think, Roland?
Yeah, good afternoon, and most definitely I think Essex obviously being put in the bat, and greenish looking pitch, but even though the bowling was pretty good, they bowled well. Hannah Dalby will start proceedings after in bowls to Walter, and that's short of a length and not much pace, but he gets nicely in behind it, defends it on the onside. The ball ends up at mid-on. It's on 40 Walter. Batted quite fluently for a while, then got stuck in the early 20s. He was on 22 for a very long time. Got a couple of boundaries before lunch just to get him up into some sort of rhythm. As Hannah Dalby bowls outside the off stump. That one keeps a little bit low and just allowed to go through outside the off stump. Still continuing with those two fielders short on the offside. It's probably the second cover fielders come a little bit closer now to the extra cover fielders, so they're quite tight. And they're probably about 15 metres away from the bat, the two of them. There was a lofted drive that went through there before. It went firmly and went for 4, but Hannah Dalby is in and bowls outside the off stump, and it's crapped away off the back foot, but he's only going to get a single because the fielder is strategically placed out on the point boundary, allowed to get the simple single, so he goes now to 44. Walter?
Yeah, nice shot from Walter there, only ever going to be the single, as you say, but he will be delighted with his contribution so far. He's does just tend to get out when you think, oh, if you didn't really need to play at such and such a delivery, you could have been getting yourself 100. So he has got 100 this season, but I think he'd like to get another one here.
Yeah, I think was that at the Oval?
It was indeed, yes,
yeah,
and that was particularly good 100, yeah.
Yes, I was there. I saw it, he played well. Hannah Dalby to Wesley, bowls, and Wesley drives, lovely shot. And a tumbling stop there from wide-ish mid-on, moving to his right. The ball was stroked beautifully along the ground, but he's only going to get a single. Going to dive away to his right there at mid-on.
Yeah, I think he got, I wasn't actually at the over, but I think he got 118 and was dismissed shortly before the close. And I think there was a certain amount of controversy about the decision to give him out on that occasion, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, what I can remember is that he did bat very well, actually. Batted very well. I think we remarked his style of batting was with weight, as Hannah Dalby is in now bowls, and that's driven firmly. It's half stopped by one of those fielders there at that shortish extra cover. He's wringing his hands because that was well struck. And yeah, in that game we had a good look at his game, then we thought he had traits of between a Chris Broad and Matthew Hayden.
Yes.
It was a sort of what we gleaned from his performance. Even before he scored any runs, his setup and everything. He waits as Hannon Dolby is in now and bowls and is driving all along the ground out to deep point. He's only going to get a single, but what he will do is he will maintain the strike. That was the final delivery of the first over after lunch by Hannon Dolby. He goes to 45, and at the end of that over, Essex 110 for 1.
So 3 runs off the over, but for that very good stop actually at the straighter of the 2 cover fieldsmen, it would have been a boundary. In the end, they did get 1 from it, but you probably hear the sound in the background of train rolling through Chelmsford Station. It's very close to us here, and particularly when the wind's in the right direction. And it's going to be Ethan Bamber who bowled the first 7 overs from the from the Graham Gooch end this morning, who's going to be trusted with the post-lunch bowling from that end. Initially to Walter. 2 slips. And Bamber on his way. Very busy approach indeed. Gives it everything he's got. Bowls, and this ball not out of the middle of Paul Walter's bat, goes to backward point, and there is no run.
Yeah, good first delivery, bringing him onto the front foot. Ball just running off the face of the bat, all along the ground. So that backward point. Man, as was the case fairly early in proceedings in the morning session, posted on the cover boundary. Bamber's in again to bowl to Walter. Walter drives handsomely. He has played the drives brilliantly today, but straight to the man at deep mid-off. And the irony would be, had he taken the weight off the shot, they might have been able to sneak a single there, but it went like a rocket, and no point in taking a run at all. Walter settles over his bat again. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. The closer fielders takes Walter on the pad to get a leg by, and that takes the score along to 111 for 1. Nelson on the board, for those of you who believe in these things. So, bit of bat involved.
Oh, it was a run to Walter, was it? So he goes up to 46. Bamber to bowl for the first time all day, actually, to Tom Wesley, because of course when Bamber bowled his 7 overs earlier in proceedings, the opening partnership was still in operation. Bamber to Wesley. Wesley flicks this ball into the onside. They will take a run. Should really have been fielded there. They've been pretty decent, the Warwickshire fielding, but on that occasion that was one that got away, as the fielder seemed to have got down to it and seemed to have stopped it, but it somehow got under his hand, and they were able to cross over again. 112 for 1.
Yeah, he just dived it perhaps a little bit early, and the ball ended up bubbling off his hand.
Walter surveys the field. Man just being Hannon Dolby, moved round a little bit to long leg from fine leg. Bamber bowls round the wicket to the left-hander, and Walter didn't know anything at all about that really. He was looking to push it straight, and instead it ends up more or less square with the wicket on the onside, and a thick inside edge, and the ball not particularly adroitly fed back through the field, as has to be retrieved from near the far boundary, but the ball's dead, so it's academic. 112 for 1. We've now got conventional first slip, but the other slip is very much more at third slip, almost begging the ball to go through the gap. Doesn't though, as Walter flicks it to mid-on, and they have to get their skates on a bit to complete a quickish single. 113 for 1 at the end of that over. Wesley has 22 and Walter 47.
Yes, and Walter will maintain the strike. Just easing that ball into the onside, running hard for the first run. He goes to 47. Essex making steady progress after surviving the morning session.
Yeah, they'll be looking for more of the same, I suspect, Roland, and but I think they will bear in mind that what works so well at home, namely getting a bit more of a move on than they have been doing, would be desirable, because you'd have to suspect the game is probably going to finish in a draw from what we've seen so far. The pitch doesn't appear to be doing anything much, and it's the Kookaburra balls, so you want to pick up every batting point you can.
And Dorby bowls, and that's a lovely shot. Flicked off the pads, should be 2 runs here by Walter. That goes out to deep mid wicket. Square leg has to come around, return to the keeper. So he moves to 49 with that shot, just clipping it in front of square on the onside as the sun emerges from behind the clouds. And Dolby bowling round the wicket. He's got a first slip and a third slip and 2 short extra covers. In now and bowls. And that should be it. A lovely shot to get to his 50 by Walters, who will bring in 4, I think. A valiant effort there by the fielder out on the cover point. I think he's signalling 4 actually. Is he? Yes, it's 4. The fielder made an effort, but the ball was always winning the race. So 50 to Walter. It's a very good one as well. He has looked in good touch, and I surely must be his mascot, because first time I saw him at the Oval, 100. Now he's followed us up with a 50. So
yeah, you can come again.
Maybe he needs to take me around
yes,
with him around the country, but. No, very good innings. Alan Dolby once more. He's now got 3 catches extra cover. Bowls, and that's worked off the hip down to long leg by the big tall Walter. Gets an easy single as that one just deflected on the onside.
Yeah, so impressive has been the cover driving of Paul Walter today, that we have this unusual sight of 3 short extras there just in case he doesn't quite get over a ball. There might be a Zen Malik-like catch. He caught Dean Elgar from a full-blooded pull into the leg side, but Walter is smacking this ball every bit as hard through the offside, and you wouldn't be too sure, even with 3 men in that area of the infield, that they'd be able to stop a similar shot.
Now they've got 2 short mid wickets to Wesley. Helen Dolby bowls outside the off stump. Good delivery, well judged by Wesley, picking the line up, allowing that one to go through. Nice height to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, it's a very understandable tactic to have 2 mid wickets for Tom Wesley, because back in the day he was frequently caught in that area. It spelt the end of his brief Test career against South Africa, because they sussed that weakness and he kept getting out there. But for the record, he very rarely gets caught in that direction nowadays.
He waits for Hannon Dolby, who's in and bowls, and he's forward right out onto the front foot, head over the ball and defends it solidly up to mid-off. Can't score. He stays on 22. It's 120 for 1. And Walter completing his 50. He's now on 54 and batted really well. This partnership developing nicely after the fall of Bruce Edgar. Sorry.
Yeah, they've put on 52, I think, now.
Alan Dolby in. Bowls, and Wesley allows that one. He initially going onto the back foot as he was going to pay that punch or cut, and then at the last minute just watched it safely through to the keeper. So the over completed. At the end of that over, Essex continuing where they left off at the luncheon interval. They now moved down to 120 for the loss of 1.
Yes, I hadn't just realised when Walter hit that ball that went for 4 that was the 50 partnership, but there was quite a delay actually before Tom Lungley, the umpire at the Sir Alistair Cook end, signalled it. And I think the fieldsman almost managed to stop it going over, but eventually acknowledged that it had done so. Walter, meanwhile, will face the start of a new over from Ethan Bamber from the Graham Gooch end. Bowls, and Walter almost nonchalantly, you almost feel he could have played that with a blindfold on. Just stretches forward, plays through the line, and hits it to mid-off. He does play with a lovely straight bat, Paul Walter, when he's on the drive. Score remaining 120 for 1.
Yeah, he's certainly enjoying this pitch, enjoying this ball.
The ball's come onto the bat quite nicely here. As the next delivery, well fielded to his own bowling by Ethan Bamber, which will tell you Paul Walter played it back pretty straight. But you do get some puddingy pitches where it's actually difficult to time the ball, but that wouldn't be a fair comment on this pitch. Walter has had no problem with timing it whatsoever.
Yeah, I think the greenness of the pitch really has helped the stroke play of the batters, because it's allowed the ball to come off the pitch quite nicely.
Bamber bowls again to Walter, and a checked push forward there ends up in the hands of the bowler. Played into the ground, let it be said. 120 for 1. We've still got this strange arrangement in the slips of I suppose a wider than usual first slip, but then no second slip at all, but a third slip.
Yeah, obviously try to cover as much ground as possible without committing 3 fielders in that position.
Bamber on his way to Walter, and well left by Paul Walter outside off stump. 1 or 2 anguish cries as if it was nearly hitting the stumps, but it wasn't. There was a foot of daylight there, and no change to the score. Elgar, the one man to go this morning, nobody more surprised than he. A stupendous catch from Zen Malik, an inch off the ground at mid-wicket from a full-blooded pull. And a classic example of how it's not the best delivery that necessarily takes the wicket. As Bamber is in, bowls to Walter. Walter plays it through mid-wicket, and that's going to go most of the way to the boundary. I don't think he'll reach it. 2 runs are certain to probably settle for that, or will they come? Yes, they're going to come back for a third. So 3 more to the tall left-hander. Takes him to 57, and the score to 123 for 1.
Yeah, he plays well in that area when the ball is just short of a length around the hip area on the leg side. He's a big, tall man.
I think
so it gets on top of it, just clips it.
I think it profits him. In one sense, the fielding side are sort of worried about his driving through the offside, but then if they stray onto Midland leg, he can just tuck it away very neatly, as he did then. As Bamber's in, bowls to Wesley. Wesley, I don't think he was playing at that. He shaped as if he might do, but didn't. Goes through to the wicket-keeper. Decent delivery to end the over, with Essex 107 for 1 at lunch, moving on fairly comfortably to 123 for 1. 57 Paul Walter place, 22 Tom Wesley.
$127 for 1.
123 for 1.
123, yeah, scoreboard. You said it's a new scoreboard. I think they need to lighten those, still in black and white, while the players are in yellow, as Hannah Dolby bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it brings him right forward. Walter head over that delivery as he just makes the connection right with his head over the ball, defends it into the offside. We said there are two fielders short at extra cover, and now they've added a third, but he's between the 2 of those and probably 20 meters deeper, so
sort of sweeper.
Yeah, a in sweeper. Very peculiar field position, and that's a loose shot there by Walter. Just an airy-fairy drive outside the off stump. The length wasn't there really. He just wafted at that delivery. Fortunately for him, he didn't get an edge.
No, it was as though his mentality was, I'm damned if I'm going to let this new arrangement in the offside field stop me playing the shot. I'll back myself still to crack it to the boundary. But he didn't have the head over the ball at all. It was head in the air, sort of swish at it, and lucky he didn't just edge it.
The length, it wasn't full enough as
No.
this delivery now is outside the off stump, similarly to the one before, but on this occasion he remains quite watchful and coming onto the front foot, but then realizing the ball is too wide of the off stump, just raises the bat and allow it to go through to the keeper. No problem there at all with that delivery, similarly to the previous one. The only difference was the execution of the shot. One was a leave alone and the other was an expansive drive. I'm just trying to force the issue as he waits for Hannon Dolby. He is in, bowls, and that's beautifully played off the front foot. This time he allowing the ball to come to him. It wasn't a big booming drive. Made a nice sound off the bat as he just simply push drive that one. He goes all the way out to the point boundary. Return comes in, so he gets a single.
Yeah, as you rightly say, the difference there was he waited for the ball to come onto the bat. A much better policy than the one where he could easily have given his wicket away earlier in the over.
So the right-handed Wesley will face is just one slip as Hannon Dolby bowls and Wesley's forward, not confidently, comes off the inner half of the bat, eventually makes his way to mid-wicket, and the two mid-wickets in that position, the square of the two, came forward to do the fielding. So this partnership now reaping some good rewards as the sun again makes an appearance. When it does, it's a much nicer day. As the spectators in front of me, most of them are wearing hats, as Hannon Dolby bowls to Wesley and outside the off stump length, and Wesley says nope, I'm not going to play at that delivery, allows it to go through to the keeper. He stays on 22 to score 124 for the loss of one.
Next cab off the rank will be Jordan Cox, batting at number 4 for Essex. Scored a terrific 100 down at Hove last week, 132 I think it was, and he's had a strange season. It started really well, but in reaching his 100, or attempting to reach his 100, I think he was on 98 at the time, down at Taunton in match 5, he ripped his side. I think perhaps it was match 4 rather than 5, and was out for about 6 weeks. When he came back, he wasn't in the same sort of touch at all, but recently he's played a magnificent one-day innings that won Essex a game here against Hampshire, as the next delivery is bowled to Walter from Bamber from the Graham Gooch end, and it's just played back to the bowler. No change to the score. Yes, he got a magnificent one-day 100 and followed it with a championship 100. And the beauty of, from an Essex point of view is with Cox, he scores at a distinctly quick tempo, and I think that was more than any other single factor what put them right on top in the match at Hove. So Bamber to bowl to Walter. Walter again contents himself with dropping a dead bat on the ball, returning it whence it came, and he remains on 58 in a score of 124 for 1, and we're in the 36th over.
Yes, the pitch is certainly flattened out nicely.
Effectively, Essex going along at the high 3s and over. Here's the next delivery to Walter. Again, digs out another straight ball. Bamber, to his credit, has kept a good line in this over so far. And the last 3 deliveries have all been sent back to the bowler.
I think Bamber's fully aware that he can't be too full to Walter, who's a good driver. The ball likes to play that shot. He's just pulling the length back and keeping it nice and tight, not allowing him to extend his arms.
Here he comes again, Bamber, ready to bowl to Walter, who's a little bit edgily, played it down to backward point, all along the ground, 124 for 1. Richard Wilford, I should say, will be joining us again at 10 past 2. I will make way for him, and at the moment, Warwickshire just struggling to find a way to get a second wicket here. Bamber bowls to Walter. Well, nearly got one there. A very loose shot from Walter outside off stump. And fortunately for him, it passes harmlessly in the end through to the keeper.
Yeah, that delivery just a little bit too close for that back foot shot. So gets away with it.
Yeah, if you've had a big bet on Surrey to land a fourth title in a row, you won't be distressed to hear that Durham have collapsed to 92 for 6 at Chester Street. They decided to bat and probably regret it now as Bamber's in. Bowls to Walter, single down to deep mid-wicket. And that sees the over end on 125 for 1. Walter up to 59. But Durham, as we were saying earlier in the morning session, they really are on a bad run at the moment. And if I had to predict now who would go down with Worcestershire come the end of the season, I'm afraid Durham would be the one, because I think Yorkshire are actually playing quite well and showing some good resilience and spirit. They certainly tidied Essex away up at York, and I think Essex, having had that confidence restoring win last week, have got enough good resources to make sure they don't get relegated.
So Warwickshire striving to get the second wicket. Now he elects to go for a 7-2 offside field.
Hannon Dolby, sorry, over to you.
Hannon Dolby bowls and beats him. It's the first genuine delivery that he's played at and missed. And that was beautifully bowled, just touching down outside the off stump. He's on the front foot. Just bunks in nicely through to the keeper. Didn't get an edge, so moral victory for Hannon Dolby.
I think Walter just showing signs of being a bit fidgety in the last 5 minutes or so. I think he could do with retrenching a little bit.
Hannon Dolby is in and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Just shaped away again from the left-handed batter. Walter off the pitch, makes the adjustment. Ball goes out on the offside.
Elsewhere in the top of the table clash, second against third, Somerset have made a good recovery from being 2 down straight away. They're 124 for 3 at Trent Bridge, having been put into bat.
And Dolby round the wicket, right arm, bowls. And that's worked neatly into the onside by Walter. Just coming into his stump, ball a little bit too straight. And just with a natural movement into the left hander, just works it through the vacant square leg position, picks up a single.
And no play before lunch at Worcester, but they have got going now. And Hampshire are 25 for no wicket after 6 overs. And Sussex, put into bat at Scarborough, are 100 for 3.
To the right-handed Wesley, he will go over the wicket. And Dolby bowls. Wesley driving, looking to drive that more towards mid-off, but the ball didn't keep the shape well enough, and it ended up tagging it towards mid-on as the ball slanted from that length into the right-handed batter. But he was really aiming down the ground on the offside.
Just checking, and that toss was won by Worcester at the game at Worcester, and they put Hampshire into bat, 25 for no wicket.
And Dolby bowls, and he has to defend. A good delivery again by Wesley, initially looking as if he's going to drive, but then quite sensibly just held the shot back, held the shape, and defended the ball on the onside of the pitch, up to it on, and there is no run.
In Division 2, the toils of Kent, bottom of Division 2, continue. They put Leicester into bat, and the current Division 2 leaders have raced to 150 for 1. And
Dolby bowls, and Wesley has to defend. Another good delivery. So end of a fine over there by Anand Dolby, just keeping the batters in check without being threatening. And 60 now to Walter and 22 to Wesley.
Just bring Richard Wilford in right now.
So Richard will come back into the commentary position. 126 for 1, 60 to Walter, 22 to Wesley. I'll do this first ball before Richard takes his seat, as Bamba's round the wicket and balls, and that one's worked off the hip on the front foot by Walter, just nudging it out to deep square leg, so he gets an easy single. And with that moves to 61, so 127 for 1, brings Wesley, who's on 22. He will take strike. Good afternoon to you, Richard.
Afternoon. Do you think we'll ever see another wicket?
Well,
Doesn't look close, does it?
You may be right. Of course, both of these batters look very, very comfortable at the crease.
There's not a lot going on, is there? The ball's not doing an awful lot. Ethan Bamber comes into bowl to Wesley, who drives through point. Rockacholi on the chase. Should be able to gather that, and they'll come back for 2 more. Wesley to 24, 129 for 1. It's very. I mean, we were quite wary of it before playing, that you see this very green surface, but it doesn't necessarily. The colour alone doesn't tell you the story about how it's going to play, and it's been blameless. It's been flat. It's not really offered anything for the spinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's very typical of what I've seen here of late. Pitch looks the same, and plays well. I've been impressed with the pacing.
Next delivery clipped through mid-wicket. There is a boundary fielder there, but it's nicely timed by Wesley. They'll come through for 2 more. He's 26, 131 for 1. It's all very comfortable out there at the moment, and Alex Davis won't stop trying to come up with a plan, but he also needs his bowlers to back up that plan. And you know, they're a bit short in terms of how they bowl. They haven't quite got it right. They haven't quite been at the top of their game. But there hasn't been a lot to encourage them in terms of atmosphere and surface, has there?
Not at all. It's been very much a batting day.
Bamber just back of a length, and that does swing after it's past the stumps, and Kai Smith ends up taking it quite a long way down the leg side. The youngster had a couple of good knocks against Worcestershire last week, when there was a slight danger that they were losing wickets on the chase for 390 odd. He came in and smacked more than 40 at better than a run a ball to see them over the line, which was the right way to finish it. They ended up finishing it with just under 15 overs to go. That's twice they've chased 340 plus this year to win games, as this is driven beautifully wide of mid-off, and that'll just be a fetching exercise for Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Good placement from Wesley, and this has been a very productive over for him. He moves up to 30, 135 for 1.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot there by Wesley. Nicely weighted drive as he just eased into that. And that was more about timing and placement than anything else. He got both of those right, and the result was a boundary.
And it's almost inevitable that you want your seamers to try and get it up to length, hope to get a little bit of movement, but that means that there will be the odd half volley. That was dispatched nicely by Wesley, who now off the back foot is trying to force it past Hannon-Dolby at mid-off, but he moves to his left of field. End of the over. And is Hannon-Dolby going to continue? Looks like he might be for 1 more, but I think it won't be too long before Alex Davis has to think about a little bit of variety again and finding some way to put pressure on. I mean, the one thing is to try and starve them of runs a little bit. But you've got to find bowlers who can bowl to that plan as well.
Yeah, most definitely. So, it's been a difficult day for the bowlers. As we said, it's been a green surface, but really not a lot of encouragement. A few balls have gone past the bat, but I think generally the batters have looked very much in control, as Hannon-Dolby bowls, and it's worked from off the leg out to deep square leg. He's looking for one. He's coming back for two. Yes, and he will get two. That's excellent running there by Walter. He knew what he was doing. He just nudged it forward of the square leg umpire. There's a deep square leg. He had some serious ground to cover, which he did very well, but could not prevent the hard running of these two batters for two.
He made his mind up nice and early there, didn't he? And it's surprising how many runs you get if you do absolutely set off determined to get back.
And Dobby bowls, and that's a slow delivery, and it's well watched by Walter. Not to be deceived, he just comes, waits for it on the front foot, and defends it out on the offside. One of those fielders from extra cover comes and does the fielding. As we said, there are three extra covers, two catching, and then there's a gap between those two. 20 meters beyond that, you'll find the third one. Quite a peculiar field setting as Hannon Derby bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. And this pitch moves away, bounced at the same time. And it surprised the left-handed Walter because he was just getting into a position to smack it off the back foot. And the ball just moved sharply off the seam and through to the keeper.
Just with that extra height that he's got occasionally, Haddon Dolby has got the ball to carry a bit more. He perhaps hasn't got his line right as often as he'd like.
And that delivery is defended back along the pitch, and there is no run. He stays on 63, Walter. Just consolidating. He's probably got in the back of his mind that if he just keeps batting, there's a century for the taking. They've thrown everything they can at him at the moment. They've tried all. They've tried pace, they've tried spin, and he succumbed to none as Hannon Derby is in bowls and he's driving. He doesn't quite time that one. He tugs it from the offside. He was driving through the offside. It ends up at mid-on. But again, out on the front foot, trusting the pitch and playing a little bit away from his body. But because of the nature of this pitch, didn't make a huge mistake, but he stays on strike. He waits as Hannon Derby with the final delivery of his 12th over bowls, and that's stroked through the offside and is well stopped by the straighter of those two extra covers. That certainly would have beaten the third one and gone for four, but got a nice bounce, knocked it down, and that was the final delivery of Hannon Derby's over. Now he's just completed another. He's been very good today in terms of his line and length, occasionally getting the odd ball to go past the bat, but I think generally they've relied on him to keep things quiet.
Sharp piece of fielding that by Dan Mosley, who'd been complaining a little bit about a sore shoulder during the course of that over. He took it up at shoulder height and he was okay. Still they persist. 8th over this will be after tea. Ethan Bamber to continue, driven wide of Mosley, and no timing on it, so Davis can scamper around from mid-on and they'll take a single. 138 for one. Cloud cover is pretty high. There are one or two grey clouds. There is, as Paul has been suggesting, there's a slight chance, but a very slight chance of a shower later today. A couple of showers potentially around tomorrow. Thursday and Friday we need the forecast to improve a bit. But yeah, I think as a country we're probably slightly overdue the thunderstorms that have never quite emerged this summer. As Walter stands tall to defend the ball out into the offside that Bamber delivers just outside off stump. Then waves that he wants a pair of fresh gloves.
Unlike you, Richard, you keep those thunderstorms to the winter time.
Yeah, in an ideal world, although Most of our gardens would like to suck up some water, wouldn't they?
Let them wait.
At the moment,
let
the
them wait
parks.
till November.
The groundsmen around the grounds would like some help with their outfields as well. Bamber sprints in once more, back of a length, guided towards mid-on. He was trying to go more mid-wicket there, but the ball came onto him a bit quickly. And Hannon Dolby does the fielding. Pavilion nice and busy, so too the little, I'll call it a temporary stand, it's always there, but it's a temporary looking stand next to it. The woodland stand. And then there's the little scoreboard. It just has the score, the two batters and the bowling figures, and a little line with the overs at the bottom. As this one keeps a bit low outside off stump. Good line from Bamber, and Walter just leans on his bat, but a little hint of uneven bounce about that.
Yeah, I think that was more the line that did him. He's rugged the wicket, and that one stayed outside the off stump instead of coming back at him. So played slightly inside the line, but kept a bit low. Didn't race through it, but it seems to be more bunks from this end, particularly when Hannon Dolby's bowling. But obviously he's a much taller figure.
Bamber signed from Middlesex in the last off-season. Back of a length, defended up towards mid-off by Walter. Oh, it occurs to me, see, I totally forgot. There's been a lot going on at home in the last week. It's been very busy. Being attacked from all sides with things that need doing. But when I saw you at the Oval last year, I was kicking myself for not bringing your book with me. From long ago, the book that you wrote with, was it Bridget Lawrence? Was your writer with you? It's kind of, I loved part of growing up loving cricket was reading books like that and all the things that you went through as players. As Walter comes forward in defence, plays out the final ball of the over defensively, 138 for 1. It was a good tale that you told in that book.
Oh, yeah, well, you'll have to get the new one, Richard.
You got a new book out.
Oh, you're not aware? Yes, I mean it certainly have.
Is this autobiographical or is it a coaching book? Or
No, it's autobiography.
excellent. Phase 2.
think,
Does it pick up where the last one left off?
Yeah, and then go into more detail beforehand, but certainly since. The one you read would have gone up to 89,
Yeah.
maybe even 88, because it was published in 89. So, yeah, it's picked up the pieces from there, and
How long's that been out?
middle of May.
Oh, well, look at this. So I didn't know, and now we've given a little plug. Right, what's it called?
Breaking Barriers, Barbados to England and back.
Breaking Barriers, Barbados to England and back. And then back again, and then back again, and in between the two, because who wouldn't like to do that? Oh, well, I'm going to have to go and pick that up now. It's a bit different now that I know you. You know what I mean? Dan Moses had a little bit of treatment on that right shoulder that's bothering him in between overs.
So Westy gets ready to face Hannon Dolby, who's going to bowl over the wicket. Just one slip behind the stumps as this delivery is short and outside the off stump. Westy not to be tempted by that short pitch delivery, just has a good look at it and he elects to leave it alone. It goes through to the keeper. Wesley on 31 is pretty solid from the moment he came in after the fall of Dean Elgar's wicket. He's provided a good support for Walter, who was in excellent form to start with. His waits Wesley on 31 as Hannon Dolby in and bowls. Oh my word, that's a surprise delivery because it was a lengthish delivery, but it leapt off the pitch. I think Hannon Dolby's got more bounce out of this pitch than anyone else. He's a big tall man, so he bowls from pretty high as well.
Yeah.
You would expect that he would get some bounce, but I think what you can say about his performance to date is that he has been very good. He's been consistent and he's bowled a lot of heart. He's in once more now to Wesley and bowls and brings Wesley onto the front foot by another good delivery, which just comes gently into the right-handed batter who defends into the offside.
So did you get a writer on board to help you with this one?
Well, I had a co-author in Dr. Sasha Sutherland, who was one of my students at university.
Yeah.
She wrote it. She did a magnificent job, actually, and it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah. Uncovering memories.
And Dolby bowls. Wesley driving and loses the shape there. A bit casual on that drive because he's looking to push up towards mid-off to the right of extra cover. Ends up just losing the shape. Bottom hand comes into play and just pulls the ball from off the leg. It goes to one of those short mid-wicket fielders. There's two of them there. One traditional mid-wicket, the other one just sort of 7-8 meters in front of square leg, both in catching positions. As we wait for Hannon Dolby, who in no bowls to Wesley. Wesley drives, that's a much better shot. It was straight down the ground. Hannon Dolby sticks that big boot out, but all he does is deflects it past the mid-on, who was running around to cover. Behind Hannon Dolby and got wrong-footed.
Sent it the wrong way.
It is, definitely. He was running to his left and Hannon Dolby deflected it to his right, but not far enough that the batter could get a second run. He regained his composure, moved to the round, picked up the ball, so that restricts the batters to a single. So Wesley goes to 32, brings Walter on straight. The field changes also for the left-hander, and of course Hannon Dolby, he also changes from over the wicket to around the wicket. He's in now with slip bowls, and this one is worked easily into the onside by Walter, just picking that one off and working it past square leg. Goes out to the fielder coming in from the square leg boundary, gets a single and will maintain the strike. He moves to 64, score 140 for one.
I'll see some more spin now. Corey Rockacholi is going to come back in. As the Bears look for a breakthrough. This partnership now is worth 72, so it's outstripped the 68 that were put on for the first wicket before Dean Elgar holed out for 33. Brilliant catch by Zen Malik, but that's the only highlight that the Bears have had today, as Taz Ali, the 12th man, comes on with a helmet for Kai Smith to put on. For a moment I thought he was put it over his cap, but just as he was lowering the helmet on his head with his right hand, he whips the cap off with his left hand. And he's in position. Rob Yates going at slip. In fact, is he going to leg slip? No, he's going maybe to square leg. Roland is showing me the new book. Look at this. I tell you what, the number of people that have written forewords. To say that Roland Butcher moves in high places, with forewords by Sir Clive Lloyd, Lord Ian Botham, Michael Brearley OBE, Dr. Desmond Haynes and Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, as the first ball of Rockacholi's new spell is launched over mid-wicket by Walter. It was a straight mid-wicket. There was a shout of catch in case it went close to Hannon Dolby at mid-on, but it didn't. Comfortably dispatched by Walter, who's immediately on the attack. They don't want to let Rockacholi settle at all.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. It was in the slot, and obviously trusting the pitch that there's not going to be any turn. He just lifted that over mid-wicket. Never a chance of Hannon Dolby at mid-on getting it wrong to stop that, but good strike by Walter.
Rockacholi in round the wicket again. Walter forward in defence. And not only that, there are quotes in the book from Sir Garfield Sobers, Michael Holding and David Gower. Nobody says no to Roland Butcher.
Well, they're just all very close friends, Richard.
Look, there's a picture of you on tiptoes guiding the ball down through third man here. It's a young man, as again Walter is forward in defence, just kills the ball back down the wicket to Rockacholi. I always love the pictures in a book. It's very good. Walter, this tall left-hander, he's looked very comfortable today. Again, just pushes forward at the ball from Rockacholi. A couple of times he's been beaten past the outside edge today. A couple of wafted straight drives, but that's beyond that. He hasn't looked in any trouble at all. Rockacholi decides that Hannon Dolby needs to be all the way back on the fence at long on. He's only got one catch this season. See if the ball heads out there. Walter pushes it through the hands of Rocket Shoulder. They'll take a quick single. Malik is trying to get there quickly and throws to the striker's end, but Wesley is safe and they get a single. 145 for one.
Yeah, nice just single there. Bit of a misfield by the bowler. It struck firmly to him. And good response from Walter.
Yeah, I'll just mention what's on the back cover of Roland's book, because it's quite an interesting little juxtaposition there. The pictures that are on it, but Rocket Shoulder just setting the field for the right-hander there. As he bowls to Wesley, who clips this slightly airily, but in a gap in between mid-wicket and square leg for a single. 146 for one at the end of the over. Yeah, on the back cover there, those two grounds that presumably mean an awful lot to you. Lord's on the right, and then Kensington Oval on the left. Nice.
Yeah, for obvious reasons. Obviously, Lord's was my home for 20 years, and Kensington Oval was where I made my Test debut. So, both of significant venues.
So, for people who don't know all of Roland's tale, but you were the first black cricketer selected to play a Test match for England back in 1981. Which is a remarkable landmark for the game. The cricket equivalent of Viv Anderson in football.
Yes, obviously he was the first in football, and somebody had to be the first. It just happened to be me. And well, for me, it was a responsibility, really.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is that people underestimate that it means an enormous amount to the community.
Yeah, it's not just something for yourself. Obviously, it's a fulfillment of ambition, but then it takes on a different meaning, because it means so much to others, and with that, it carries a lot of responsibility. So does Bo Webster. He's got the responsibility now to break this partnership, but it's not going to do it with that delivery, as Wesley gets on top of a short pitch ball and works it into the onside to one of the two mid-wickets who are in a catch-in position.
It opens the door for that generation that soon after, the likes of course, our own Gladstone Small from Warwickshire, Norman Cowans,
yeah.
of course, tremendous, Wilf Slack.
Neil Williams.
Yeah.
And then others.
Again, the generation, we've got Chris Lewis coming through.
Lewis, Devon Malcolm, Sid.
Yeah. Phil de Freitas, who's from Dominica, wasn't he?
Webster bowls, and that's good delivery, just bang short of a length. And he has to defend Wesley, which he does quite stoutly. Ball ends up at mid-off. 140. So pressure really now mounting here, as wicket's not coming by easily, and that's for several reasons. I think it's a good pitch, the Kookaburra ball, and some good batting. Webster 12 on his back bowls, and Sano ball. He's got a bowl at one again, as it's defended by Wesley into the offside, just being very watchful as that ball just bounced a little, because Webster's tall man. The advantage that these tall guys have over the short guys is that they're able to get the ball to bounce a little bit more steeply, and Webster, certainly a 6 foot plus bowler, in and bowls, and Wesley works it into the onside, but feels nicely set to prevent him scoring a single. So a period of play at the moment really where nothing is happening. Basically the batters are just going along, taking their time, bowlers trying to get something to happen.
They're having to bowl for a mistake really as much as anything, aren't they? And that's difficult.
Yes, it's hard work. Webster bowls. Wesley drives for 4. Lovely shot. Over pitch delivery, driven on the onside of the wicket and into the boundary for 4. Hammond Dolby at mid-on. He really had no chance to get the run to his left. Over pitch delivery. 150 on the board for Essex. in 45.4 overs as Wesley strikes that ball beautifully in front of her commentary position for 4. Takes his total on to 37. It's 152 for the loss of 1.
It's one of those straight drives that's very satisfying when you're batting in a net.
Yeah, I mean,
because the ball travels.
well, a straight drive against fast ball and is a very satisfying shot.
And you have to have pretty sound technique to hit one as crisply as that as well.
Yeah, I mean, the placement was really good. The timing was excellent because Alan Dolby he's in a traditional mid-on position. He's not wide because it was just on the onside between the stumps and the non-striker. He had no chance of getting around, but Webster's back no and bowls, and that's worked off the back foot. Shortish delivery into the onside, goes straight to mid-wicket, can't score, stays on 37.
Communication between Alex Davis and Corey Roccaccioli are about 35 yards apart, but Roccaccioli wants to get some sort of message to him. Alex Davis is giving a message back. Whether they're plotting something for the next over or not, I don't know.
That's a distinct possibility as Webster bowls a bouncer. It's a wide bouncer. Could easily have been called a wide. Just that one hammered into the pitch. It was wide outside the off stump. It was on the way down when it reached the keeper. Not a great over there by Webster. He just lost his shape somewhat and perhaps his length as well.
I think the bouncer was out of frustration as much as anything else there, Roland. So when you're doing a book like that, I'm imagining what you do is you sit down for a few hours with Sasha, who wrote it with you.
A few.
Well, no, at each time. Have a few sessions like that. Maybe with a little sip of something to help refresh the mood, and just reminisce. Roccaccioli comes in to bowl, and that does bite a little bit. Bit of turn for the off spinner. Left alone by Walter, who read it very well. But that gripped.
Yeah, it turned a little from wide of right outside the off stump.
Little bit of encouragement for Roccaccioli. And that one is a beauty. And he's so unlucky not to get a wicket with that. It was pitching on leg. It turns past the bat, just avoids the bat, just avoids the bails, and is well taken by Kai Smith.
Well, that's where you really want it to turn from. You want it to turn from straight, because it brings 2 dismissals into it brings a caught behind and a caught slip into the equation.
Suddenly a bit more interest in this over. Roccaccioli draws Walter forward, and he just gives it at the dead bat. It rolls back to Roccaccioli, almost shoulder length hair held back by, I say, not so much an Alice band as an old-fashioned sweatband, the sort that John McEnroe used to wear at Wimbledon in the 80s. Roccaccioli into Walter, and again forward in defence. Be interesting to see whether he looks to counter-attack before the end of this over, having seen the ball turn. He's looked to be quite aggressive against Roccaccioli, not wanting the spinner to get himself into any sort of groove. Comes in again, his elbows high as he's slapped off the back foot up to long on for a single, which takes Walter to 70, 153 for 1.
Yeah, I think he's looking to get well forward to him to smother if there's any spin at all, and then the run scoring balls will be the one off the back foot, where he looks to get off the back foot and punch it either offside or leg side, which he's done successfully. I'll answer your question in a little while, Richard.
the technique.
Yeah.
How it's done. The magic, that's what I call it. He's staying round the wicket to the right-hander here, as it's dabbed into the leg side by Wesley. That was an interesting over from Roccaccioli. That gives Warwickshire a little bit of a thought that there might be a way through from that end.
Yeah, it's probably his best over, actually. He had good rhythm there, getting those 2 deliveries to turn, particularly the one that turned from straight, so he'd be quite happy with that. But yeah, just very quickly onto the book. Obviously, you know, once we had really sorted out the table of contents, you know, that's important, because
yeah, so you know what you're targeting in each chapter.
So once you work out the table of contents, then it's a question of then sitting down and questions are framed like chapter 1 is roots in Barbados.
Yeah.
So basically, Dr. Sasha Sutherland would be interviewing me on that and recording it. So that's then you put that to bed as Webster's round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, comes onto the front foot and allows that one to go harmlessly through to the keeper. He's on 70 Walter and 62 for 1. So we would have spent many hours doing that, writing it up, going through it, changing it, making it sound right, putting things in the right place, and then you go through the whole system, all the other chapters similarly. So you spend hours and hours of going back and forth, back and forth, before you move on to the next. It's pretty time consuming, but thankfully you don't.
Proud of the product at the end. That's the thing.
Webster bowls, driving, and he edged. Webster's hands went up there because he thought that was going to go towards the extra cover region, but it ends up at a short third man, just driving away from his body. The ball was eerily for a long time carried probably 30 meters to the field at short third, bounced in front of him. Fault shot induced there by Webster. He waits once more, bowls, and that's dabbed away, but he can't beat that man at short third man, just watching the ball go across his body and just playing it late. But it went quite quickly to short third man, so he stays on 70 Walter.
That previous ball was a rare false shot, wasn't it? That's
yeah, he was just drawn into a wide-ish delivery, aiming for a big drive, perhaps because they pulled away the second extra cover. Webster bowls, and he does it again, but the result of that, it goes eerily once more, but a good tumbling stop by the short third, now going to his left on this occasion, but a couple of loose shots in this over by Walter, just losing his patience a little bit against Webster. He's got to get back into that zone and be tight and wait for the bad ball. Don't go looking for it. At the moment he tried to make those two deliveries into drivable deliveries, which they were not. Webster bowls, and this time he's more watchful as he just stands up straight and dabs it. Again, the ball ends up in that short third man position, but before it could reach the third man, the lone slip fielder came across to the.
I think Ed Barnard was quite grateful to Rob Yates there.
Yeah, I think.
And now they're bringing in a more orthodox sort of gully or backward point.
I'm not convinced with this. No, it makes it a little bit more easier for Walter to drive through the offside. I know they want to tempt him in that area, but it makes it easier for him as well. And this time he stands up and tries to flick it into the onside, goes straight to mid-wicket. So very good over completed there by Webster. He really did trouble Walter for a couple of deliveries in that over. So at the end of it, really it's a maiden over, and a very eventful maiden over, because we saw 3 or so attacking shots. But at the end of it, Wesley is on 37. Walter on 70, it's 462.
They've actually put a couple of decent overs back to back there, the Bears, for the first time in a little while. So Paul Newton will be back with us shortly. He's Roland's tapping his watch like an impatient referee waiting for a free kick to be taken. But, Paul will be with us momentarily. As Corey Rocketcholi continues and bowls round the wicket to Wesley, who stabs it in between mid-wicket and square leg for a single. Fielding done out there by the debutant, Jani. 20-year-old out of the Saka programme. Vance Jani has made good runs for the seconds.
I'll give you some more information about him.
Go on.
He's a Richmond player.
Oh, okay.
And
Rocketcholi in. Walter just defends him. Roccaccioli can't field, so they'll actually get through for a single. He's frustrated with himself, Roccaccioli, as he lies on his back. But another single on the board, 156 for one.
Was rejected or slipped through Middlesex's fingers. Another one.
That's the thing, but that's the beauty of the Saka programme, that it gives young players with a South Asian background a second chance. And quite a few are being signed up. And that has to be healthy. Roccaccioli to Wesley, it turns into his pads, and it gets under a diving Malik at square leg for another single. So they're milking the singles this over. Roccaccioli rubs the back of his head in frustration. Paul's being coached to do something at the back. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether he's been nicking off or whether he's... You know what I mean? I don't know. There's some pretty heavy-duty coaching going on. Roccaccioli in off the back foot. Walter will try and guide it in front of square, but he can't. He finds Webster in that area of a backward point and short third where he keeps on hitting the ball. It's become a habit in this last couple of overs. Roccaccioli in again, and that one turns, and it's jabbed down with the inner half of the bat. Smith comes in front of the stumps to pick it up and threatens to throw the ball at the wicket. Chooses not to. Corey Roccaccioli is asking some questions of Paul Walter. So when he's floated up, it's driven to Yates and a wide mid-on. And the end of another interesting over, 160 for one. No, it's not 160 for one, it's 156 for one. Need to polish my glasses.
Yeah, unless you look at the screen above us, you get a much better,
Yes, that's what I just
clearer
did. Yeah.
view. If the scoreboard is a little bit... It's on the other ground, it's the other side of the ground. And
So somebody who knows science will be able to explain this to me, Roland. But if I lean across and look through the window at that scoreboard, I can read it really, really well.
but if you look through the...
If I look through the open window, I can't see it as well.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
it makes a lot of sense. So, Webster will bowl to Wesley now. He's got to wait as Wesley pulls away. I think there's still some chatting going on, so he's not happy with. So Webster turns and goes back to his mark.
I think a fielder had moved, and he'd only just noticed that he'd moved. I think that's what disrupted him.
Webster bowls outside the off stump, no shot offered. As Wesley just watches that one carefully through to the keeper. Yeah, 156 for the loss of one. 71 to Walter. He's batted very well. He's searching for 100, and Wesley is on. He is on 38. So nice partnership developing, or has been developed by these two, as Webster in bowls. That's a good delivery, and it brings him onto the front foot. And ball ends up at mid-wicket, but he was looking to play that one straight down the pitch. Now takes a walk down the pitch. He's patting down the area where that one landed. Quite often, Richard, there's nothing there. There's just it's a nervous reaction to a delivery as he waits for Webster. In bowls, and again that ball slanted into the right-hander from Webster, and it's met with a solid defensive shot by Wesley up to mid-on. Alan Dolby does the fielding.
It's a very good spell this from Webster. He's obviously got a couple of strategies that he's trying to work to. Isn't bowling too many loose deliveries. He's adjusted better than most to the right-hand left-hand combination.
Yeah, well, his strategy is very simple. I mean, I was watching him very closely during the Test matches in the West Indies. As we wait now, and this delivery is a good one that comes in again. And on this occasion, Wesley comes right forward, head over that ball, and defends it up to mid-on, and there's no run. So Webster did a similar job in the West Indies. He just backed up Stark, Cummins and Hazelwood when they needed to give somebody a breather, he would come on and just do what he did there, just back of a length. You know, picked up the odd wicket here and there, but this delivery is outside the off stump and goes the other way with a bit more pace and a bit more bounce. But Wesley has nothing to do with that. So he's a good foil for, you know, those 3 or 4 quality bowlers that Australia have, that he can come on and do that. I think he gets the opportunity now because, you know, Cameron Green is not really bowling at the moment.
No.
So
no.
if Green had been bowling, then that would be his job. Webster bowls, and that's a good delivery, and the result is that he leaves that one to go through. Now, maiden over again by Webster. He's done a very good job for his team. They would love to see something in the wicket column, another wicket, but at the end of that over, he has completed his 9th over, and the score is now 156 for 1.
We hopefully will have Paul back with us very soon. Rowan's due a break. Durham 131 for 7 against Surrey elsewhere in Division 1. 8th wicket stand has added 38. Potts is 22. Ackerman 40. Trying to get them to some sort of score. But, I think it's 4 wickets for Dan Worrell. There as Rothesay begins a new over, bowling to Paul Walter, who's looking to drive it powerfully through the offside, but it's intercepted at mid-off. Somerset 177 for 3 at Trent Bridge against Notts. That's having been 0 for 2 and 25 for 3. James Rue has 84 and Tom Abel 78. Rothesay in, that turns, defended out into the offside. Hampshire 56 without loss, batting first against Worcestershire after the first session was rained off. Fletcher Middleton 43 not out. Sussex 119 for 5 against Yorkshire at Scarborough. 3 wickets for Jack White. Rothesay in again, pushed towards mid-off. It's a short single. They throw at the striker's end and they've got home. It was certainly well judged by Walter. 157 for 1. Paul Newton is back, having been trained on something. You're an expert now.
I don't think I'd ever be an expert if you gave me the next 6 months. Yeah, it's a very tricky system compared to anything we've had before. And I'm not good on technical matters, but Nick has very kindly, Nick Cledhill, shown me the basics.
Rothesay into Wesley, turns the ball to square leg, picked up by Malik. Quickly running through D2, Division 2, Middlesex 110 for 2 against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. Josta Karish is 53 not out. Leicestershire 208 for 3 against Kent at Canterbury. As Rothesay comes in, is again clipped to square leg. 2 wickets in 2 balls for Matt Parkinson, Patel for 85 and Hill for naught. Rehan Ahmed is having a very good season with the bat, 84 not out. Glamorgan 159 for 3 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Acid Tribe made 61. Rothesay fires this one into the pads of Wesley, turned to mid-wicket and no run. Chris Green has taken all 3 Glamorgan wickets to fall there, enjoying playing a lot of first-class cricket. And Derbyshire 182 for 5 at Northampton. Martin Anderson 53 not out and Iron Donald on 37. They've added 93 for the 6th wicket in something of a recovery. And the Pakistan Shaheens on the first day of a 3-day game against the Professional County Club Select 11 are 124 for 2. The wickets have come to Alex Green and also to Nathan Gilchrist, who's the Kent pace bowler who's joining Warwickshire next year.
Meanwhile, Bo Webster looks if he's lined up to continue from the what we used to call the River End, nowadays the Sir Alistair Cook End, here at the county ground in Chelmsford. Walter then 72. It's been slow going since lunch. Exactly 50 runs have been added in getting on for an hour and a quarter. And Warwickshire have done well to keep a lid on the Essex scoring rate. Here is Webster in, bowls to Walter, leaves outside off stump. The partnership now has put on 89 overcast day. The forecast I saw suggested that with a forecast of the possibility of showers, that if we were going to get one, 4 o'clock might well be the sort of time, and it is looking a little bit more ominous than it was previously. Webster's in and bowls to Walter. Defends to mid-wicket. No run there. And score remaining 157 for 1. 72 not out Walter. 39 for Wesley. Jordan Cox due in next. And in the form he's in, I'd fancy him to liven things up a little bit. Here is Webster. Bowls to Walter. Walter defends.
Just a look at the radar, just to see whether we might get a shower in the next hour and a half. Looks like if it does come at all, it'll be a bit later.
Right.
So there's a suggestion that it could get a bit of cloud coming over with rain in it around 6. But we could get through to the end of play. We're a little bit behind, but not as far behind as we sometimes are in a championship day. We are at least into the second half of the day before 3 o'clock, which is something.
Yes. As Webster's in bowls. Yes, this being the 49th of the 96. That ball's just played back to the bowler. And the game in a little bit of a sense of deadlock here. Warwickshire has set the field well to restrict the batsman's strength, and the bowling has been pretty tight. There's not too much sense of a wicket going down imminently, nor indeed of any great increase in the run rate, as this is a long way outside off stump and Walter leaves. Webster's been very economical. This is his one ball left of his 10th over, and he's only conceded 18, got the 1 wicket to fall, albeit you'd have to give most of the credit, I think, to the fieldsman, Zen Malik, for a quite miraculous catch. Just the lone slip now. Probably more a second slip than the first.
Yeah, he's pulled a bit wider this over, hasn't he?
Yeah. And there's a sort of wideish gully. Short extra. Webster bowls to Walter, and Walter puts the bat to ball here, but hits it straight to Hannon Dorby at mid-on. And a good tight maiden over. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 18 per Webster. And Essex at the end of it are 157 for 1.
There's a gentle pause for refreshment, not an official drinks break, but the two Essex batters getting a chance to quench their thirst a bit. They've added 89 now for the second wicket, and there have been few major issues, just 1 or 2 little moments, the odd play and miss, but there's always going to be a little bit of that. And we've seen occasional turn from Corey Rothesay in this third spell of the day from him. 8 overs, none for 30 at the moment, but he's starting to look a little bit sharper, a little bit more of a threat as the innings progresses.
Yeah, and I have to say, this is looking distinctly like one of many scenarios that we've had this season. Combination of unusually dry weather at times, fairly flat pitches, ball not doing a great deal, difficult to score quickly, but even more difficult to take wickets, and a certain inevitability about draws from a very early stage.
Rothesay comes in the bowl, he fires that one through into the pads of Wesley, comfortable single, around from sort of a long leg position comes Webster to do the fielding, and they add another single. 158 for 1. So Rothesay dries his fingers and comes in to bowl. Oh, that's a beauty that's turned past the edge of Walter's bat. That's the second one that's gone like that, pitching around middle and leg and really gripping. Well taken again by Kai Smith. Again, unfortunate not to draw the edge. But getting encouragement now, Rothesay quickly advances once more. And this time Walter stands up tall and pats it out into the offside. No run.
Yes, on that evidence, I think Essex will all the more rue not having Simon Harmer.
Yeah, absent about the last minute from this game. So that one again turns, slower turn that time from Rothesay. He bowls from a very high position. He's already around 6'3", 6'4", but he has got quite a straight arm, quite a high release point. So a tall man bowling to an even taller man in Walter, who flexes his knees. He awaits for Rothesay to advance, and that's a bit too full, and driven up to long on for a single. 159 for one.
Partnership into the 90s by now, 91 for this second wicket. Coming toward the end of the 50th over of the innings.
He's still round the wicket to the right-hander, Wesley, and again it's into his pads, and again he helps himself to a single down to Bo Webster. This all rather predictable when he bowls to Wesley. 160 for one. The Bears are trying to find a way of extracting another wicket, but as yet they can't find it. Webster's getting a bit of refreshment brought on by Taz Ali. Left out of the 11 today. They're playing the extra batter in Vanchiani, making his debut. Gianni, a 20-year-old. He's made good runs in the seconds. Roland revealed a few moments ago that he had been playing for Richmond and slipped through the Middlesex net. Warwickshire will hope to be the beneficiaries. And I need to duck out for a few minutes to do an update, but
yeah,
I shall
okay.
return in a moment.
Thanks very much, Richard. So Webster begins a new over from the Sir Alistair Cook end bowls, and Wesley steers it into the covers. No run. Then Malik with the fielding. He it was who took that sensational catch to get rid of Elgar, who was furious at the time because he thought he was belting it to the boundary. Just didn't quite get fully over it. Hit it like a rocket. And they feel even worse now, I think, because clearly it's turned out to be a pretty docile track. As I say, one of all too many this season, and the Kookaburra balls certainly don't help. As the next ball's played down to mid-on. And one would just like to think that maybe the ECB, with the benefit of hindsight, might review the situation next season. It would appear to be with England not playing Australia the following winter, that there's no point at all in having any matches with the Kookaburra balls. Some would say, what has there been anyway? And my answer to that would be no, as here's the next delivery, and that ball is just hit past the diving mid wicket. I think they're only going to get the... Oh, as a misfield, they will come back for two. And there haven't been many misfields from Warwickshire, but that was one, I'm afraid. I think it's the skipper guilty on this occasion. And it wasn't that he didn't make every effort and didn't get down to it, but he just didn't quite dive in the right place. So 162 for one, with Wesley on to 43. Wesley is perhaps beginning to catch up a little bit on Walter. Walter's been a little bit subdued in the last half hour. Webster again to Wesley. Good delivery. Cramps Wesley for room. Digs it out to mid-on. Not a very good throw from wicketkeeper to wicketkeeper. Alex Davis there to Kai Smith. But it's not to matter. It doesn't cost a run. Just 55 runs have been scored in getting on for an hour and a half since lunch. There's good tempo in the morning session, 3.5 and over. In fact, yeah, 30 overs for 107 for one at the break. And Bo Webster bowls, well outside off stump, a leave.
Second wicket stand approaching a century now between Paul Walter.
Smith tidies up.
73. He's been a bit calmed in the afternoon session though. And Tom Wesley on
And
43. The Australian spinner Corey Rothesay, tall man.
big news of the day from an Essex point of view is no Simon Harmer. A very late change because the announcer here gave the team that he'd been handed by presumably the Essex captain or someone responsibly in charge, and then suddenly with about 10 minutes to go before the game started, as the next ball's played defensively into the covers end of another tight Bo Webster over, it was announced that without a reason being given that Harmer wouldn't be playing, and we hear a rumour that he's been granted paternity leave, and well, it's been happening right, left and centre, with first Dean Elgar at the start of the season, then Jamie Porter more recently, and now Simon Harmer, if that rumour is true. But as we welcome Richard Wilford back, it's 162 for 1 in 51 overs.
You know, over a period of time, Paul, they'll work out what's causing it. And the Bears themselves without Sam Hain, who's a new dad. Little boy, on a couple of weeks ago. As Rothesay begins a new over, bowling to Walter, who waits for that on the back foot and slaps it out towards the extra cover boundary. And Gianni's very quick to get to the ball, and as a result, keeps it down to a single. 163 for 1. Now, Rothesay has not bowled terribly well to Wesley, in that virtually everything has been into his pads and turned for a single. It's just given him free opportunity to get off strike so far. This one, he plays in a similar area, but he's got 3 men who would be inside the ring were this a T20 game. And as a result, he doesn't squeeze it through the gap that was there previously. Rothesay in again, wraps Wesley on the pad, but it's going down the leg side. So rather than an appeal, there's merely a yelp. And no run. It's a little bit grey at the moment. Light isn't brilliant, but not that it's going to trouble anybody at this point in the day. Rothesay is in, turned to square leg. Malik very quick to react, and there's no run. About 6 o'clock yesterday, noticeably darker than it would have been a few weeks ago. So I do wonder whether with a cloud cover we might get a slightly curtailed day. Hopefully not. As, this time he flicks it much finer as Wesley, and Webster takes an angle to cut it off. He knows there are going to be 2 more for the Essex skipper. He goes to 45, 165 for 1. The century stand is only 3 runs away now.
Yes, the cloud cover is discernibly lower than it was earlier in the day, and you may well be right, light could well become an issue as we get into the sort of 6 o'clock area.
Rothesay in, again turned into the leg side. I'm not sure how he's going to get Wesley out like that. There isn't a run this time, but I'm not sure that round the wicket to Wesley is working for Rothesay. But it was something that he and Alex Davis were planning a while ago, and whether he feels that he might be vulnerable to a leg slip, I don't know. As Webster is going to continue this manful post-lunch spell.
Yes, really, it's difficult to remember Wesley looking at all like being out. Maybe at the very start of his innings, the old player missed, but very little has stretched him, and he in turn has played within himself, as it were. He's not tried to take any risks at all. Walter, who's played in a similar vein, and hence we have this kind of stalemate in the game at the moment, with no real hint of a wicket falling, but not many runs coming either. Not ideal fare for the Crown, but here's Webster in and bowls, and the ball is played down to deep mid-off, but not so deep that there's time for them to take a single. Partnership now worth 97.
Yeah, 58 runs in just over 22 overs in this session. But I mean, Kent are building a very, very strong position in the game. And I mean, you mentioned the number of draws. The Cook and Porter would hope to do more with the first new ball when it's their turn.
as Webster's in. Bowls to Walter. Walter gets a single, wide of Davis at mid-off. And he moves to 75, score to 166 for one, partnership to 98.
Also, I was talking to the fine people of the West Midlands and Warwickshire on BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. I heard you making it, I think, a plaintive plea, Paul, if I may say, given that the Ashes Tour is this winter, that next summer we need not be troubled with the Kookaburra ball.
Yes, all my pleas are plaintive, but you're quite right, as this ball is driven for four. A lovely shot from Wesley, sort of off drive come extra cover drive, and that is the 100 partnership. 102 runs, of which Walter has made 49, and so has Wesley. The others coming in extras, and that was a rare boundary in this session for Essex. 170 for one on the board.
He's driven the ball really well, Tom Wesley. That's been the highlight of his innings.
Yeah.
Series of straight drives on that occasion, wide of mid-off.
Yeah, it's been true of Walter as well, as Wesley defends the next ball. I know Roland Butcher felt the very greenness of the pitch has led to a lot of the drives being straight drives, and he would know.
Well, I mean, I thought as a bowler, you're inclined to try and bowl the full 80, so it's going to encourage the batters to drive. There's been no lateral movement though.
No.
So, and there isn't much reward for digging it in either, because it's quite slow bounce if you dig it in short.
Webster bowls a ball which is comfortably left by Wesley.
Question I would ask is this one of the hybrids?
I don't think so, but I don't know for sure.
Because there are a lot of hybrids here, aren't there?
Hmm. Yes, can't rule it in, can't rule it out.
It's an honest answer. I can't ask for any more than that from you, Paul, to be honest.
Unlike me, but there we are, an honest answer. Just the one wide slip in for Bo Webster. Bowls again, that's a little bit short, and it's nudged down to third man, who won't go to the boundary. I think they will be able to make two out of it. And that's Tom Wesley's 50. 51, 107 deliveries. And he's hit 5 fours. Yes, the announcer even agrees with me.
His second half century of the season to go with 2 tons. So his conversion rate had been pretty good so far.
Yes. Well, he had whereas last year he had a really good start to the season, scored a lot of runs in the season as a whole. He had a very poor start this time, and suddenly he hit form with 2 centuries in a row. But apart from that, it's been fairly hard going for him.
I mean, as I say, looking at conversion rates, hats off to Zen Malik in this Warwickshire unit in his first season as a pro. He's reached 50 twice, and both times he's converted it to 100.
Yeah, that's excellent. Very good sign. Of course, it's one of the features, isn't it, in recent years of even Joe Root, who at one point just wasn't turning 50s into 100s, but he's put that right.
Rothesay to start a new over, comes into bowl to Walter, who defends into the offside. And there's no run. I think there's only one balcony rider in the block of flats in front at the moment. He's leaning forward, propping his head against the glass of his balcony, as this is lofted by Walter. He's got enough of it. Is it all the way? I think it's been one bounce. No, it's just bounced over the rope, just beyond the rope and in front of the advertising hoarding. So a straight 6. And Rothesay has kept Walter fairly quiet for a while, but now he jumps into the 80s. 81 the lad, 178 for one.
Yeah, after a long spell of very little happening, there's been a sudden flurry of runs in the last dozen or so deliveries.
If you pop it under his nose, he's very good at lifting it away, Walter.
Yes, he is.
Rothesay looks to respond. It's a quicker, shorter ball that does offer to turn a little bit. Ed Barnard is warming up. He hasn't had a bowl yet this afternoon.
He'll probably take over from Bo Webster, I think.
Yeah, be a change of ends for him. Rothesay skips in again. He's lifted once more by Walter, and this one's gun barrel straight. One bounce for 4. Second boundary of the over. Through the gears to 85, 182 for 1.
Yes, it wasn't quite hit as well as the 6 a couple of deliveries earlier, but nevertheless, there is a man on the long on boundary, but Walter's been very careful to hit it just to the offside of straight.
Rothesay in again, and this is flicked wide of mid-wicket. Boundary fielder Bamber is quick to get the ball, 86 to Walter, 183 for 1. And you know, I think there's a little bit of cat and mouse going on here, and that Rothesay had exerted some control over Walter in his last 3 or 4 overs and was getting the ball to turn. And I think that was a case of, right, if you give me a chance to hit through the line of the ball, I'm going to try and put pressure on your captain to take you out of the attack.
Rothesay bowls again. Wesley will pick up a run, as runs have come very freely in this over with the 6 and the 4 and 2 or 3 singles as well. The over ends with a single as Wesley just turns it round to long leg. 178 for 1 with Wesley on 51. Oh, it's 100 and, yeah, 100.
Yeah, the scoreboard got stuck for a while. It's 184. It's catching up. It's a way that it catches up a ball at a time.
That's right.
But he'd been stuck on 75 even though he was up to 86. It's got there.
So Walter 86, Wesley 52, not the 51 I was saying, and extra run on the score, 184 for 1.
Are we going to go a full session without a wicket? We've got 10 more overs to get through until tea, which therefore I estimate will be around 4 o'clock. So we're probably looking around a 6:25, 6:30 finish, all things being equal. I don't know why I get obsessed with that sort of thing, but I do. And, you know, I can forgive a 20-minute overrun in county championship cricket when you're bowling 96 overs a day. The test matches, it's become ridiculous.
It has.
So, Ed Barnard, restored to the attack, comes in and draws Wesley forward defensively, pushes it up to Bo Webster in the covers, and there's no run.
There are so many reasons for play to be held up in the modern test match. Obviously, if the umpire raises a finger here, you're out, and that's the end of story. You can't review it. But some of those reviews take a long time to be resolved.
Yeah, but you shouldn't end up over 17 overs short on the day, which they did on the one day of the test match. Reviews don't account for that amount. I mean, it's just extraordinary. It's well over an hour's cricket. Forward is Wesley. It's an orthodox outside edge, but it's going to rattle down towards third man, and will it go for 4? No, it's a very good stop down there. And you can tell it's a good stop because the supporters in that area aren't all signalling for and oohing and ahhing, they're applauding. Rob Yates with a full-length dive to stop that. Was a combination of Yates and Janney that got it between them. I remember who. It's Janney who arrived first. Let's give credit to the right person. Slid on his left knee, flicked it back with his left hand, and Rob Yates was there to keep it down to 2. 186 for 1. Wesley to 54. Barnard in again, drives firmly up to mid-on, and Alex Davis. No run.
So, the tempo has very much increased just in the last 10 minutes or so, as Essex have moved on. They've added, getting on for 30 runs in the last 4 overs, with Walter 86 and Wesley 54.
Barnard, who bowled from the Graham Gooch end earlier in the day, from the Sir Alistair Cook end, just back of a length, defended by Wesley, who's nicely in line. Good straight bat. So how many? They've added, what, 79 runs in this session. And this is the 25th over, so they're taking the run rate for the session back above 3 and over with this little flurry. As Alex Davis looks for ideas. I wonder when he'll try something even more exotic. Here's Barnard in again. It's the outer half of the bat. It squirts out into the covers. It's a point picked up by Janney and no run.
Yes, in sort of pretty short order, a partnership that was sort of going very slowly through the 80s and 90s has now moved on to one of 118, just to show you how that acceleration has come.
Rothesay stoops at short mid-wicket. It's a stationary fielding position, and the ball is clipped just past him. A quick single. Davis will have a throw at the stumps, but Wesley had always judged that that would be comfortable. He'd slid the bat in before the ball passed the stumps. 187 for 1. Wesley has 55. Walter has 88. It's all divisible by 11. Well, actually the score isn't it? But, oh, it is, isn't it? 187. There you go.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it works.
Yeah. I don't know why that occurred to me, but there we go. And here's Rothesay, who's bowled 11 overs. It's all very neat.
11 17s, I think I'd be right in saying. For
Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah, 187, 11 10s are 110, 11 7s are 77. Put those two together, you get 187.
Beautifully done.
Yeah, it's...
Honestly, we're doing the maths world proud in that last 30 seconds.
we have, and no extra charge for the
Yeah.
listener.
Coming up in the evening session, we're going to talk through the Fibonacci sequence. But, yeah. Or maybe we won't.
Rothesay begins a new over. Is it my over or is it yours?
Well, yeah, kind of the last Rothesay over, we kind of switched halfway through.
Right.
So I just did Ed Barnard.
Yeah, quite rightly. So no run
so-
here as it's driven out into the covers.
We're making our own rules.
That's right, and I think it's the only way we can manage. So here is Rothesay bowling and goes down to mid-on. And as long as we're still in one piece come the end of the day, who cares?
That's all you can ask.
Yeah. Next delivery on its way from Rothesay. Coming over the wicket to a right-hander, Wesley. Just nudges it into the square leg area, no run.
I was looking for another balcony dweller. I mean, the flats nearest to our left, they're no good because they've got Juliet balconies, they don't count.
Yeah. Rothesay again. And this ball is nicely nudged into a gap in the offside. Brings Ethan Bamber into play from the cover boundary, or near it. And that's another run to Wesley, who moves along to 56, score 188 for 1.
It's one of those things that I can't explain in life. The Juliet balcony. I don't see the point.
Now she's got a lot to answer for, Juliet, as Rothesay bowls to Walter. Comes round the wicket to the left-hander. Played defensively to mid-on. Tighter over this one from Rothesay so far. Just one ball left of it.
But see, the actual Juliet balcony in Verona, there is room to stand on it.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't be able to put a chair and a table. She wouldn't be able to enjoy a cappuccino there.
No.
But she could stand there to be fated by a lover.
Walter has back cut the next ball, but straight to the man at backward point. And so at the end of a tighter over from Rothesay, 56 have now been bowled, 8 going up to tea, and it's 188 for 1 Essex.
It must be lovely to be serenaded, but it's kind of a Verona thing. If anybody tries to come and serenade me in the Travel Tavern that I'm staying in Chelmsford, they're going to be sorely disappointed because the windows don't open. So I wouldn't be able to hear them. The windows don't get cleaned either by the look of it. I've got a slightly blurred view of the train track, which is lovely. It's not a room with a view. Ed Barnard is consulting Bo Webster with further input from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Trying to work out how there might be a wicket in this for them. With 8 overs left before the tea interval. 188 for 1, a dominant day for Essex, who may have been rueful when they lost the toss, but equally they might have felt, actually this surface is going to be fine. For all that it looks green, and more than one shade of green that we can see. There's no devilment in it. Not that the Bears have found, anyway.
Yeah, it promised to do something early on. If you remember, 1 or 2 balls got up quite sharply. We haven't seen anything like that for a long time.
It rather peaked in the first over.
Yes.
Barnard comes in to bowl to Wesley, who's cutting him nicely through square for 4. Beautifully played. and got over it. So although there's plenty of fielders in that area, there's no way anybody was laying a hand on it. So 60 to Wesley, 192 for 1. In the 57th over. And then Barnard, if he's not getting the ball to wobble, it's not going to wobble. And they now have to put a fielder out there in Rothesay. And there's an element of setting a field for a bad ball about that. Barnard turns and runs in once more to Wesley, and he leaves it. He had enough of a stride in there that he was confident he was going to miss off stump. It wasn't too far wide of it, but he was happy enough that it was going to go beyond him. So, not much breeze around today, is there?
No, it's a slightly sultry sort of day, even though it's not actually all that warm.
Yeah, it's still quite heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, now, Wesley was coming down the wicket and Barnard bowls it short and wide, and Wesley standing next to the ball just watches it go past. That was like a bit of a T20 tug of war between the two of them.
Yeah, I think they sort of had a bit of a laugh about it.
Ed Barnard's still laughing as he comes back to the
Yeah,
mark.
there's a bit of vaudeville.
A small plane flies overhead. This might just pick out the engine noise. Barnard in again, rather more orthodox stance from Wesley. This one is plenty wide enough outside off stump for the leave as well.
Partnership now up to 124. Wesley has 60 of those, so you can see it's been pretty much even Stevens, and they both got 49 when the 100 partnership was posted, and there were 4 extras, so a boundary took them from 98 to 102, the partnership. Walters is currently on 86.
Wesley is driving, and it's parried by a diving Craig Miles, who's on the field at the moment, the 12th man. And they'll come through for a single, 61 to Wesley, 193 for 1. That pause there, I'm thinking 18. It's 18. 18's on the field.
Yeah, I was having the same thought in that I've got the numbers written out in front of me, and there's no 18 on it.
But I know 18 is Craig Miles in his final season as a Bear, 6th and final season.
Is he going somewhere else?
He's going back home to Gloucestershire. So the skipper is off the pitch. Alex Davis has taken a brief break.
Pretty sure I remember Craig Miles dismissing Sir Alistair Cook with the first ball of an innings a few years ago at Bristol.
Back of a length this from Barnard. That may just have seemed away a bit, and it wraps him high on the inside of the leg. Walter looks a tad rueful about that, and Alex Davis trots back on. But not necessarily for Craig. Let's see, will Craig Miles leave the pitch or will somebody else?
There's a lot of relay work doing, you know. It's your turn now, mate, and basically, you know, different fielders will swap over every 2 overs or so.
Sometimes there comes a point where you need a comfort break in a long session.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with that really.
It is going to be Miles who goes.
Yeah.
Slowly. 7 overs left before the tea interval.
Rothesay looks as if he's probably going to continue. 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 49.
See, if Roland was around, I'd bring him back before tea, but he's not at the moment. He often has an urgent phone call, Roland. He's a man of many means and many jobs and many duties.
Indeed. Playing truant, I think, is the latest one. The light has actually improved a little bit. The clouds again a little bit higher than they were a quarter of an hour ago as Wesley plays the ball into the offside. Rob Yates retrieves, and 193 for 1 Essex as we approach tea. Rothesay again. Gooch end. And this ball's hammered into covers. Very good stop. It doesn't prevent a single, but it did prevent another 3. Rob Yates diving to his right, beautifully struck by Wesley. Moves along to 62, 194 for 1.
Splendid fielder. I mean, he's a great slipper above all, but In the T20, he didn't play many T20 games, but he did take one of the most extraordinary catches I've ever seen on the boundary, diving full length with the ball having gone past him.
Roccaccioli round the wicket to the left-hander. Walter plays it back to the bowler.
We were expecting the ball to bounce through for 4. We didn't think there was a chance of him preventing the ball from going for 4. And somehow he scooped the ball that was between him and the rope just before it hit the deck.
Roccaccioli to Walter. And status quo upheld. This ball is played very safely but defensively to mid-on.
Walter's itching to go long ball. Interestingly, the Bears send Dan Mosley back to long off because they sense that as well.
Roccaccioli bowls to Walter. Walter hits it firmly back. Good stop to his own bowling. Prevents a single.
First centurion of the championship day, Rehan Ahmed, is having himself a season in D2, isn't he? He's, yeah. Good to see him back bowling properly last week, though, because he hasn't bowled a lot of overs at times this season.
There's the next delivery, and that's a whipped away, but straight to wideish mid-on. No run, the end of the over, with Essex 194 for 1. And am I right in thinking in that game, Rehan Ahmed not only scored a big 100, but he got 10 wickets, I think, in the match.
He took 13 wickets last week.
Yeah.
That match, yeah. So
well, that's extraordinary, and he's a winsome player, you know. I know that the selectors have dabbled with the thought that he might be worth keeping an eye on, and it certainly sounds as if they ought to.
Yeah, because he had Test cricket as a teenager, which it's been weird that spinners had those opportunities recently. Durham 153 all out against Surrey. Worrell 4 for 31, Sam Curran 3 for 22. So the champions, and frankly champions-elect, have got themselves in a good position there.
Well, I mean, it's hard, unless the weather intervenes, hard to see Surrey not collecting pretty close to a maximum from that match.
Yeah, see how they go with the bat, but they're in control. Century for James Rue for Somerset at Trent Bridge, 103 not out. Tom Abel on 87. Big stand for the 4th wicket there, 207 for 3. Ed Barnard to start the new over. That's short and wide and left alone by Wesley, and I think there's a little bit of containment going on from Barnard. Hampshire 104 without loss at Worcester. Fletcher Middleton 62 not out. Sussex 141 for 6 at Scarborough. Nobody's made a 50 there. 3 wickets for Jack White. So some interesting scores around the country. Some fast cricket being played, 1 or 2 of them. As this ball is clipped towards mid-wicket by Wesley. Good tumbling stop there, prevents a single. That's Bamber. Derbyshire at Northants, 220 for 6. That's a lot going on in that game in 60 overs. Martin Anderson is 75 not out, 3 wickets for Chahal. Here, it's been steady more than anything else from Essex, but it's been untroubled.
Yeah, very much so.
194 for 1. Barnard in once more to Wesley, well outside off stump. Try and attempt him. So this it's a little bit last resorty, Paul, isn't it? But just bowling wide outside off stump, see whether the batter can take advantage. It's got 2 boundary fielders, one at deep extra cover, the other at deep point. Bowling to see if they can provoke an error or some impatience. This one's a bit straighter, have it into the ground and fielded in his follow through by Barnard, who then flings it to Zen Malik, who took the catch for the only wicket to fall. Dean Elgar for 33 off the bowling of Webster. Splendid low catch it was too.
Yeah, it was the moment of the day, really, wasn't it? You know, the one thing you could say was absolutely, unquestionably world class.
Barnard in. Back of a length and forcing shot off the back foot. He's got a lovely angle on this. It's quite a chase for Gianni. He's not going to be able to get there though. Beautifully timed and placed by Wesley. He's to 66, 198 for 1. He knew what line that Barnard was going to persist with.
Yeah, it was nicely played. And when I was saying the outstanding moment of the day, that's not to say we haven't seen some splendid stroke play from the Essex batsmen, but I don't think it's been all that difficult on this pitch to play some of your shots.
Barnard in to complete the over, forward in defence, inner half of the bat. Didn't time it this time, so as a result he gets a single because Bamba has to make quite a bit of ground to get there. 199 for 1 at the end of the over. Essex 5 overs to go till tea.
59 gone therefore, and in the end it looks as if Essex will get over 100 in the session, but the actual tempo has been fairly slow until we had that rash of boundaries about 5 overs ago. They kept it, Warwickshire have kept it a little bit more under control since then.
If it wasn't for the fact he's got a sore shoulder, I'd fancy an over of Dan Mosley before the tea interval. There's a potential partnership breaker with his spears that he bowls, his javelins. Not going to call him a spinner.
But it's Rothesay continue from the Graham Gooch end. No run off the first ball, just steered round the corner to square leg. 199 for 1. Bo Webster, the fielder there. Single slip in. Rothesay bowls again, full toss. Rather missed out on by Wesley there. No run. He, I think, was taken by surprise by the full toss and didn't really time it on its way down to mid-on.
I think he was fearful of slapping it straight to Dan Mosley.
Yeah, probably right. Rothesay is in again. Bowls, single, deep mid-wicket. And that is Essex's 200. At one point, in fact at many points, it would have signalled at least one batting bonus point, but no longer, not for the time being anyway. And 200 up on the board for 1.
Oh, the bonus point system's broken, isn't it? To get 60 overs into a game and it's still 0-0.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Rothesay bowls to Walter. King's a bit low, and that has been caught at slip. And Walter, who is an honest man, knew that that was safely taken and looked to the heavens. He's once again gone most of the way to 100 but not reached it. If you could have a guess at how many, it must run into double figures, I think, now, the number of times he's been out between 70 odd, shall we say, and 90 odd, or 99.
I'm trying to work out whether he's hit that onto his boot.
Yeah.
I think he might have. I'm trying to see from the replay, it's not very clear. Just seeing it from another angle. Or he's either hit it onto, or he's hit it onto the wicket-keeper's boot and it's gone up and then been caught. I mean, it's a really unfortunate dismissal one way or another. But he's gone for 86, 200 for 2. And it was going to take something unusual. And that was certainly it. It's from the pictures I'm seeing, because the TV's not terribly large or terribly close to me. I'm not quite sure what happened there, whether it was his boot or somebody else's boot, but it's then looped up in the air. Rothesay with the 16th wicket of his short stay with the Bears.
Yep, lurching forward there, just getting a hand under it. Jordan Cox to the crease and has come out looking as if he means business. So that partnership in the end, the broken with the score on exactly 200, put on 132.
And they did it without too many concerns, too many worries. But you can see the determination of Alex Davis to scramble to get to that ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it does feel like the Bears are already in a bit of damage limitation here. So getting a wicket like that is very useful.
Well, yes, because Walter, I think, might have accelerated a bit had he got to his 100. It was what you call although there were some very handsome drives in it, but overall you call it a workmanlike innings. Cox just taking guard.
Above all, it was really effective. That's the thing, and he's got a lot of runs this season in the Championship. Walter, I think more than 660 now.
Rothesay to Cox, off the mark first ball. Deep square leg, single, 201 for 2.
So, yeah, leading run scorer for Essex in the Championship as it stands, but Cox, Critchley and Pepper could all overhaul that without having to score a lot of runs today. Well, you know, a couple of them would take a 50, but it's not an exotic idea, is it?
Rothesay to complete the 60th over. Dot ball to Wesley. Just leans on the ball, pushes it down to mid-on. Mosley, and 201 for 2 after 60 overs, having been put into bat, with Elgar making 33. Wicket for Bo Webster, and now wicket for Rothesay, finally getting rid of the obdurate Paul Walter for 86.
And well, you should know that, I mean, look, this looks like it's going to be a high score. It's going to be hard to avoid that now. They need to get as much as they can in terms of bowling points out of it, clearly. And a couple would be probably all they can ask for now. I don't think they're going to take 9 in 110 overs on the evidence of what we've seen so far. So they'll want to set their sights on making sure they get at least to 6. And that will help them. One slip in position, short mid-wicket and short extra cover for Barnard, bowling to Cox, the new batter. Averaging 61 in the Championship. It's like irritation of an injury in the middle of the season. And he's just very watchful as he defends this out into the leg side. Picked up by Webster at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Actually felt a little breeze in the box for the first time.
Very welcome.
2 on the balcony now. They're standing next to each other. After this morning when they were at opposite ends of the balcony and not communicating, they're getting on a lot better again now. That's good to see. Barnard, short of a length, no ball. Bounced over the head of Cox, so I think it would have been a wide anyway, but it's a no ball.
203 for 2.
Cox awaits again. Looking to force this off the back foot. Bounces a couple of times. Picked up by Jani. And there's no run. Been a dominant day for Essex, but feels like this is an important 4 overs here. Anything else that the Warwickshire can get in this session now would be bonus territory after the hard work that they've put in for little reward. Barnard none for 37 in his 10th, and usually a little bit expensive today, but puts a bit of extra effort into that one. That was a little bit faster, but just killed by Cox. And lovely footwork there from Alex Davis. The ball wasn't rolling too quickly. Right foot flicks it slightly up in the air. Left foot flicks it up into his hands.
Yeah, maybe he's playing the wrong sport. A lot of cricketers, all joking apart, they love a bit of football.
Oh, that's for sure. Barnard, back of a length, defended into the offside, picked up by Malik. These days they make sure it's non-contact when they do it in their warm-ups. But you see some pretty good skills.
You do, and what I think you see more than anything is enjoyment.
Yeah.
They absolutely love it, and of course because 1 or 2 injuries were picked up, at one point it was banned from teams to have a kickabout before a game, but I think they realise it's good for team spirit.
Barnard short, pulled by Cox out towards the deep fielder Bamber for a single, 204 for 2. 1 ball left now in the 61st over.
Yeah, Cox, who likes to get on with things, just scored a couple of singles to get his eye in. Wouldn't think he'd be too adventurous with tea so close.
Wesley, though, he's got his eye in. He might fancy something, and he just dabs this ball down into the offside. No run, 3 overs to go then till the interval. Essex 204 for 2. Wesley has 68. Cox has 2. Rothesay will continue. The successful bowler, 1 for 52. He had a good battle with Paul Walter. He kind of won it in the end, but at some cost. But he has been a very useful short-term acquisition, Rothesay, for the Kookaburra phase of the season. 16 wickets have cost him just shy of 30 now with the runs on the board. With a bit more conviction, he'd become quite a good batter as well. Just gets a little bit eager with the bat.
So here he comes. 3 overs up to the interval now. And first ball of a new over to Jordan Cox. Goes up to Rob Yates in the covers. 204 for 2, 97 in the session so far. Rothesay bowls. It's hit very firmly back. Rothesay manages to get his hands in the way, saving 4 runs, I would think.
Yeah, it looked like it was a bump ball, didn't it?
It was, yeah.
Well, congratulations to the Lancashire and Northamptonshire bowlers today. They've got to tea on time.
Ah, yes indeed.
Deserve a medal.
Rothesay again bowls. Cox works it to square leg. Bo Webster, no run.
Been 31 overs of spin at Northampton. That might explain it.
Does help.
36 at Old Trafford with the first 64 overs.
Rothesay bowls and Cox leans forward, straight to mid-wicket. 204 for 2 remains the score.
So we'll see quite a bit of Rothesay between now and the 80th over, so he's going to get through plenty today.
Here he is again. Ooh, and that's completely beaten Cox, and it's running down toward the boundary behind the wicket-keeper. And they come back for 2 byes.
Two
leg byes. 2 leg byes. And 206 for 2.
Well, that might be the arm ball that from Rothesay. And Cox didn't quite know what to do with it. But it wasn't a chance or anything, because it's come off pad. Too high to hit the stumps.
Bowls again to complete the over, and smack down to mid-off, and it bounces just as mid-off comes diving forward, but he couldn't get his hands underneath it in time. I have to say, a rather loose and reckless shot from Cox on the stroke of tee there, but he survives.
Yeah, it was a poor shot, and had it been a fielder less high, less tall than Oliver Hannon-Dolby, then there might have been a problem. If it had been one of the more nimble fielders, they might just have been able to get forward and underneath the ball.
I think you're right.
Whereas I don't think Hannon-Dolby had much of a price on it.
No, he didn't seem to me, and I don't blame him for this, but he didn't seem to me just to immediately react in the way that the more agile fielders who haven't bowled a good number of overs in the day might have been. And as you say, someone of more average height who could get down quicker. I mean, I'd have fancied Zen Malik on the evidence of
on the evidence, that catch earlier.
Yeah.
That was tremendous. Barnard's going to bowl the last over of the session from this end. There'll be one more to come from the other end. But the last one from the Sir Alistair Cook end of that first ball. Again, he's hiding it outside off stump, saying to Wesley, if you want to score runs, then you're going to have to chase the ball a little bit. Bit of hide and seek going on here. Wesley did punish him with a lovely back foot cover drive in the previous over when he was persistently trying to hide it. One away from the 100 runs for the session. A slightly longer session, a 34 over one it will be by the time we get to the end of it. As this is whipped nicely to bring up that 100th run of the session behind square for a single. Rothesay does the fielding. 207 for 2.
Nice bit of fielding as well. A very good flat return to Kai Smith.
He loves his cricket, Corey Rothesay. Whatever he's doing, he'll do it with great vigour. Very, very shortly after he arrived in the country, when he was training with the team, and it was a bit of a secret that he was here, we got a message about him. This is a short ball that's left alone by Cox. That's a good bouncer, actually, from Barnard. Yeah, for a start, we found out that the chef was having to make vegan food for a member of the squad, so we knew somebody had arrived that was new. And then we were given a hint as to who it was, and then we were told total cricket badger. And he's been a really good character to have around. Be nice to see him back in Bears colours again in the future, as Cox is very straightened behind that He looks like he's got shackles on, Cox, there. He just flicks out with his right boot after the ball's defended. He wants to be able to play something a bit more attacking. He wants to play his natural style, but he's acutely conscious of the fact that we've got 8 deliveries left until tea.
Yeah, particularly the more so, bearing in mind he very nearly holed out to mid-off in the previous over, and it wouldn't have looked good.
And was beaten by another ball that went through for a couple
Yeah.
of byes. Barnard to Cox, defends down to point. It's picked up by Mosley.
Yes, I put the latter thing that you just mentioned down to a good delivery from Roccaccioli, but I think the one that he nearly holed out to would be batsman error.
Yeah, it would definitely be filed under loose shot.
But he doesn't like to hang around.
Well, best be happy if he doesn't. As Barnard bowls another bouncer, which goes past him and through to the wicket-keeper. So a fairly effective over of hiding the ball away from Ed Barnard. Just the single from it. 207 for 2, Essex, with 1 over left to get to tea. And if Roccaccioli gets through it fairly quickly, we'll only be about 12 minutes late, and that would be a right result. I don't know why it matters to me, Paul, but it does. It does. I remember the days of 117 overs in a day of championship cricket.
Me too.
I mean, that was too many, don't get me wrong. That was a lot of overs, but you seem to get through them.
So Roccaccioli will continue with 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 52. Last over before tea, and this first one's looped up in the air, but I don't really think there was anything other than pad there, and it sort of falls between 2 or 3 fielders.
I think there may have been 2 contacts there, but it was into a very safe area because there's nobody playing bat pad on the leg side, but it did sound like there might have been 2 contacts.
Roccaccioli to Wesley. Mid-wicket, prevents a run, and exactly 100 runs have been scored in this session as it stands. 4 balls to go to the interval. Roccaccioli again. Wesley has flicked this through mid-wicket, so 101 in the session minimum, and 3 balls up to tea, 208 for 2. Cox into strike. Warwickshire would be very pleased if they could get rid of him before the interval.
Slip and leg slip now. Davis moves across to the leg slip position. Bo Webster goes in as the solitary slip. Roccaccioli decides he wants some protection on the mid-wicket boundary and brings square leg, well, backward square leg in a little bit, almost level with the umpire.
Bowls now, and just played defensively by Cox, who was interested in a single. Wesley will have none of it. And,
captain's call, because there was a single there, Paul. But Tom Wesley, I don't think wanted any part of the business of receiving another delivery.
Yes, I think you're right. So Roccaccioli again to Cox. Cox appeal for LBW. It's turned down by umpire Ian Blackwell.
That sounded like 2 contacts as well. I think he's got a little nick on that.
So last ball before the tea interval coming up. Man brought in off the cover boundary. Roccaccioli bowls. Cox comes down the wicket very nicely, deflects it down to third man. I wouldn't call it a late cut, but they've taken 2 and they'll be happy with that. And it's 210 for 2 at tea. Wesley on 70, Cox on 4. The only wicket to go that of Paul Walter for 86 after a 132 partnership with Wesley. And we will be back with you in 20 minutes. Yeah,
I've just done an hour and 42.
Roland will resurface.
It does disappear for long periods of time. Whenever I've done games, he's usually on the phone. Yeah, he's usually on the phone for the Caribbean.
They're running out of money for
Thursday. A quick reminder that the Peach Redbridge Museum and Library still have a gazebo behind the pavilion, where they have the book about 100 years of Chelmsford, priced at £10.
Yeah, just to say, Ashley came round and said...
We also have the retail shop open, where they have the yoga shirts, and also this year's yearbook.
Right, no speculation. There's obviously something there.
And should you wish to be playing games on the outfield, you're welcome to do so. Remember those?
Yeah, I know, but that probably tells you what. But no, he just said, can you just leave it as personal reasons? So maybe it's a bit of a Boris Johnson situation. Yes, not. That very sure. How many children do you have, Mr. Johnson? Right. Okay, so I shall head off and yeah, apart from they come up, obviously there's obviously something going on. So Church is happy with Durham's 153 or whatever. There's probably rather less to worry about there than there is at the Oval. There's been fighting on the outfield.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Not quite, but yes, that'll be interesting. There'll be quite a lot of speculation around there. Right. Actually, last LBW wasn't a bad shout, was it? Is that not working down there? Because I often use...
It hasn't been switched on. I don't know whether it works or not.
Yeah. Let's see if it's working.
That one's
I often use that
Yeah.
because it's a bigger screen.
Usually I can get it on the computer, but I can't get it on the computer at all today.
You enjoyed your days off? Did you play?
Yeah, so if you want, Richard, I can stick that on the other side of the window.
It's hard to put it on the other side of the window because it's just needs that hardly any space there.
Right.
So where it is fine.
Okay. I'll leave it switched on anyway.
That window looks like it's about to fall off as well.
Yeah, I mean,
It's hinges though.
yeah.
That's fine. Though.
Yeah, okay. I'll leave it switched on anyway.
Thank you.
It's a bit quick in the neck if you're looking at it. Right.
I'll try and remember to bring those seats tomorrow.
Yeah, not a good shout. I mean, it's not really forward.
So you didn't get anything on it?
No, it didn't appear to.
No. I think it's maybe just turned a bit too much.
You don't get the best.
No, the replay on that's not great, yeah.
Yeah. It looked a good shout. Don't get him outside the line, so in line would be sort of scrambling off some.
They didn't seem surprised that it was turned down.
No. We do back quite a long way down here.
I don't think there'll be anything that advanced at school to play.
Typically, you can't play the weather just before the game yet.
Yeah.
I think there's a concern that the weather is going to intervene.
Thanks for your diary of forthcoming events here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. Nick Brown's testimonial match takes place on Friday the 8th of August, starting at 6 o'clock in the evening. This is part of Nick's testimonial year, and former players, including Sir Alistair Cook, Ryan Tennis-Carter, Gary O'Hara, and David Masters will be taking on an Essex 11 in a T20 match. As part of the centenary celebrations of Essex cricket and Chelmsford, we have a night of music on the pitch on Saturday the 16th of August, when stars of the West End will be performing the Evening of ABBA. The men's Metro Bank Cup campaign starts with visits to Nottinghamshire and Hampshire, before our first home game against Worcestershire on Sunday the 10th of August with an 11 o'clock start. We then have home games against Surrey, Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, but please be aware the Glamorgan game is a floodlit game starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Essex women resume their Metro Bank One Day Cup programme on Thursday the 4th of September with a game against Hampshire, And our next Rothesay County Championship match here is on Monday the 8th of September against Durham. Please remember that all September matches start at 10:30. Ticket information and sales are available through the ticket office today or at essexcricket.org.uk.
Paul forgotten he's got to do a 4 o'clock piece. I think he might have done. He'll be listening down the line. Do it for him if he's forgotten.
His head hit onto the wicket keeper's pad and into, and he's gone up in the air. Just I was seeing a replay of the wicket. Hands off something to go up in the air.
Stan was worth 132 in the match.
He's been around a long time. Wouldn't he have
Did we get a verdict?
takes some shifting, you know, that cut. It's about 40 years.
There you go, Paul. Just wondering if you've got the 4 o'clock, but it's just on 4 o'clock. They haven't started the bulletin yet. So. I was on standby just in case.
But it is interesting. I would imagine Rothesay will continue from the Graham Gooch end. But we'll see.
Bamber in then. Bowls and Peel there. Hit the batsman Tom Wesley rather high up, I thought there, amongst other possible reasons for giving it not out, but you'll gather it has been given not out. Decent delivery, 210 for 2.
Yeah, again, it sounded like it might have been 2 contacts, so it's hard to tell. I mean, the Rothesay appeal before tea, there weren't 2 contacts, but I think it was going down the leg side. I've had a chance to see it again. I have also now seen the Walter dismissal, so I have a more accurate rendition of what happened, but we'll come to that after this ball.
Yeah, please do. Bamber, meanwhile, just with the one slip, but a short mid-wicket. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Working up some nice pace here. Wesley played at that, and goes through to the wicketkeeper Kai Smith.
So Walter has got an orthodox outside edge. It's come off the left thigh of Kai Smith, and that's why it's looped up in the air.
Yep.
And then Alex Davies made the scramble and the dive to get his hands under the ball. But yeah, it was the thigh of Kai Smith that it hit. Kai's thigh. That's
useful
pleasing.
use of the thigh. Bamber again. Excuse me. Bowls to Wesley, flicks it off the pads. That's going down for 4 runs to fine leg. There's a man at deep backward square. No hope of cutting that off. And score moves along. First runs after tea to 214 for 2. And Wesley has 74.
Tremendously wristy that from Wesley.
Yep. And that kind of helped work the angle fine enough to get to the boundary. And it was very nicely timed as well. Yes, he has got very strong wrists. And prepares to face Bamber again. And this ball's hit nicely, but without real timing. And so much so that, although it goes wide of mid-on, there is no run at all. And Roland Butcher, you'll be glad to know, is back with us, and we'll give you a chance for a good break at the end of the over. As Bamber's on his way again. In and bowls. Oh, and that's another good delivery. Apart from the one that went before, it's been a very good over from Bamber. And for the second time in the over, he beats Wesley on the outside edge.
Yeah, and these are deliveries we just haven't seen for a session and a half.
Yeah.
And Wesley has a bit of a prod and a poke to work out what's going on there.
And I think it suits Bamber. For one thing, I think he probably bowls, on this limited evidence, better to right-handers than left. And
yeah.
he has just bowled better already in this over than he did in the morning and afternoon sessions. That one goes through outside off stump. Well bowled to Ethan Bamber there. 214 for 2.
Yeah, so I mean, that's an encouraging over. Rothesay is already cap off, so he's going to come on from the other end. Roland's writing something now. He's deep in thought. We'll grab him in a bit. Yeah, Rothesay has bowled pretty well. 1 for 55 from his 16. It's been an interesting session, this.
Yeah.
It's a dominant day for Essex. They don't want to throw away the position they're in. Wesley has 100 begging, and Cox has had to be relatively becalmed, but for one false shot where he nearly holed out to mid-off. So it's going to be interesting. Coming in against spin as well, middle order, he often does that. But a good battle had started before the interval between him and Corey Rothesay. So in comes the tall West Australian. And that one floated up outside off stump, and it does turn, and he just kills it. Cox with defence.
Yes, I don't think he'll remain in defence for very long. Cox, he's an ants-in-the-pants cricketer. He loves to get on with it. Man on the long-on boundary for it.
And again, reverse sweep from Cox. It's a single because there is a fielder out on the boundary there. It's Ed Barnard. So I'm going to say high risk, low reward shot there from Cox, but he played it very securely. He's to 5. 215 for 2.
Yeah, he did look very much like a man who's keen to get on with it from the way he shaped up there. And don't think we've seen anyone else attempt the reverse sweep
No.
today. But
And happily no ramp shots yet either.
yeah,
That might come before the close. Roccaccioli in, and he's lifted through point. So it ends up being much the same part of the field as the previous delivery. And they'll come through for another single. 75 to Wesley, 216 for 2. Roccaccioli is, again, trying to get it under their eyes, trying to give them the opportunity to try and play an attacking shot to see if he can force an error. This is very full and stabbed into point. And Rob Yates runs round, and another single to Cox. He's 6. 217 for 2.
Roccaccioli is Warwickshire's off spinner, and Essex without theirs in this game, Simon Harmer. And I can now give you the official reason for his pulling out late on here after this ball.
Roccaccioli in once more, driven back to the bowler. Fields in his follow through.
And we have it from the club. The reason he's not playing is described as for personal reasons.
There we go. Roccaccioli once more. Cox clips it wide of short leg, who was on the move to his right and got wrong footed. So another single to Wesley. He's 76, 218 for 2. Bit of a flurry of wickets after the interval at Scarborough. Sussex 150 for 8. That could be very valuable for Yorkshire if they were to get a win in that game.
Yeah, well, they may well do, because Sussex, who've been having such a good season and were third when they entertained Essex at the start of the match, but they didn't finish there. They finished in 5th place, passed by Warwickshire, among others, and Sussex, who didn't really play very well by the sound of it down at home against Essex. Yorkshire, who, generally speaking, have played some pretty good cricket in their last 3 or 4 games, and I'm fairly confident they will pull clear of danger. The side that look like joining Worcestershire in Division 2 next season, I would have to say, is Durham, who are once again struggling against Surrey. Bamber bowls, and ball is just defended. Surrey have lost a wicket, however, 17 for 1, but Durham were bowled out for 153.
Second Somerset Centurion of the day is Tom Abel. He and James Rue have added 214 for the 4th wicket after they were 25 for 3 against Notts. Impressive. They couldn't make runs earlier in the season.
No.
Somerset, they can now.
He's been a grand servant to Somerset, Tom Abel. That's a leave outside off stump, and score remaining 218 for 2.
I think he's quite unfortunate not to have troubled the England selectors.
Agree
Tom
with you,
Abel.
yeah.
A pretty consistent performer, fairly unruffled character.
An outstanding fielder.
Yeah.
So that would be an asset in itself.
Yeah.
And jolly good team man, and a man who's done nothing but improve through his career. Bamber in, and doesn't bowl. That's the first time we've had a refusal.
Yeah, a little bit concerned there, because
Yeah.
it's like his hip went down. Now he's looking down at the surface as if there might have been a bit of a slip, but his hip was uncomfortable for a second. They don't want Ethan Bamber breaking down at this point in the season. Warwickshire, he's been very good in his first year with the club. 32 wickets, he leads them in the Championship. They've cost him more than 30 apiece, but he's bowled a lot of overs, and a lot of them with one of these kookaburras.
Seems to be all right, though, as he comes in now and bowls, and Wesley stabs the ball out to point. There's no run there. Without being express pace, he's nippy, is Bamber. He puts his whole heart and soul into every delivery, and certainly can't be faulted for effort. Very useful haul of 32 wickets. Outside chance of taking 50 wickets in the season, where with four games devoted to kookaburra balls, that would be some achievement. Here he comes again. Nice lad as well. Bowls, and ball played down to mid-off, and there's no run.
It's raining at Hove, for what that's worth. I don't think that's going to worry us too much. Just looking at the radar, I think we look pretty clear now
Yeah,
for the rest of the day.
we are very lucky in this part of the world. You know, very often it doesn't rain in this southeast corner where it is raining in lots of other places. certainly the place where I live is like a microclimate of remaining dry under all circumstances. In the Dedham Vale, as Bamber bowls has very nicely clipped off the pads, chase round the boundary here. They've coming back for 2 runs out to deep mid-wicket, and hasn't gone over the boundary, and score 220 for 2 with Wesley up to 78.
Look, Craig Miles is fielding on the boundary there, and if so, he's got a jumper on, but if so, who's missing?
You'd suspect one of the bowlers, but it doesn't always work out that way.
It might be that we're temporarily without Bo Webster, unless that is Bo Webster with a jumper on. Or is he down at long leg?
Bamber bowls. Wesley not out of the middle of the bat, but he's going to pick up a single to mid-on, running round. Funnily enough, if it had come out of the middle of the bat, it might have gone straight to the fielder, but it just took a thickish inside edge and produced a single. 221 for 2 at the end of the Bamber over, with Wesley on 79.
No, it is Bo Webster with a jumper on. Roland Butcher is about to step into the breach now. I'll rejoin things after I've done my 5:03.
Well, a well-earned rest for you, Richard. Thank you very much indeed. And 221 for 2 we are at the end of the 3rd over after the tea interval. 67 have been bowled of the day's scheduled 96, and as Richard was saying, at the moment anyway, every chance we might get everything in, as Rothesay comes in, begins a new over. Cox is far more enthusiastic about taking a single than Wesley, and the net result, in spite of a rather wild throw, they didn't take a run in the first place, and nor was there a subsequent overthrow. Welcome back, Roland.
Yes, and thank you, and good day for Essex so far. Really, batters looking in excellent form.
Yes.
And
that ball just played into the offside, no run.
Richard has just solved the problem that I was having for me, that my advanced years didn't prepare me for. And I would like to thank him for that. But yeah, good day for Essex so far.
Well, your advanced years are nothing like as advanced as mine. Here's the next delivery from Rothesay, and it just played up to bat pad. Once again, there will be no runs. 221 for 2.
Yes, and this pair, particularly Wesley, he's batted really well today. He's looked in good touch.
Yes, he has. As faces Rothesay again, drives back to the bowler, sinks to his knees to field. No change to the score. Walter, top scorer so far with 86, but Wesley's only 7 behind him now, and Walter won't be adding to that 86. A little bit unlucky in the way that he was out, but next ball is played to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, he was pretty unfortunate. I thought he played well today, deserved 100, and wasn't to be.
No, he just does have a bit of a habit of getting out as he gets near 100. And this ball is played to backward square leg, and there's no run. And I remember one game here, I can't tell you which one it was, but he was just approaching 100. It was in the 90s, and the bowler, very shrewdly in my opinion, bowled wide down leg side, and he just flicked at it and was strangled. And of course, you know, that was when he just showed the fact he gets a little bit on edge when he gets near 100, and would do well perhaps to sort of disregard that and just play as he's played all the way to getting so close.
Yes, but I would be quite happy to get into the 90s on a regular basis.
Well, that's true.
Even if I got out.
It's pretty useful, isn't it? Yeah. No, I agree with you there. But it's just a shame, you know, that he has more often got out close to 100 than actually scored the 100, as that ball goes through outside off stump.
Yep.
Sorry, it's your
there from
over.
Bamber, and allowed to go through to Webster, who got a single off the final delivery of that last over from Rothesay, and he is on 80, and he will be certainly thinking about 100, and if he does get there, he would have deserved it, as Bamber running away from us and bowls from her commentary position. This ball straightens, but it's met with a solid defensive shot by Wesley, who gets into a nice position and presenting the full face of the bat, plays the ball back along the pitch, and there is no run. Essex now 2-2-2 for 2. And I think Warwickshire would have hoped when they made that decision this morning that they would have certainly be looking to bat at this stage as Bamba bowls, and he beats him outside the off stump with a good delivery. Just playing that one perhaps a little bit too wide, drew him into the shot. Ball went past the outside edge, taken cleanly by the keeper, and that was a good delivery.
Well, it could be one of those matches, Roland, where each side scores over 500, and the draw, which already looks highly likely, has long since become inevitable on that scenario, and you wouldn't be totally sure that Essex mightn't still be batting in 24 hours' time.
Bamba in bowls, and this one tries to work it into the onside, slightly short of a length, but perhaps playing a little early on that shot. The ball ends up to Alan Dolby fielding there at mid-off.
Yeah, Richard was able, by looking at various replays, to establish Walter was out by getting an outside edge, which then flicked onto the wicket-keeper's pad and looped up in the air. It's that kind of little bit of luck that takes a wicket here.
Bamba balls, and that's cut away, but he doesn't quite time it as he would like. Perhaps looking to hit it a bit squarer, but ended up hitting it straight to extra cover, and immediately a change in the field. That extra cover has been removed and goes to backward point, and backward point fielder goes out on the boundary. So it seems as if they're quite happy to give Wesley the single, or are they trying to prevent the four? This delivery is flicked away by Wesley down to long leg. There's runs here. He's gone for one. He's looking for two, but he can't get two as a good return comes in over the stumps, but it's a no ball as well for Bamba, so he's got to bowl that one again.
And 2 runs onto the board.
So takes the score now to 225. Wesley on to 81. It brings Cox into strike. Cox waits, same feel for Cox. Bamba bowls, and Cox just dabs this one into the offside, and a very, very easy single, because the fielder's got to come from that deep position, that backward point. There's no extra cover, so a very simple single, and the over comes to an end. At the end of that over, it's 226 for the loss of 2.
Yep, he's putting everything into it, as he always does, Ethan Bamba, but not getting a lot of change out of this fairly docile pitch. And Rothesay will continue his marathon spell from the Graham Gooch end, erstwhile the Hayes Close end. And here we go. Rothesay in now. Slip and a back pad. Cox allows this ball to come on to him. There's the merest suspicion there might have been a tiny element of turn there, but nothing to really help the bowler at all. And Cox, after a little bit of gardening, settles over his bat again. Off-break bowler, an Australian. Rothesay comes in. Bowls, and the ball just dabbed down to the man under the helmet, and no change to score at 226 for 2.
Yeah, Rothesay's really looking to bowl more middle and leg.
Comes in again, gives us a little bit more air. Cox not to be tempted. Just drops a dead bat on the ball. The wicketkeeper retrieves. Rothesay again. Bowls to Cox. Cox has turned it to backward square leg. There will be no run there, and although a fair amount of the ground is populated with a few people here and there, but that's not true of the Tom Pearce stand away to my right. It's absolutely packed, as is the stand in front of us here. Here's Rothesay again, bowls reverse sweep, and it wasn't quite met the way that Cox intended, but he's going to get at least 2 runs, won't quite have the legs to reach the boundary, and he's Wesley's herring back for a third, and so 3 runs to Cox, takes him up to 10, and the score to 229 for 2.
Yes, he attempted reverse sweep. It was read by the slip fielder who moved to his right, but then went too far.
Yeah.
And ended up going fine. It would have gone straight to him had he stayed in that position at first slip. Would have been between the first slip and the keeper. Result was 3.
Yeah, in fairness to the fieldsman, he read it correctly, but the shot wasn't where Cox was, I think, intending to play it. But next ball's driven back to the bowler, smartly fielded. Rothesay completes another over, and the end of it, Essex put into bat are 229 for 2.
Yes, and going along nicely as we come to this final session. Slightly cool and overcast, so a bit of a breeze, so Essex have had a good day so far.
Yes, and just hearing Surrey have just this minute lost their 2nd wicket. Both Sibley and Burns are out. They're 23 for 2, chasing only 153 for which they bowled Durham, who won the toss, out. But at the moment, quite a good riposte from Durham.
Bamber to Cox, bowls, and Cox stands resolutely and defends that ball up to mid-on. Ball just coming in on the right-handed bowler, and he just plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Cox on 10, 81 to Wesley, and Essex at 229 for 2. Warwickshire, how they would love to pick a couple more wickets up. That's Bamber, 54 in on his back, runs, and that's cut away. There's runs there. I don't think it would go for 4, but at least 2, and the fielder does very well to scoop that one in, but cannot prevent the batter from going for 2, so 2 more to Cox. Goes to 12, score moves to 231. 2, Wesley still there. 100 non-strikers in, rear. Since the fall of that first wicket, really, he's been a constant, just waiting patiently for his opportunity. But right now, Cox is on strike. There's 2 fielders in catching position. There's a slip and a short mid-wicket. Bamber bowls, and that's nicely played off the pads. He's only going to get a single as it goes all the way down to the long leg. A strong return comes in. Keeper has to do the tidying up. The ball bounced in front of him, but they cross for a single.
And in that score of 153, Durham made 4 wickets for the ever reliable Worrell, 4 for 31, and Sam Curran, the other main wicket taker, 3 for 22.
So they've got to do it with the bat now. So has Wesley. He's got to do it with the bat as he waits for Bamber. Who bowls now, and that's driven. And an attempt. I think Bamber probably got a hand on that. Ball ricochets into the stumps, but that was heading to the boundary. I don't think mid-off or mid-on could have got around there. But let's have a look at that. Yep. Bamber gets a hand on it, cannons into the stumps, but Cox had got back in time.
Yep, he was watchful of that, Cox. Just put the bat down in time, or he would have been back in the pavilion.
Yep, no run scored as Bamber once more in bowls, and Wesley hits that one off the back foot for 4. And that's a lovely shot, too short, too wide. And for a batter in his 80s, he's not going to miss out on that. He just gets onto the back foot and punches it between mid-off and extra cover and gets himself another boundary. He moves to 85.
Yeah, I think you'd agree that perfectly illustrates the art of timing. He made no great physical effort there. It was just beautifully timed by Wesley. Just really looked nothing more than the defensive push. But as I say, well, if the timing's good, they can produce boundaries.
Bamber bowls, and he goes onto the back foot. This time it's another no ball, as he looking to punch that through extra cover. The extra cover has been removed from that position. He's now out on the boundary at extra cover, and that one played a little bit straighter, ends up going straight to mid-off, but in any event it was a no ball. So it's 238 for 2, and quite a strong breeze at the moment as Bamber bows, and that's a lovely shot just coming into his wicket. Wesley and just works it gently off his pads out to deep square leg, gets the single and also will maintain the strike. So Essex moves on and on. The 239 for 2. Wesley with that shot goes to 86, and he'll be certainly eyeing up a century, and at the moment doesn't look as if Warwickshire are going to get a wicket. Things are not going their way. There's no balls going past the edge of the bat. There's no chances being created at this moment. The best chance of a wicket really is a batter's mistake.
Yeah, Wesley actually, when I come to think of it, has a pretty good record against Warwickshire. And he also has a good record when he gets this close, unlike Walter, who, as we've said, does tend to get out more often than not when he gets to 80s and 90s. But Wesley, if he gets this far, usually sees it over the line. We'll see if it's true this time. And he's certainly another run on the way to doing that there as he plays the ball to deep mid-wicket. And the score to 240 for 2. Wesley up to 87. And certainly has played very well indeed here. Hard to think of a moment when he really looked like being out. Somerset's wonderful recovery, having lost 2 wickets immediately at Trent Bridge. They've recovered to 269 for 3 centuries for Tom Abel and James Rue. Their big partnership continues, and this next ball is reverse swept. It's actually very well played, I have to say, by Jordan Cox there, because he managed to play the reverse sweep without the slightest hint of risk, really. He didn't have a blind swipe at it. He just carefully took up the left-handed stance and caressed it on its way down to the boundary. And that takes Essex to 244 for 2. Cox gathering momentum on 17. Faces Rothesay again. Works this ball away, laconically out to deep mid-wicket for a single. No real effort involved at all. He moves up to 18 and the score to 245 for 2.
Yeah, nicely played by Cox. That's reverse sweep. Just picked the right ball, and then the next delivery just worked it off his pads for a single.
Rothesay to Wesley. He follows suit, playing it out to deep mid-wicket. And as Richard was saying earlier, Richard Wilford, that the off-break bowler is rather gifting these singles into the onside, and we've had 3 already in this over, and the score's up to 246 for 2. Rothesay again bowls, and this time Cox has absolutely belted this ball out to deep mid-wicket. The bat pad understandably takes evasive action and breathes a sigh of relief that he's still alive, and they get 1 run, and the score to 247 for 2, with now 88 to Wesley coming into strike, and Cox with that single up to 19. Rothesay again, and this ball's just nudged away, but there won't be a run. Slip nips round Alex Davis to make sure there isn't one. Thought I might have felt a spot of rain a moment or 2 ago, but certainly nothing that would drive the players from the field as yet, but I've just felt another one. So I think there's a bit of a darker cloud just coming over, that this could be, we did say the forecast suggested around the 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock region there might be a shower.
Yes, I think any movement off the field would be better, certainly for Warwickshire than for Essex, as they're very much in the ascendancy, and would want to continue, so we've got a change in bowling. And it looks like Barnard would come into bowl. Just trying to get his feel right, so they're forsaking the third man and got a sort of a very short third man. Barnard starts his run in, and this first delivery to Cox is short, and Cox gets onto the back foot and runs it out to backward point. There's a feel as the fielder from short third man comes around, makes a mess of it, but he gets support from his partner coming in from the point boundary to prevent this second run. So Cox goes into the 20s, brings Wesley on strike, and Essex really now just moving along quite smoothly at 248 for 2. It really has been a good day as Barnard bowls now, and this delivery is bringing Wesley onto the back foot, first of all forward, then back, and with the straight back defence up to mid-on.
Ironically, although I was saying there'd been a few spots of rain, the actual overall light is in one of its better phases that we've seen in the last, well, all day really.
Yeah, it's been it's been a strange sort of day. Never any sustained sunlight. There have been appearances as Barnard in bowls outside the off stump and too wide for this occasion, and Wesley just watches it closely as it goes through to the keeper.
So 248 for 2, just underlining what Roland was saying. It's particularly after being put into bat, it's been Essex's day so far, but it's not going to be easy for either side to bowl the other out twice in this game.
Barnard bowls wide upside the off stump, and again goes forward and just allows that one to go harmlessly through. Not to be tempted upside the off stump, Wesley. He's just being very patient, and he knows that if he spends time at this crease, there's plenty more runs. It's not just 100. That's the first milestone, but there's still a lot more runs in this pitch. Barnard bowls, and Wesley's hitting this one through mid-wicket. There's runs here, could be four. The ball is going out to the boundary. The keep, yeah, excellent piece of fielding there, coming around from that square leg position. He had a lot of work to do. The ball looked favourite, and the 250 up for Essex, and a round of applause from their supporters. And I would imagine that 99% would be their supporters, and they enjoyed those two runs because it brought up the 250. And Barnard in bowls, and that's smashed through the onside. I don't think he's going to get around this time, is he? No. That's gone for four short. And Wesley just gets onto it very quickly and pulls it through mid-wicket with, he goes to 90, 94, 95. The board is,
yeah, 94, you're right.
he goes to 94 and scored 254 for 2. That was the final delivery of that over. Perhaps the worst of the deliveries was a short ball, just getting up about waist height. And for a man who's been at the crease for a while, really that was food and drink. Just nicely put away.
Yeah, Barnard's kept a good off-stump and outside off-stump line hitherto, but he's straight onto leg side more than once there, maybe deliberately, I don't know, but certainly Essex profited during that over. And Wesley getting ever nearer, just 6 away now. Doesn't really trade in sixes, Tom, although he's well capable of hitting them, but as Rothesay comes in, you probably hear a plane rather irritatingly flying above, and that's beautifully played off the back foot for 4 by Jordan Cox. It was too short from Rothesay, and meat and drink to a man of Cox's ability. Races on to 24, and Warwickshire, who fought so well and successfully for large parts of the afternoon to keep a lid on the Essex scoring, but runs have come pretty freely since the tea interval. 2:58 for 2, 48 have come in around about 35 minutes since tea. Still the odd spot of rain as Rothesay bowls, and Cox just very gently pushes it out to deep mid-wicket for a single, and the score will move to 2:59 for 2. Cox on 2:25.
Yeah, that shot off the back foot for 4 was a very good one. He picked the length very quickly. Just had to beat the extra cover, which he did with relative ease. But Wesley now he has an opportunity as Rocket
comes in bowls, and Wesley beats the sprawling dive of the man inside the circle. Zen Malik there, and goes out to deep mid-wicket for the single. 260 for 2. And runs again coming rather too easily for Warwickshire's liking in this over. As Rothesay bowls to Cox, and Cox for once just plays defensively to mid-on. There's no run. Tom Wesley now 5 away from 100, and Cox on 25. Now places Rothesay in. Bowls again. He just plays it back gently to the bowler. No run. Still, any rainfall is slight enough for the players to comfortably continue. Rothesay bowls. Oh, and Cox is rather fortunate here. Goes on the reverse sweep, but once he doesn't get it right at all, ends up on the opposite side of the pitch to that where he was aiming, and it ends up in the hands of Ethan Bamber in what would start it off as a leg side, effectively in the end the offside. Not sure there was bat in that. Certainly think there was some pad, but anyway, Cox lives to tell the tale, and Essex handily placed on 260 for 2.
Yes, and attention turns now to Wesley because he is approaching his century. And when he does, you will get an explosion of emotions here at Chelmsford from these loyal supporters. And this delivery is a good one from Barnard, but it brings him solidly forward, Wesley, and defends up to mid-on.
Normally a very patient man through the 90s, Wesley. Be quite prepared to make the necessary 5 further runs to reach it in singles if he has to.
He settles down as Barnard is on his way and bowls, and he's flicking this one out to deep square. He's gone for 1. Will he come for the second? Yes, there's a misfield, and we'll get it as the return comes in. It's a wild one. Goes in the middle of the pitch. Really should have been just a single, but the misfielder allowed Wesley to get a second. He goes even closer now to his century. He's now on 97.
Yeah, Warwickshire, their fielding was pretty tight for most of the first 2 sessions, but as we approached tea, there were 1 or 2 similar misfields to the one we've just seen, and that was another one.
Barnard bowls, and Wesley's edging this one for 4. I think it's going on towards the 3rd man boundary. The chase is on. It's a futile chase. 100 here for Wesley, and a very well played 100. Not the way he would have wanted to go to 100, an outside edge, but it went all along the ground. There's no 3rd man in place. This crowd rises here to a marvellous innings by Wesley. He moves on to 101. And thoroughly deserved, because he has looked the part from the moment he came in, looked in total control of his innings, and now he has scored a deserved 100.
Yep, and really he's given no chance at all, and really no hint of a chance. As you say, it was a fine 100. Okay, the conditions are helpful for batting, but he's certainly made full use of them. 266
for 2. Barnard bowls short, and this one's pulled away down to long leg. He's not going to get a single, a controlled pull shot there from Wesley, trying the bouncer and getting the signal 1 for the over, as that one was just hopped on its way down to long legs. 267 for 2. So Cox now will take straight. Field still remains the same. There's just a slip back with point extra cover mid off. Man on the point boundary as Barnard is in now and bowls to Cox, and that's the shortest delivery, and Cox just goes back and defends back towards the bowler, who just flicks the ball with his boot to mid off, and Hannon Dolby comes across and does the fielding and giving the ball a polish on his shirt, just trying to do something with it because not a lot happening off the pitch. The batter's in total control. Barnard in bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it bounces off for length, and it's also well played by Cox as he takes the bottom hand off the bat. Ball goes towards the slip region all along the ground, so it's quite safe fielded, and that was the final delivery of the over, and at the end of it, Essex were 267 for 2.
Well, Surrey, having demolished Durham for 153 up at Chester Street, but they are, for the moment, struggling in return. They've lost the third wicket, 36 for 3, Burns 2, Sibley 12, Sam Curran 4, 2 wickets for Rain, 1 for Potts. So at the moment when Surrey bowled Durham out for 153, it looked very much as if Surrey were in for another massive victory. But that's on hold just at the moment, even though you fancy they're going to pull through all right eventually. But it's unusual to see Surrey in such a predicament early in so early in their reply. 37 for 3 the score has just gone up to.
Yeah, just a slight break in. Players, the two batters get some change of gloves and drink as well.
Yes, just run you through 1 or 2 other scores while we wait. Excuse me. Hampshire, in a game that's twice been interrupted, has an interruption right now. No play before lunch, and Hampshire 127 for no wicket. At Worcester, as Worcestershire's season continues to disintegrate really, Sussex 166 for 9 at Scarborough, having been put in. Middlesex 232 for 3 at Cheltenham. Leicester collapsed a little bit, 313 for 7 having been put in at Canterbury. Here's Rothesay about to begin yet another over from the the Grand Gooch end, I should say, and Wesley helps himself to a single to long on, and the score up to 268 for 2. Glamorgan are 226 for 6 away to Lancashire, and Derby 296 for 7 away to Northamptonshire. Gives you a run through of all the championship scores, Division 1 and 2. Next delivery bowled by Rothesay to Cox, straight to mid-on, no run.
Yes, Cox playing a very supporting role here.
Yeah, he's dug in since tea and started to play some handsome shots. Here's the next ball. That's a good delivery, actually. Had Cox in 2 minds, I think, and in the end he settles for getting forward and steering it back to the bowler.
Yes, just a slip in place, so even if that one had popped up off the batting pad, there's nobody in that area.
Rothesay again bowls, strays onto leg stump, and that just allows the easiest of singles out to deep mid-wicket. Cox moves along to 26, and the score to 269 for 2.
Yeah, just too easy. Just short and just worked it onto the onside.
Yeah, it's a dilemma for Warwickshire, because on the one hand, if they attack a little bit more, these two are now well set, and they don't want to be giving any more boundaries away than they can help. But if they don't attack, well, the runs are going to come anyway. So Rothesay bowls, and Wesley just helps himself to another leisurely single out in the same direction of deep mid-wicket. 270 for 2, and Wesley now on to 104.
Yes, Warwickshire lacking ideas at the moment. I don't think they're pretty sure what they need to do.
No, I think that's absolutely right. As Rothesay bowls, and this time conventional sweep from Cox, and off it pops to the long leg boundary, and just did nothing more really than help it on its way, and Rothesay just straying onto the leg side rather too often. And as the over ends, the score's gone up to 274 for 2.
Yeah, full toss down the leg side, and all he's done, Cox, has just helped it on its way. And the result of that was a boundary. So Cox goes to 30. It's 274 for 2.
And Essex, who were lagging behind some of the other scores approaching tea, are now very much catching up with the sides batting in 2 or 3 other games.
Barnard to Wesley bowls. Now Wesley off the back foot. Just punches it hard up to mid-on, but can't beat the fielder at mid-on. It's a little bit more expansive shot, that one. On occasions he's defended that type of delivery, but on this occasion just gone to the back foot and just punched it with a straight bat. And the leg side field now being strengthened. So the extra cover is being moved. He comes into a straightish mid-wicket, and then there's almost another mid-wicket behind him. Barnard bowls, and he drives hard, goes straight to that fielder that's just been put into that position. Short mid-wicket.
Yeah, Zen Malik, who pulled off a miraculous catch to get rid of Dean Elgar in the morning session, and he looks a very sharp fielder indeed. He's in his first season in the team and scored lots of runs and is really good in the field.
Barnard bowls, and that's off the back foot. There's going to be an easy single here. Alan Darby's got work to do. He gets on his hands and knees and does it, but at the same time could not prevent the single, as Wesley struck that one up to extra cover. Alan Darby moved from mid-off. So the field changes again for Cox. That short mid-wicket has been moved back onto the offside. He's now at traditional extra cover, and there's just the one slip, almost like a second slip position. Barnard in and bowls, and that's struck away off the back foot. This runs here. I don't think we'll get to the boundary. It's pulled up just inside, but there's an easy 2 as the return comes all the way back to the keeper. But that's 2 to Cox. He goes to 32. Runs come in a little bit quicker now at this late stage in the day, as Essex taking full advantage of the platform really set by Elgar and Waters. Barnard once more to Cox, and that's food and drink, but he gets away with it. Short, slow ball, and Cox pulls it around, but there's a man at deep square. Could have hit that through mid-wicket.
Yeah, it was a rather lame half tracker, and as you say, bowler gets away with it there, at least giving away only 1 run. Could easily have been a boundary, and you do just get the feeling that these runs are coming too easily from a Warwickshire point of view. As you were saying, Roland, Essex have really been able to accelerate since tea. They've added 68 in just over 50 minutes.
Too easy. And now they've gone for a strange field. There's almost a fly slip. Short, and he's pulled on an excellent piece of field in there at square leg, deep square leg. I don't think it would have gone for 4 because he had cover coming around from mid-wicket, but did really well there. I think it was a substitute fielder, and just diving away. So having made such a good stop, he's got to leave the field because this replacement is back. Well, that was an excellent piece of fielding.
Yeah, I think it's Craig Miles.
By the substitute fielder.
Well, at last, Rothesay's being relieved at the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Rob Yates, who just had the last over of the morning session. And I must admit, He has, I think, I heard Richard say, got 10 wickets this season, Rob Yates, and I think this is a little bit overdue, giving him an over or two, because no one who has been bowling has really looked like getting this third Essex wicket down.
Well, with the score 279. As I said, to come on at this time late in the day, batters are set. It's not going to be easy. First thing he's got to do is get some degree of control. If he doesn't get any control to start with, runs will flow quickly, and that will put a lot of pressure on Warwickshire, as I think the pick of the bowlers today really has been Alan Dolby. He was very consistent with his line and length, and really
Yates comes in. There was a bit of delay while the field changed. Wesley plays the first delivery from Yates to mid-wicket. No run. 279 for 2. And this partnership, bearing in mind it was 200 when the last wicket fell, they put on 79. And here, ball played to mid-on via, it's sort of deflected into deep mid-on's path by mid-wicket, moving to his left. Yates again. From the Sir Alistair Cook end, passes umpire in Blackwell, bowls, and forward comes Wesley. Plays it to mid-wicket, running in front of mid-on. No run. Yates bowling again. Wesley tries. Very nice shot, but straight to deep extra cover. Single. 280 for 2. Wesley on to 107.
yeah, slightly overpitched and a huge gap on the offside, really. There was a backward point and a mid-off. So anything on the offside was a single.
Yates so far kept a lid on things in just his second over here. Bowls and continues to do so, as Cox can only turn it straight to mid-wicket and there's no run. And Richard, I think, is prepared to come in at the end of this over. We'll bring him straight back, as here is the ball played by Cox for a single. And maybe a little bit of turn there for Yates, but the single easily achieved. 281 for 2, Wesley 107, Cox on 34, and Roland Butcher will be joined by Richard Wilford.
Yes, and Cox moves to 34 and will take strike. As Essex continue to dominate this first day's play here at Warwickshire. They may rue the decision to have inserted Essex instead of taking first knock. But they've got all their work cut out now, because there are two batters set. One's on 107, Cox on 34. Looks like Malik's going to bowl, so welcome back, Richard.
Yeah, this would be a somewhat exploratory single over, I suspect, of spin. I just Paul had got a hot dog earlier, but looking at it now, it's merely the dog.
The dog, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's no longer hot.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not. But yeah, Zaid Malik has been lightly bowled this season. Hasn't taken a wicket yet in first-class cricket. For the season, he's none for 54, which will give you the impression.
So Malik will bowl his first delivery. And it's not a bad one. That one was on the mark. It comes off the outer edge of the bat from Cox and runs to backward point. So that was a good start if he can maintain that.
Well, this is the phony ball that precedes the second new ball, isn't it?
And this one is short and it's forced off the back foot. Can't beat mid-wicket. So the score stays on. 281 for 2. Just to slip in place as Malik bowls. It's a full toss and it's driven hard up to mid-on. There's a misfield, but not a bad enough misfield for the batters by Barnard for the field batters to get a run. Just decided not to go. Cox settles down as Malik bowls, and that's a good delivery. And it brings him forward. He squeezed out into the offside. And the wicketkeeper was quite happy with that delivery. He sensed that the length was good. So he's not doing a bad job so far, Malik. As this one is short, and he's bowled him. It's a long hop, really. And that could have gone anywhere, but he's got his first wicket now, Richard. So the question is, should he be in the attack earlier?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's an indiscreet shot, isn't it, at best? But a real bonus that Zen Malik should get his first-class wicket, and it's a good one to get as well in Jordan Cox. So no complaints about that. But Cox swung himself off balance there and misses a ball that just barely clips the very top of off stump. Yeah. Just enough to dislodge the balance. And how unsatisfactory for any batter to get out bowled and find yourself sitting on your backside.
Yeah, and Malik can't believe this. He just hit the top of the bills. Malik's put his hands over his head because he cannot believe that Cox has missed that. But you and I know that he's missed it. He's got to make his way back to the pavilion. So the breakthrough comes. And Warwickshire gets the third wicket.
Well, isn't it the theory an off spinner to the right hander is trying to hit the top of off stump rolling? I mean, he didn't do it the way that he might have intended.
He's just saying to Hallam Dolby, he's showing him what he did.
Whatever it was, it was very effective.
The question is, does it get him a second over?
Yeah. Well, I think the question Ollie Hallam Dolby is asking him is, could you actually do that again?
Yeah.
The very dangerous Matt Critchley comes out to the crease. Third wicket of the day. So the Bears have a point. It's 1-1. It's 1-1 in the 79th over. the batting points are going to start perking up in the next 45 minutes to an hour.
Could Malik finish with a wicket maiden? I would bring in a mid wicket to make sure that doesn't happen. That he doesn't get a single. But let's hope he pitches this one on about the off stump. The mid wicket. Full toss. Worked away into the onside, single taken, and really spoiled his over there. Really, if it's his only over.
If you could have ended your sentence with "Let's hope he pitches this one."
Well, I was hoping, yes. But had he got a mid wicket, it would have saved his blushes, because that would have gone straight to mid wicket. So he'd still be happy with 1 over 1 for 1.
You would, and it's the first wicket of your first-class cricket career.
And he's still showing the team that he
He's trying to suggest it was a carrom ball. I'm not having it. But look, he's taken a sensational catch earlier today. He played a match-winning innings of 142 on the final day against Worcestershire. He is enjoying his cricketing life right now, Zen Malik, and quite rightly so. Good on him.
Agreed.
Robbie Yates to bowl the final over of the 80, and this over will determine, I guess, whether they just delay taking the second new ball. We'll see whether Matt Critchley takes any liberties. He's 1 off 1 and faces the first ball of Yates over, dabs it in front of point. Davis runs towards the ball but allows Craig Miles to pick it up in the end. Miles on for... good question. Is Rocky Choley taking a breather maybe to change his shirt? Or is he at mid-on? Who knows? As this is tickled round the corner, and immediately he senses there's a single. Malik approaches the ball very quickly but fumbles it on the wicket end. So couldn't put any pressure. 2 to Critchley. 283 for 3. It has been a bit of a one-wicket a session day, which wasn't the way that Warwickshire imagined it when they won the toss. Yeah, I think it is Rocky Choley who's taken temporary leave of absence. Pushing well forward in defence. This next delivery is Wesley. And, no runs, it goes into the offside. Yates at least trying to keep things tidy here. Doesn't want to be conceding boundaries. Wesley drives him nicely here though, and that will be four. That's just an immaculate extra cover drive. There's a fair gap between the cover boundary fielder Webster and mid-off, and he's just stroked it through. He's up to 111, and it's 287 for three.
Yeah, that's one of the best shots of the day by Wesley. Effortlessly driving that one through the offside. He's played some good shots today, but that's as good as any. Beautifully executed drive through the vacant position there on the offside.
Not seeing any whirling of arms from Ollie Hannon-Dolby just yet. Yates in, he just pushes that one through. Almost inevitable reaction from, I mean, he's a bit more than a part-time spinner, but not as regular a bowler. Having been driven for four, his next one was always going to be a bit of a medium pacer. So it proved. Final ball is the 80th over. Yates bowls to Wesley, clips it towards mid-wicket, in fact straight towards mid-wicket. Malik picks up end of the over. 5 runs came off it. So we reach the availability of a second new ball with Essex on 287 for 3.
Well, Malik was demanding. He was demanding another over. He took his cap off and was walking. He was walking towards the bowling crease, but the old ball has been thrown off the field. So
yeah,
unless Malik's going to bowl the new ball, he's got to find a fielding position.
Alex Davis returned the ball down in front of us like he was playing crown green bowls. He was watching to see whether he got it close to the jack or not. So
Alan Dolby will bowl the first over with this new ball. Scored 287 for 3. Critchley will take strike. He's on 2. And at the non-strikers end, Wesley came in at the fall of the first wicket. He's on 111. There's a discussion taking place there between Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who has been perhaps the best of the Warwickshire bowlers today. Now being asked to come in late in the day and come up with another big spell and hopefully pick up some wickets as well.
He's had a pretty luckless season so far, Roland, as Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
Yep, he's in now and bowls, and he's edge down to third man, and he's coming forward there. Critchley not too sure about that delivery. The ball comes off the outer edge, runs straight down to third man, but what it does do is gets him to the non-striker's end, so he gets a single.
It's interesting they've put a third man in for the second new ball. I think classically you often see that the scoring rate increases with the second new ball, and it may be they just don't want to give any cheap runs down there.
But for the better player or the informed player, they've
reverted.
They've reverted to backward point.
Yeah.
Hannon-Dolby bowls outside the off stump, moves away from the right-handed. Wesley has nothing to do with it, just takes a good look at the pitch as that one goes through to the keeper.
Is that helicopter that we can hear? Is that your lift this evening? You're not so over to our left at the moment.
That sounds more like a tractor than a helicopter.
No, I can see a little helicopter away to the left at the moment. It's just turning around.
So Oliver Hannon-Dolby with 20 on his back, he's running in to bowl, and this one is a good delivery, and it comes bringing him onto the front foot, Wesley, and just pushes that into the offside, goes to extra cover, and we've seen that shot from Wesley on many occasions today, just gently pushing the ball into the offside. So he's going to have another look at this new ball just to see if there's going to be any movement or if there's going to be any bounce. Just take a look for a few overs and maintain this position of strength at the moment as Hannon-Dolby bowls. Oh, that's pushed away through the offside. It's going up towards the point boundary. The ball, will it win the race? It's a close race, but not close enough for the fielder. The ball wins the race. Not in full control of that drive. It was a push drive, really. And came off the outer half, but the batter is in such good touch that even with the outer half of the bat, it still went between extra cover and point. Long chase by both fielders, but turned out to be a futile one. He goes to 115.
I love the commitment from Vance Johnny on his debut to chase that all the way to the rope, though. You want to see that from a young player.
Yes, Hannon Dorby, let's see what he's going to do in response. He bowls, and it's good delivery, but right forward comes Wesley, just playing the ball on its merit and defending that solidly up to mid-on. Barnard, he does the field in. That was a nice bit of shape there, but Wesley met it with a full face of the bat. He's on 115. The score is on 292 for 3. So Essex still continue to dominate this first day as Hannon Dorby and bowls and outside the off stump. That ball moves away off the pitch, and Wesley has nothing to do with it. Goes through to the keeper, over completed, and at the end of that over, Critchley is on 315 to Wesley, and it's 292 for 3.
Corey Rocky Choli returns to the fray. Craig Miles will trundle off. The helicopter disappearing into the distance away to our right now. Might be heading up towards Braintree or somewhere like that. It hovered over to the left of the ground for a while. I've never been in a helicopter. Have you been in a helicopter?
Yes, I have. On a few occasions.
It looks scary to me. I am a coward though, Roland. I should put that out. Lifelong coward. But yeah, they look very flimsy.
Well, yeah, they're not state of the art inside. They're not meant to be.
No.
They're not meant to be luxury travel.
No. To be fair, I'm not great with heights. Here's Bamboo. He's got 2 slips in place. Point extra cover as well as this ball is driven up towards mid-off. Davis will field.
Yeah, in actual fact, what they do have is that you sit back to back.
Oh yeah.
So you're sitting this way, and people are sitting that way.
Okay.
And obviously they're military aircraft, so it's not built for luxury.
So when you see them with the door open and people getting ready to skydive, you think, no, don't think so. No. I'll go down very quickly. Bamber in, he's wrapped on the pad there. There's an appeal for LBW that was not of great merit because it was going down the leg side. And it's going to rattle through. And has that come off the bat? No, 4-leg buys. He did signal the leg first.
Yeah, no chance for the keeper there. That ball,
no.
That ball went very quickly and having deflected off the pad. But yeah, sorry, Richard, but you don't get a single seat. You don't get to plug in your phone.
That doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me.
You don't get a headrest, reclining seat, nothing like that.
Okay, you're not encouraging me. Bamber driven here through point. There's going to be more runs here for Critchley. The chase is on. They should gather before it goes for 4. They've taken 2. Will they come back for 3 on the arm? They will. The throw is short. Kai Smith has to scamper 10 yards further forward to try and capture it, but 3 more to Critchley. He goes to 6. 299 for 3. Essex on the cusp of a second batting bonus point. And the Bears do have an air of a side who were in the field quite a lot last week, and they found it hard in the field again today.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult day for them. He did ask you early in the day what was the position with Jacob Bethel.
Oh! He'd have had a bowl.
Yeah, but he would have enjoyed getting some batted practice on this pitch.
Bamber bustles in once more to bowl 2. Wesley wraps him on the pad, appeals for LBW. Umpire immediately gives the indication he feels it's going down leg. Yeah, so Jacob Bethel has been made available for 1 championship match, and I think it's 3 T20 games so far this season, while spending most of his time 12th manning through a test series.
Is that something you happy with and believe should happen?
Well, you can't be, can you? You can't be, because He's a young guy. Right now, experience of playing cricket is what he needs more than anything else. Bamber in once more to Wesley. Forward in defence, out into the offside. You know, his primary skill is his batting. He is an extraordinary natural talent. You know, he's a great kid to watch as well. Brilliant batter, tremendous fielder. He needs to spend time at the crease. He's never scored a first-class 100. He might have had one this season if he'd been playing a bit more regularly. The potential's there. I mean, I'll ask you after this ball, actually, but I can't imagine you feel too much differently about it. But here's Bamber in to bowl once more, whipped off his pads by Wesley, and he finds the gap on the leg side behind square for 4. Another great return over that from Bamber. And the Essex 300 comes up at the end of the 82nd over. Their second batting bonus point. They're 303 for 3. I mean, I know he's got to be around the England camp and he might have to play. If any batter gets injured in warm-ups this week, then Jacob Bethel has to be available to play at the Oval. It's not that far from here, is it?
Well, it's not. I mean, he could easily be pulled out of a county game. I mean, I think it is a shame that someone like Bethel, as you said, he hasn't scored 100. He's played one first-class game and could possibly be something happens on the day, could be drafted into the tests with no current form. And then there'll be balls, and that ball is just run off the face of the bat, but it goes straight to point. Wait, Critchley, he's on 6, so 300 for the 303 for the loss of 3. Yeah, just getting back to that point. Yeah, surely it would have been. It's better to bring someone in with form. You know that he's the next one in line, so you want to keep him batting well and sharp with runs behind his name. I think all the batting in the nets cannot prepare you for when you actually get into the middle. It's something you have to do. Hannon Dalby bowls. Oh, that's a beautiful shot, and it will get 4. As they say, that's the area that any batsman, even a tail ender, likes the ball to be pitched. Leg side half volley, and beautifully put away by Critchley through mid-wicket for 4.
Hannon Dalby absolutely bristling at himself for that, because that is a long half volley, isn't it?
Yeah,
right onto the toes.
He's obviously throwing it up there, hoping to get a bit of swing, but that line, he'll have to swing a long way from that line. But Critchley was equal to it. Gets himself a boundary, goes to 10. Hannon Dalby is in again and bowls, and he beats him with a beauty. That's more like it. Draws him into a forward defensive push. The ball just moves off the seam at good pace and good through to the keeper.
Unfortunately for Ollie Hannon Dalby, the story of his season is he can't get people to nick off on those. With the runs on the board today, his average in the Championship this year is over 60 as an opening bowler. You know, this is a guy who's taken 50 wickets in each of the last 4 seasons. But this year he just can't get anybody to nick off, however many good deliveries he produces.
He's in once more now and bowls outside the off stump, wide. No shot offered. Well, my observation of him today tells me that one of the reasons why he's not getting the wickets out, that he's just a fraction too short. It's short enough to go past the edge, but not full enough to find the edge. There's a thin balance between the bowls now, and that's a good delivery, but it's met with a foot push by Critchley, hits the ball in the middle of the bat, straight up to middle. Because, you know, if you're just slightly short, you can miss the edge. But you've got to be also careful in terms of the next length.
Yeah.
Because if you're too full, then also you can get driven. So you've got to find that length in between, just short of a length where you go past the edge, and full when you get driven. And Dalby in bright sunshine, bowls, and that's flicked away through the onside. I think that's going to be another boundary. That's going to be a futile chase. The ball wins the race again, and Hannon Dalby looking for swing. No swing involved. Turns out to be a leg side half volley match. Critchley said, "Thank you very much." Dispatches it through mid wicket for 4. Brings his total up to 14, and the score at the end of that over is 311 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, this, the second new ball is not bringing any joy for the Bears, that's for sure.
I mean, you may remember, you know, one of the greatest exponents of slightly back of the length bowling was Mike Hendrick.
Oh yeah,
He
yeah.
looked a magnificent bowler, but wouldn't get a lot of wickets. But he went past the bat more than anyone else.
Yeah.
And the reason for that was, again, Mike's length was just a little bit too short. Maybe he was happy with that the batter wasn't scoring. But
Yeah, he was very tight on the runs. He was very consistent. Very repeatable action he had. As Bamber is driven towards mid-wicket, and that's a tremendous save
that is,
by Dan Mosley, low to his right. Brilliant stop.
yeah, that's high-class bit of fielding, because that had 4 written all over it. It was beautifully clipped away there by Wesley. He would have thought that was a boundary, but Mosley did really well there, because he's not far from the bat. It's probably about less than 20 metres from the bat. Got down quickly to his right and saved the 4.
In his own mind there, he was Emmy Martinez for a moment. There's Dan Mosley, who's one of the bigger Villa fans in this Warwickshire squad. This next ball is defended outside off stump by Wesley. Better line that from Ethan Bamber, who's worked hard with no success today, none for 64. He's had a slightly sloppy spell just after tea from this near end. Yeah, Sir Alistair Cook end. These two, if they're going to score runs, they're going to score them fairly rapidly, fairly attractively, you would think. They've added 30 already. Critchley's going at better than a run a ball. Wesley going through the gears since he reached his century as he's driving again, but Malik, low to his right, is able to stop. Still buoyed by taking that first wicket of his career. Bit of a breeze getting up now. You can see the Warwickshire flag blowing on the far side of the pavilion.
Yeah, it's nice time of the day. The light is pretty good, so you can see.
Puffs his chest out Bamber as he comes in. This one angled in towards middle and leg, steered towards mid-wicket where Mosley stops again. Very noticeable actually. Dan Mosley had a bit of treatment on his shoulder in the morning session, and when he's thrown the ball to a teammate in the field to get it back to the bowler, he's throwing left-handed. Now he bats left-handed, but he bowls and throws right. Dan Mosley, but just a bit of concern about that shoulder, but it's not keeping him out of the field, so that's the key. As this is left alone, this next ball back of a length. Wesley raises the bat above helmet height, and it remains 311 for 3 with 1 ball plus 12 overs remaining in the day. So we're looking at about 20 past 6 for the close of play. And it might be easier for Paul to get an Essex interviewee than it is for me to find a willing victim for the Bears. Ethan Bamber in, oh, and he plays and misses inside that one. Does Wesley? Yep, definitely had a nibble. Taken quite low down, not a lot of carry there, but a good end to the over from Bamber, who bowls a maiden. Only his second of the day, 311 for 3, and first time for a while that the Bears have been able to just turn the tap off for a moment.
Yeah, nice delivery to finish the over. Went past the outside edge of a Centurion. But it's Hannon Dolby's, it's now his chance, and he's got Critchley in his sights. Critchley on 14 and Wesley
119.
119. He's been there for a long time, but it's been a vital knock for Essex. He's been the glue. Hannon Dolby bowls, and that's nicely pushed onto the offside, coming onto the front foot. Critchley and driving up to mid-off. Can't score. And Dolby just rubbing his hands on the turf.
It's been 5 and over since tea, 100 runs in 20 overs. So Essex have absolutely taken control, except for the loss of
I mean,
Jordan Cox.
Richard, has Warwickshire ever considered giving Hannon Dolby sleeveless shirts?
A vest.
I'll come to that in a minute as he starts his run in now to Critchley, in and balls, and that's a good delivery. He's struck him on the pads, but perhaps there was a sort of appeal, but not with any conviction, which suggests to me that maybe it was either going down or there was a slight nick onto it.
It might be. Ollie's just gesturing what I suspect is the case. It's probably too high.
Yeah.
Probably too high, that one.
No replay for us to confirm or deny. Yes, I was saying that. There's a replay there.
I just think it might have been a bit high.
Looked a bit high as well.
Yeah.
Alan Dolby is in now, bowls, and he beats him with one that goes off the track. And he fishes at that one outside the offside, Critchley, and then rehearses a cut shot. But he advanced a little bit down the pitch and then fended at it outside the off stump. Those two slips would have been very interested in that shot. Fortunately for him, it went past. But just my question, because one, his shirts are, his sleeves are even shorter than anyone else, and he pulls them even further up. Alan Dolby in now, bows, and just trying to pull that one from outside the off stump. Didn't get into a good position, ended up hitting it at the bottom of the bat, trickles out on the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, that's trying to show off his musculature with his sleeves even higher up, but it does look a little bit like a basketball vest might be more suitable. Critchley's played a couple of slightly odd shots in this over so far. The one that he played and missed at, he adventured down the wicket and was still on the move when he was playing the shot, which didn't help him. He's keen to get on with things.
Alan Dolby bowls, and that one steered away down to third man, and will get a single and gets Critchley off strike. Brings Wesley on 119 into strike. That one just getting on top of it, slightly short of a length, and steering it down to third man. There was a third man in place, so a few changes now for Wesley. There's that short mid wicket. They still believe that they can get him out caught at short mid wicket, but 119 rounds later, he's still there as Alan Dolby is in, and he allows a good delivery to go through outside the off stump, just slightly wide outside the off stump, but the length was good, movement good, bounce good, except just a little bit too wide. So that was the final delivery of his over, and at the end of the over it's 312 for 3.
Yeah, the second new ball as yet not paying any dividends for the Bears either, who other than winning the toss, not a lot has gone right today. Alex Davis is talking to Bo Webster, whether it's tactics or whether he's suggesting, do you want to have a bowl? I think he might feel that extra height might help him. Alan Dolby's luckless season really continues. It does feel like it's a real anomaly what's gone on with him. So putting the ball in a lot of the right places, but as you described, sometimes the length may be against him, as Bamber continues to bowl to Critchley, who clouts this through mid-wicket. Just leant on the ball that was up in towards his pads, and once it had passed Jani, there was no real point chasing except to fetch the ball. Beautifully dispatched by Critchley. He's 19 off 19, 316 for 3.
Yeah, lovely shot, but not the best of deliveries to start your over with, really. Very leg-sided, half volley. And Critchley put that one away beautifully through mid-wicket, all along the ground.
I fear the various weapons in Alex Davis's armoury all look rather blunt at the moment. I mean, the first wicket was an amazing catch. The second was a bit of a tired shot by Walter, but then it needed an assist off the wicket-keeper's thigh. This is off the outer half of the bat, as he pushed forward to a ball that was a bit back of a length, and it's fielded at point by Barnard. And the third wicket was slightly unusual one with Zen Malik, the bowler. Surprised to get his first class wicket. Jordan Cox overbalanced trying to cut the ball. Ended up in a heap on the floor. Bamber, oh, outside off stump, a swish and a miss. There was a faux celebration from Kai Smith. That was not the best bit of footwork from Critchley.
It was pretty wide. I think Critchley would feel that he missed out there. He got a good sight of that one.
You'd be pretty livid if you got out to that ball playing that shot, wouldn't you?
Yeah, because it wasn't the best delivery. You wouldn't be too happy.
Bamber once more. Oh, and this time he does nick off. A swing and a little edge, and the warning of the previous ball was not heeded by Critchley. Bamber gets his first wicket. Critchley caught by Kai Smith for 19. It's 316 for 4.
Started to live dangerously, Critchley. Played a beautiful shot a couple of balls earlier, but misjudging the length of that delivery, it certainly wasn't short enough to pull. He thought it was, and it got a thin edge through to the keeper, so he's got to go.
There's sometimes no accounting for the shots that players play, and we see it from all counties, we see it from international players. Having swished at the previous ball, he seemed to be in such a hurry since the moment he came to the crease. He only faced 22 deliveries in the end.
Yeah, he obviously decided that, a lot's not happening in the middle, so it's time to accelerate.
But they've been going 5 and over in this session. There wasn't an urgent need to get on with the game. And he falls to a bit of an unnecessary shot there. As you heard there, Charlie Allison coming to the crease next. But the Bears' hopes of getting at least 2 bowling bonus points increase with that. They've got just over 24 overs to get another 2 wickets, which still might be an uphill task. But this is a new Kookaburra at the moment in its 6th over. And Bamber adds himself to the list of wicket takers, 1 each for him. Webster, who does look like he's coming back into the attack soon. Rockacholi and Malik, the unexpected name on the sheet. Roland's reading his own book at the moment. So it's when you read your book, you say, oh, I don't remember doing that.
Yeah, did I say that?
Oh dear, I can see why he's annoyed I said that. But yeah, useful wicket that for the Bears. Allison comes in to join Westley, looks resolute on 119. There's just over 10 overs left in the day. Paul will be itching to get back in soon at some point. You've got to go and find your accommodation. Hopefully you'll be able to now have sorted out your app.
Yeah, you sorted me out. Yeah.
Bamber into Allison, he dabs this down towards point. And there's no run.
Yeah, you've pointed me now in the right direction.
Yeah. It's not an app I use, that one particularly, but it's interesting. It's very effective way of finding places these days without giving away what it is.
Well, it's one that I haven't heard of, so...
A comedian told a really good joke about it this week, but I can't really tell it 'cause it's his joke. Can't be stealing people's material. It was very amusing, nonetheless. As this final ball of the over is tucked into the leg side, and Bamber is so quick to get towards the ball on his follow-through that Allison is dissuaded from the prospect of getting off the mark to that shot. And it's the end of the over. 316 for 4. 86 overs gone on the day. Essex in a dominant position. What they won't want to do is give it away. With Bo Webster now returning to the attack after what's been an unsuccessful day for Ollie Hannon-Dolby. His 16 overs for 50. He's been as tidy as anybody, but Webster has looked more likely to take wickets, so he's back now for what will be his 13th over of the day.
Yes, so Bo Webster will get a chance to bowl with a newish ball. He's done a pretty good job today. With his fast medium pace, he's a tall man. Strong action, so he would be hoping to pick up a wicket or 2 in this late session. He's not going to be overly attacking, he's got just 2 slips. traditional mid-wicket is in place now. There's a mid-on and two fielders in the deep on the onside. There's a deep square leg and there is a long leg. And that's supported by 2 slips. Cover point, extra cover on the boundary. Webster bowls. And it's a Yorker. Webster comes down on it, digs it out. Finds its way up to Alan Dalby at mid-on, who does the fielding. Just to finish the field for Webster, said there's an extra cover on the boundary. There's a mid-off, so there's a huge gap between backward point and mid-off. As Webster is in now and bowls, and that's coming back from outside the off stump, just wide. Well watched again by Wesley, just having a good look at Webster to see what he's got in his armoury.
He's getting a little bit of shape off the seam rather than in the air. Of course, he gets that bit of extra bounce. That was quite a nice length.
Yeah, his job now really is to bowl good areas and see if he can nip one of these batters out. He bowls outside the off stump, too wide, and nothing to do with that one. Wesley just lets it go through to the keeper.
Yeah, that was too wide to interest anybody, even for an attacking shot. Didn't get his angles right. It went further away after it pitched.
Yeah, so he's reaches the end of his mark and turns. And he comes. And that's a good delivery, and it brings him forward, Wesley, respectfully forward. Tight defence. Plays it up to Hannon Dalby at mid-on.
So 106 runs and 2 wickets in this session. Much that we fear could be affected by weather, but you never quite know. When the forecast is for Thursday and Friday, it can change significantly between now and then.
Webster bowls, and that's beautifully driven, but won't beat the mid-off. He's driving that one straight, flowing extra cover drive, but can't score. That's the important thing. So Webster doing exactly what he's been brought on to do, just to dry up the run scoring, and if he can get a wicket, he's done a pretty good job so far. Webster has picked up 1 wicket today.
So this time they've brought the boundary fielder in on the offside to see if he can finish the maiden, because they really want to keep Wesley off strike as well.
Webster bowls, and that's a beauty, but it's too high. Turn them around. An excellent over there by Webster, and his first with this new ball was a maiden, and lots of pressure being put on Wesley, and the over is completed.
I was looking for Paul, but I can't see him. He's not here.
Maybe
when he's back, he'll take your place.
He's probably taking my trick, Paul. He's going to check it out for me.
Yeah, that's maybe here.
To see if the app that you sorted for me works.
But, I will have to take a brief break at 6 o'clock to update listeners in the West Midlands and Warwickshire, but we're not there yet, and I think he has a report to do around the same time. But we can work around that and give Roland a chance to rest up as Bamber starts a new over, and that's into the pads of Allison. That's 3 runs for him. He'll come back for 2. That's just a very easy getting off the mark delivery. 318 for 4.
Yeah, that's the sort of delivery you want when you first come to the crease. Nice friendly one on the onside with nobody catching, so
Paul is back in the building.
Easy. Yep, Paul is back. That's working.
That might may well be tomorrow that we next hear from Roland, because we've only got just under 9 overs to go now. It's good to have his insight and his company here for the first few days, as Bamber is driven beautifully through extra cover for 4. So he's having been given a bit of a freebie to get off the mark. He then produces a considerably more impressive shot. And Bamber is having a tough old day, 1 for 74, but he did get a wicket, of course, in his last over. So let's see if he can bounce back as the over continues. The wicket he's taken today is 33rd in the championship this season. He's found himself as the leader of the attack, which wasn't necessarily inevitable with Alan Dolby and Rushworth in the ranks. Michael Booth had added pace, he picked up an injury as well. As Bamber, full, is pushed back and can't quite pick it up in his follow through, but in the end it won't cost anything because Dan Mosley is round to field. Once again gives the ball to Alex Davis, throwing left-handed rather than right. I suspect that shoulder's going to rule him out of bowling. It's 1 wicket in the win over Worcestershire. He might have got the over that Zen Malik got if in ordinary circumstances. As Bamber is in, and that one lifts a little bit and takes the edge of the bat quite high up. And it'll go down to third for a single. 7 to Allison, but that was a much better delivery. 323 for 4. Paul Newton is back. How is your cold dog?
It's in the bin. I ate, While I ate of it, it was still hot.
Oh, okay.
No, Essex have lost their way a bit here. Obviously, second new ball helps, although Cox's somewhat hilarious dismissal preceded the taking of the new ball, as then Malik proved himself as a bowler after a fashion. So, what a way to get out.
I mean, the hilarity is something that may not currently be shared by Jordan Cox.
I'm sure it won't be.
Not just yet. At the end of the season, maybe, but not just yet. Bamber into Wesley, into his pads, flicks it to the deep mid-wicket fielder for a single.
But if you had paid someone to get out, in the most amusing way they could think of, that would surely win top prize.
Well, you never want to end up on your backside playing a cut shot. It's one thing if you're doing the ramp,
yeah,
but or even a paddle. But ideally, when you're playing a cut shot, you should stay upright at all times.
But the ball hitting the wickets as well when it eventually arrived.
Yeah, I mean, barely touched.
No, I know.
Off stump. Bamber in, and there's a big vacant area in mid-wicket for a single for Allison. But I think they were letting him have that single. He's on to 8, 325 for 4, as he'll now be on strike for Bo Webster's over as we go into the final 8 overs of the day, so about half an hour of cricket left. Webster will bowl a good few of them. I suspect we'll see a little bit more of Rocky Choley before we're done at the far end. There are slightly more flecks of vibrant blue emerging in the sky at the moment.
Best part of the day.
It is, although equally heading from the direction that they are, there are slightly greyer, slightly more, if not menacing, slightly more moody grumpier clouds coming.
Yep. But this is the first real hint of sunshine we've had all day.
There are shadows.
Yeah. So, Bo Webster from the Sir Alistair Cook end comes into bowl to young Charlie Allison. And Allison comes forward, perhaps a mixture of bat and pad. The ball just crawls about 3 feet in front of him. Score remaining 325 for 4. While ever Wesley and Cox were at the crease, I think you'd have guessed that Essex might end up sort of 370, 380, but I don't think they're going to get particularly near that tonight. They've still got nearly 22 overs left to see if they can get they should get a third bonus point without any problem, but a fourth, that's up for grabs as Webster bowls. And nice shot from Charlie Allison, stylish into the offside, but there's no run.
They should, though. It's less than three and a half runs an over, and they're scoring at better than that rate. And they were 5 and over for quite a chunk of this session. So they're not far short of it now. So I think they'd be fairly confident, as long as they don't have a clatter of wickets, they'd be fairly confident of reaching the 400.
Yeah. And they do have some both capable and aggressive batsmen still to come. Webster's in bowls and Allison defends into the offside. They have Michael Pepper coming in next, who can really put bat to ball. He's one of the most exciting players in T20 cricket, even though he didn't just have his best season with the bat in that this time, but he certainly knows how to put bat to ball. And young Noah Thane has also had quite a decent season with the bat. Played very well up at York, one of the few Essex batsmen on that second day to do so. Webster bowls. Nicely played by Allison. That's beautifully played away to the square boundary, just fractionally backward of square. Very nice back cut from Allison. Moves him into double figures on 12. And he himself, Allison, if he ever gets in, is a more than capable batsman. Much better, I think, in the middle order than where he found himself for much of the season opening the innings. He bravely volunteered and didn't make many runs that way, but scored a fine 100 at the Oval. 329 for 4, faces Webster and aims to off drive. It ends up at mid-on, but all along the ground. 329 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit like Critchley. He's trying to play a shotter ball when he doesn't need to. You saw there what a good shot he played through point. That was a classic shot. We've seen a wonderful extra cover drive for 4 from him, and just perhaps a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, no, very, very fair point. Might learn a lot from watching the way Wesley's played today. And he would have us believe he was taking the bat away from a pretty useful delivery. That one moved sharply away, and there was no ball. I think that was.
It was a no ball, but he definitely played at it.
Yeah.
And actually, Tom Wesley's coming down to have a word with him now.
Yeah.
And it might be because Critchley got in the way of himself with the shots he was playing.
Yes.
And having had a swing and a miss at the previous ball, gets a nick behind, trying a similar shot the next ball.
Yes, his was again a wicket rather given away, as here is a much better idea from Allison as he just pushes the ball into the offside. Again deprives Wesley of the strike and gets a single to move on to 13. 332 for 4.
I mean, he weighed up 7 overs to go. If they're 350, 355 for 4 at the end of play, they've put themselves in a great position. There's no urgent need to get to 370, 380 tonight.
No, you're right.
Ollie Hannon-Dolby's coming back with a change of ends. So he's about the Graham Gooch end now. I think it's the first time he's bowled up there today.
In fact, the sensible approach from here, as you imply, is to concentrate on making sure they get the 4th batting bonus point, forget about the 5th, and try to see that they eventually do score somewhere in the region of 450 to 500.
The only cause where you decide that you're going to chase the 5th is if you really felt that the weather is going to be a major issue in the game. Now, it could and it might not be. You never quite know. But certainly the forecast isn't particularly special for Thursday and Friday. And clearly it's a good surface for all that it's got green on it. And the green has faded a bit, but not much. The likelihood is it's going to be quite hard to take 20 wickets, but with a stronger bowling attack. And Dolby bowls back of a length, and this is carved for 4. It just sits up and is dispatched by Allison. And there's the example. No need to take a risky shot. The bad ball comes along, and he's more than capable of dispatching it. 336 for 4.
And again, as you imply, Allison is a far better player when he's letting the ball come onto the bat than when he's going chasing it.
Yeah.
Not least because, I mean, that was a beautifully timed shot. Whereas when he's really putting might and muscle into it, he's trying too hard, and it's much harder to time a ball if you're at maximum effort.
Dan Mosley still trying to work that sore right shoulder of his. As Hannon Dolby is tucked towards mid-on, there won't be any run bamburies across the field.
Again, that was well played, though, by Allison, because he wasn't taking a risk, but he stepped across and into line with the ball and was able to turn it up to mid-on.
There's a difference between purposeful and over busy, really.
Yeah.
And when he just stays in the purposeful bracket and plays every ball on its merit, but positively, that's fine. There's no need to create in the position that Essex have put themselves in. I don't really want to be losing any more today. Hannon Dolby just back of a length defensively. Allison plays it out in the offside, flicked up with the boot by Mosley.
And just to emphasise your point, I always think in cricket, the last thing a player wants to be doing is predetermining what he's going to do to the coming delivery before he's had a chance to look at it. And it's a policy that won't work for very long because you're committing yourself in advance, but you don't know what you're committing yourself on. Much better to actually look at the ball and then decide.
And Dolby approaches once more, again tucked into the leg side. Bamber is across quickly. There probably was a single if they'd gone for it, but they didn't on that occasion. It's a bit of it's a habit that comes over from T20 cricket, isn't it? And that you can come in the middle order and premeditate that you're going to play a ramp first ball on the grounds that more often than not your first ball's going to be fairly full. And the number of times you see batters do that now, and it's brilliant and it's fantastic to watch. And I'm not saying that Allison's about to play a ramp, but I'm agreeing with you that just play on its merit and be positive and make the most of what you're given. And Dolby in again. That's a poor ball into the pads, and he's going to clip it behind square on the leg side. Malik will try and keep them down to 1, but well run. Hurtling back for 2 is Allison, and he's very quickly found himself in the 20s, is he? No, they've already added those up to 19. 19 off 19, so he started much the way that Critchley did. 338 for 4 for this delivery. I'll have to just escape for a couple of minutes to update listeners to local stations in the West Midlands. So Alan Dolby comes in to complete the over, and he's driven back into his follow through, but he took the pace off it with his hand. End of the over. We have a further 6 to go today. Essex 338 for 4.
Richard will be back with us shortly, as he says. 338 for 4. That was a nice straight drive from Allison there, or straight push drive, and had the bowler not got his hand down to it, it might well have had the legs to defeat both mid-on and mid-off, who were running across behind the bowler to try and cut it off. But in the end, there's no run at all. But there's certainly every reason to think that Allison as a player of very considerable promise at the age of 20. Just what we're saying is a little bit more calm, a little bit waiting for the right delivery before overcommitting. But he's certainly got some superb shots and a lovely sense of timing. Bo Webster just directing the man on the mid-wicket boundary. Rothesay to move a little bit squarer. Webster bowls, and Wesley, as if to prove the fielding change right, and plays it out in that direction. Actually, in the end, the ball is intercepted by long leg running across in front of the now square with the wicket Rothesay. The net result is the same, it's a single, and the score is 339 for 4. Wesley really has played magnificently today. It's the best innings I've seen him play for quite a little while, because he's not been too defensive, which at times I feel he can be, and has played some gorgeous shots, really held this innings together. Webster again, this time to bowl to Allison, 2 slips. It's another very nice shot, but won't produce a run as Webster moves smartly to his left to intercept. Off drive. Allison on 19 from only 21 deliveries. Certainly the tempo has not slackened as a result of Allison's arrival, but as we have been saying, in amongst some very fine strokes, a little bit of over impetuousness. There is a third man on the boundary now as Webster comes in, bowls to Allison, who's a bit discomforted by this one, plays it safely enough, but taking one hand off the bat, looking rather ungainly as it just rolls very slowly to mid-wicket. And just drop my voice slightly so as not to be in the background of Richard's update. And he will be with us in next to no time. Webster bowling to Allison. It's a leave outside off stump. Wasn't that far wide, but doesn't really justify 1 or 2 cries of anguish as if he'd nearly been clean bowled playing no shot. 339 for 4. Elgar 33. Walter 86. He put on 132 with Tom Wesley, who's 121 not out. Cox dismissed in a somewhat comical way by an occasional bowler for 34, and then Critchley, seemingly in a bit too much of a hurry for his own good, out for 19 of the 4 men to go. As that ball goes through outside off stump from Webster to Allison, who's had nearly all the strike in the last 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, he scored 19 of a standard worth 23, so
yeah,
seen most of the bowling, hasn't he?
That's right. It's not that Wesley's gone to sleep, it's that Allison has on more than one occasion scored a single off the last ball of an over. Will he do so here? It is the last ball, but no, he won't get a run here. You model forward defensive, and that completes the over with Essex. 5 overs away from close of play. It's 339 for 4.
Quite often for the final ball of the over, Alex Davis has sent one fielder a bit deeper to allow the single, because I think they wanted to try and get at Allison rather than Wesley, who's looked very well set. 30 deliveries left in the day. Essex will be delighted with the position they find themselves in. They, I presume, would have been concerned when they lost the toss, but they might have had a better reading of the surface than Warwickshire did. They might have made better use of it with the first new ball had they bowled. These are questions that we'll never know the answers to, Paul. But,
no, that's right. As you suggest, the opening partnership of Porter and Cook with the ball is one of the best in the country, and they've always had great success here. Cook hasn't been at his best this season. I think a lot of us suspect he's carried a little bit of a niggle, though not ostensibly out injured at any point. This next ball's played back to the bowler, but he's bowled so magnificently in his career up to this season, and the sort of telltale factor to my eye is that he's always bowled gun barrel straight, and this season he's strayed down leg side far more than I've seen him before, and I think something's troubling him a little bit. But my colleague Nick Gledhill, who was here earlier, did say that for all the fact he only got a wicket in each innings down at Hove last week, he bowled very, very well, and that's good to hear from an Essex perspective, as here is Wesley playing it back to the bowler.
Yeah, it's unfortunate if, for instance, he was carrying an injury when he made his England debut as well, because any professional is going to find it very, very hard. I'm only speculating, because you mentioned that you feel that he hasn't been 100% fit. I remember Boyd Rankin's one and only test for England came on an Ashes tour when he really wasn't fit to play in that match.
Yeah, I remember that.
And he really should have declared himself unavailable for it, but he didn't want to. He wanted to play.
And here's the next ball, goes through outside off stump, and similarly this season, I mean, I think any other season Cook would have taken 5 wickets against Zimbabwe, but he just wasn't anywhere near his best.
No.
Might have been better saying, look, I'm not quite fully fit.
Yeah.
And left the selectors with the knowledge that he had performed very well in the winter in Australia and might be worth keeping very much on side, where he's probably not done his cause any good, and he certainly is so deserving. I do hope he does get another genuine chance, as here is the next delivery in, bowls, and ball played into the offside for no run. Sorry, you were going to say?
I was just wondering, I mean, had England managed to take the wickets that they needed in that 4th test and beaten India, I wonder then whether Cook might have got another chance.
Yeah.
Now, as it is, I mean, they've called up Jamie Overton. I understand they want a bit more shock and awe in terms of the bowling attack. They want somebody who can prize wickets out in situations where the conditions aren't very helpful. But yeah, I think that result may have played against him.
Yeah. No, it's too true, as is Helen Dolby. And this is going to produce a run down to 3rd man, as Wesley just leisurely places the bat over the ball and plays it down to Rothesay on the 3rd man boundary, and it's 340 for 4. Wesley on to 122.
We'll be interested to see who does play on Friday, and that Chris Wokes and Bryden Cass have got through a lot of work in that series.
They have. I think they've got to be relieved.
Yeah.
Because it's not just that they've played every game so far. 3 days gap between the 2 tests for the second time this series. No real gap at all, not even a week to recover.
Yeah.
I think it's asking too much of them, and I think fresh blood has to be brought in. Gus Atkinson, for example, Here's the next ball. That again is stylishly run down by Alison to Roccaccioli at third man, and 341 for 4 at the end of that over. And just while I think of it, I'd just like to pay tribute to the work the camera people do here, bringing us all the pictures. It's a long day, and they have to concentrate all the time. I think they do great work.
They certainly do. They certainly do. I've got the closer telly now, which I can just edge round the window frame, so I've had a bit of a better view of any contentious things. The other one's very high up and a bit far.
Yeah.
So, but when Nick was here, he switched this one on for me, so
yes.
I'm very happy.
And of course, if you're sitting in the seat I am, you need the one higher up because the window's in the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a good arrangement overall. Shall we say, with limited space available, it's the best arrangement that we could have.
We're covering as many options as we can.
But well done to the camera staff.
4 overs to go. Bo Webster will bowl the first of those. Corey Roccaccioli is just whirling his arms as if he fancies he might have another little go, and I wouldn't be surprised before the close of play. She's going to be just after 20 past the way things are. Putting in a short extra cover here as they try and find a way to force a loose shot from Charlie Allison. Webster bowls, he drives it beautifully, but mid-on is nice and straight, and Bamber stoops down in a weary manner to do the fielding.
For which he can't entirely be blamed.
No, he's got through a lot of overs this season. He didn't play in the T20, but funnily enough, if you don't play in the T20, you often find yourself playing a lot of second 11 T20.
Yes.
During the same period.
Yes, it can work against you.
It is a funny way that the season develops these days.
Mm.
Webster short, pulled by Allison in front of square, and Hannah Dolby hasn't got a price on that. Even if it was a little scamperer out there, they wouldn't have had a price. That was put away very nicely by Allison. He has 24, 345 for 4. So the third batting bonus point is getting fairly imminent.
Yeah, he's got a nice array of shots, Allison. A very nice ability to time the ball. He can defend as well. It's just a matter of making good judgment calls on balls to hit and balls to defend.
Well, it's actually improved as this innings has gone on. It's only been 29 deliveries now as he defends the ball towards Roccaccioli at mid-wicket. But he's become slightly more selective now. He is playing the ball on its merits, and each time there's been something a bit loose, he's found the right gap.
Yes, and if you notice, it coincides with Wesley going up the track to have a word with him at one stage, because he'd just been rather reckless more than once in that over, and after Wesley's had a chat with him, he's played much better.
You feel a bit daft if your captain told you just to settle, and then you played a silly shot.
Yes.
As he's forward with a very straight bat, defends it back down the track. Again, it's Roccaccioli who fields, and he's the latest member of the Bears team to go foot to hand.
Yeah, they get plenty of practice at it would seem, because they're rather good at it.
Well, thigh to hand was very useful earlier, because it led
yeah,
to the dismissal of Paul Walter. Not that Kai Smith deliberately knocked the ball further into the air with his thigh. It hit him and looped up, and a few footsteps and a dive, and Alex Davis was able to get there. Forward watchfully outside off stump to defend is Allison.
It reminded me, in a funny sort of way, although different context, I can't remember which batsman it was, but Essex, who don't usually do very well at Edgbaston, had an easy win there last season. And on one occasion, the ball was inside edge into pad, and it looped up and slipped, dived forward and just got his hands under it. I think it was Harmer who took the catch in the end.
Webster to complete his 16th over of the day. He just tucked him up a little bit, but he's done well there, Allison, to get back inside the line of the ball to defend it out to Mosley at point end of the over, and Corey Roccaccioli with 3 overs to go is going to return for another little spell. He got the wicket of Walter. Walter 86, Cox 34, Algar 33 and Critchley 19 the men out. Wesley 122 and somewhat starved of the strike lately. Allison 24.
Yeah, I think Wesley will be delighted if he can still be there for the morning, so I don't think it'll worry him unduly if he doesn't see any more of the strike really tonight. He knows that he's got a very healthy number of runs for one day, but Rothesay, I think, was always odds on to return at some point before the end of the day, and at this stage probably Warwickshire will quite like to hasten the close of play. It's been a day of chasing leather for the most part.
This is a fascinating statistical anomaly in Division 1 today. Well, fascinating to me. If you like cricket and you like stats, I'll give it you after Paul describes this delivery.
Rothesay bowling to Wesley. Oh, dear me, and that's Wesley plays at that, misses it, one up to the bowler there.
He looked at his stumps quite gratefully that they still had 2 bails on them.
Yes.
But actually, it didn't turn that delivery at all. So it's passed off stump on the line that it was bowled. Good delivery.
See if he can repeat it here. Bowls to Wesley. No, Wesley makes sure he gets everything over that, plays it back to the bowler.
So Sussex 202 for 9 at Scarborough against Yorkshire. The last wicket stand has added 52 runs in 27 overs. It's an unusual last wicket partnership.
It is. No, you're right. Rothesay comes in, bowls to Wesley. Single. He might even look for a second here as he plays the ball just a little bit wide of deep backward square, but no, they settle for 1, and that takes Essex up to 346 for 4.
So if you have a last wicket stand of 50, you might think 10 overs.
Yeah.
You very rarely think 27.
It happens sometimes, not that Essex often put on 50 for the last wicket, but there was occasion the other day when Porter, who's very good at just defending without scoring, got about 1 in a partnership of, I think it was 40 odd. Not the first time that that's happened. Meanwhile, Rothesay prepares to come in again. We're halfway through the anti-penultimate over of the day. That's to say, there are a couple more after this. And Allison just plays the ball up to the man under the helmet at bat pad. And Essex 4 runs away from a 3rd batting bonus point. In this, the 94th over. Rothesay bowls. Allison stretches forward, defends to mid-wicket. Again, no run. Got a bit cloudy again, but after that brief interlude of sunshine, but the light perfectly good. No need to switch the floodlights on. Rothesay again bowls to Allison, punches this ball out into the leg side deep, gets the single, and again pinches the strike. As I say, I don't think it'll bother Wesley at this stage. He'd be quite happy not to face another ball tonight. Allison, meanwhile, has moved fairly expeditiously along to 25. Wesley 123, Allison 25, score 347 for 4, 2 overs out.
Reached that point, I'm wondering who my post-day victim is going to be for the interview. It does feel like a victim day.
Mm.
Is Tom Wesley is the sort who will talk when he's not out, or are you likely to get Paul Walter, do you think?
The only thing I would say, for it would be more likely to be Walter, is simply that Wesley, has been out there for many hours now and probably deserves not to be accosted by me.
He's going to have an ice bath.
Yeah, I would imagine there is.
All started with a misprint. Somebody was told to have a nice bath after they got off, and they filled it with cubes, and so a trend was discovered.
Yep.
Do you know what? It probably did start like that as well. These things come from strange backgrounds. Bo Webster to continue, 1 more over for him. 12 balls left in the day. The Bears would dearly like to take another wicket, but it won't be with this ball as Allison drives it up to mid-on. And sliding in to make the stop is Rothesay. He's not going to stop going. May have been a long day in the field, but he'll still be up for it. Shining the ball on the lower part of his left sleeve, which is interesting.
Yeah,
to go for.
As you say, he's a character, and characters are needed when you've had a long day in the field because they can still remain chirpy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just enjoying being over here to play some cricket on grounds that he'd only ever really read about. Webster full, clipped through square leg, or towards square leg, but he's in front of the umpire, which fooled me for a moment. So there's no run because it was gathered by Bamber. Allison remains on 25. And he's coming down and having a prod at the pitch now. I think he's determined not to get impatient with 10 balls left in the day.
Yeah, I reckon Wesley has, in that word with Allison, he's far too shrewd a man, Wesley, to sort of keep going up. He's just had one word with him and sort of said, take a bit of care for heaven's sake.
Webster, back of a length, tucked out towards point. It's one hand off the bat as he stabs it away. But there's no run. I think the 450 in the 110 overs is off the cards now because that's beyond 6 and
Yes.
over. But they will absolutely covet the 4th batting point at 400. Warwickshire are going to need a bright start tomorrow morning to get the 6 wickets they need for 2 points. I think we can take the 9 wickets off the card. And then they're going to have to bat well when their turn comes around at some point tomorrow. Webster to Allison again, and this time off his hip past the short square leg. Along from the boundary comes Hannon Dolby and hurls it in, so a single to Allison. He's to 26, and he's left his skipper a couple of balls left in the penultimate over. Not the anti-penultimate, I had an anti-penultimate. She married my uncle next but one, but he was ahead of her time. Webster approaches once more. Red soles to his shoes on a thick inside edge that squirts behind the stumps. Oohs and ahs. That was a slightly tired looking defensive shot from Wesley. And had it evaded the inside edge, there might have been quite a vocal appeal.
Yeah, it can be one of the byproducts of your fellow batsman having most of the strike for quite a while. You do, no matter how long you've been playing previously, you can just lose quite the thread a little bit.
Try and relocate the thread for this ball. Mosley standing at short mid-wicket, and he gets high onto his toes to defend the ball with a straight bat into the offside, picked up by Zen Malik. Webster's work for the day is done. 17 overs, 1 for 40, which in the context of today's play is an excellent effort. And stiff shoulder or no stiff shoulder, I thought for a moment that Dan Mosley was going to bowl. He was going to Handy and Blackwell his cap, and then he changes his mind because he knows that Corey Rockett-Shoulder's on his way. I didn't think he was able to turn his arm over. They've used 7 bowlers as it is, including Zen Malik's solitary over, which saw him bowl a very slow off break that, as Jordan Cox reversed and landed on his backside, hit the top of off.
Yeah, it's certainly the most amusing manner of dismissal I've seen in a very long time. So, as you say, the batsman wouldn't see it that way. So, here comes Rockett-Shoulder for the final over of the day. Slip on a bat pad. Bowls to Allison, who's whacked this ball away to deep mid-wicket. Ball very quickly reaching the fieldsman there. And they're through for a single. Allison on to 27, and Essex within 1 run of a 3rd batting bonus point on the day.
Not found his rhythm often, Rockett-Shoulder. There was a period of the day where he had a really good battle with Paul Walter. Walter took him down for a couple of 6s, but in the end, Rockett-Shoulder did have the last laugh.
And this one wasn't far off being a catch to bat pad, but it's gone out to square leg for a single. And applause for the Essex 350, and Wesley just not that far off being out right at the death, moves on to 124.
Yeah, it was very low as it squirted in between 2 fielders there. It would have taken something very, very sharp.
Indeed. Rockett-Shoulder, 4 balls left of the day, unless of course a wicket were to go down in one of the next 3, as next ball's played back to the bowler. And sure, listeners are familiar with the fact that if a wicket does go down in the final over of any session, they will tend to go straight for the pavilion. Here's Rockett-Shoulder again, bowls to Allison, exaggerated in his backward defensive shot. Perfectly effective though, 350 for 4.
Yeah. With 2 balls left, you want to see Tom Wesley just take his gloves off at the non-striker's end and just say, right then.
Yeah.
keep your captain safe, Sunshine. But he doesn't do that. He resists the temptation.
Be interesting to see tomorrow, having batted for so long today. You sometimes find the batsman's out straight away the next day. It'd be interesting to see if that happens, or whether he can really extend his fine innings. And here, ball played to mid-wicket, and no run. 1 ball left of the day's play. Put into bat, Essex 3, 50 for 4, Elgar 33, Walter 86, Cox 34, and Critchley 19, the men to go. Wesley 124, Allison 27 are the 2 not outs. Will there be a wicket off the last ball of the day? No. They do think about a single. It's not taken. And the players head off for the sanctuary of the pavilion. We've run over by 25 minutes, but I've seen a lot worse than that. And at the close of play, Essex put into bat are 350 for 4 in 96 overs.
Yeah, great performance from Wesley and from Walter as well, with steady accumulation. The Bears have had to really rely on errors for the wicket. Sensational catch from Zen Malik to remove Dean Elgar, to be fair. But it has been very difficult. There's been very little help from the surface, very little in the air. A little bit of turn at times for Rothesay. So that will be interesting to see how that develops. But overall, it looks a very good surface for batting, and Essex have cashed in.
And do please rejoin us at 5 to 11 in the morning.